After we go through these informational sessions, so we have Alan after Ian, and then Ray will be coming in to talk about the FIS. Then we will make sure we have everybody on our list on the screen who's going to be voting, and that the clickers are working. And then we'll go into, we'll see if we can get quickly through setting the season opening and closing dates. Okay, so that's sort of my plan for next steps.
That would be a first.
What, having a plan? Or?
No, getting through quickly, then closing
Okay.
day.
Okay, so thank you. We'll turn it back over to you, Ian.
Okay, thanks and good morning. I just have one more assessment slide to go through, and I wanted to just clarify, because we had some questions at the interim meeting, the comparison of this year's assessment to last year's stock assessment. So the blue line at the top here shows you the results from last year's stock assessment, and then the bottom line shows you the results from this year's stock assessment. And the big change here is that the 2023 value is 11% lower. And this, again, this is primarily being driven by the fishery CPUE time series, both the 2023 point as well as the updated 2022 logbooks. When I reran those in the spring, that index dropped as well. And as I showed in the bigger presentation on Monday, all the other data sets are quite consistent with the previous results. It's the commercial fishery CPUE that's really driving this change between last year and this year's stock assessment. I do want to note at the very end there, though, that the trajectory is estimated to be up 2% from 2023 to 2024. We're just starting to see this 22 and 2012, the effect of the maturity of that year class moving into the spawning biomass is what's leveling this trend out at the end of the time series. So anyway, that was just a clarification. And I guess a question, would you like to take the 3 slides I have on bycatch now, or should I hold those for a later discussion?
We might hold those for a later discussion because we're going to talk about, and that might take us sideways fast. So yeah, let's hold that. Thanks.
Sure. Well, then this concludes the portion on assessment.
Great. Thanks. Okay. Question. Go ahead, Forrest.
Yeah, I know we're in a hurry here. Just a real quick, is it weighted like the commercial WPUE is weighted 25% and the FIS value 75? Or how's that look?
Yeah, so it's not arbitrarily weighted. It's just weighted by the information in the data. So if we have a precise index, it gets more weight in the model. So in a year like 2022 and 2023, particularly if we have a reduced survey footprint, we will rely more on the commercial fishery data because that'll be providing more information to the stock assessment. Now, that said, the terminal year, the last year of the fishery logbooks, because they're incomplete at the time we do the assessment, working with our scientific review board, we've created an adjustment. So basically we use a larger variance estimate to account for the fact that we know those logbooks aren't complete. But they still are having a strong effect on this year's model.
Any other questions for Ian? Any online? I can't see online, so if you tell me if there's a hand up. Oh, Garrett Elwood has a question. Go ahead, Garrett. Does Garrett have a mic? Oh, you're still muted, Garrett. Maybe
you got me?
Now we got you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Ian. Thanks. Relative to this slide, I had one question based on a statement that you made. So is there an expectation that when the end of the season logbook data is received throughout the next few months that this 11% is expected to be greater? So I think you said maybe in the range of 15% was maybe the expectation.
Thanks for the question, Garrett. I'm not sure. I do expect that the estimate from the logbooks of overall CPUE will be slightly lower when we get the rest of the information. That offset is generally about 2%, and I estimate that from looking at the previous 10 years. When we get the rest of the data, the coast-wide index usually drops by an additional 2%. I don't know that that will translate into further decrease in the stock assessment. It's really going to depend on the other data sets that we get next year. So I really can't say what the effect on the assessment is, but it is possible that this could be drawn down slightly more. I think the 2024 CPUE and survey index will make an even bigger difference.
Okay, and one follow up. Have you seen any change in the as the season lengths have been getting longer in the end of season commercial weight per unit of effort that you receive? Does that make sense as a question?
It does, and it's a good question. And to be honest, I haven't looked on a month-by-month basis to see whether we generally see a dip in catch rates toward the end of the season, and I haven't looked to see whether it's even worse in December than it was in November when the seasons were closing in November. It certainly wouldn't surprise me if it was.
Perfect. Thank you, Ian.
Thanks, Garrett. Chris, did you have a question?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Dr. Stewart, just on the recruitment, and during one of your presentations in the public session there, one of the questions that I can't remember, it was sort of like, and just help me out here, but as the 2012 year class matures, we're going to see the biomass rise slightly. And then what happens after that really depends on what happens with recruitment. And if it doesn't materialize, we're going to see a steep drop. I'm just remembering if I have it correct. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So that's right. So we're going to see over the next several years, we basically, the 2012 and now the smaller 2014 year class are enough to keep the stock where it is. If the harvest is kept about where it is, we might see a slight increase in the biomass. If the harvest is increased slightly, we probably will see pretty flat biomass. And those 2 year classes are enough to take us through the next 3 years based on our current estimates of their size. If we don't see another good year class coming behind them, we can expect some decline starting right after that time period. We don't have much in the pipeline right now with just the 2012 and then the even smaller 2014 year class. So we are definitely in a holding pattern waiting for the next decent recruitment to be coming along behind those two.
Thank you.
Linda, go ahead.
Dr. Stewart, I just wanted to verify that I had heard you correctly when you spoke about this the other day. The 2016 to 2018 possible recruitment period, when will you start seeing that in the survey and in the commercial catch? We're seeing it in the sport catch, I believe, already, but when do you think that'll show up?
Yeah, so as I showed in the earlier presentation, that we do see evidence of year classes in that range of 16 to 18 in the Bering Sea trawl survey. I have recreational data from the Gulf of Alaska that shows it. The data only go through 2022 at this point, but you can definitely see that it looks like a 2016 year class in the Gulf. This is going to be another 1 to 3 years before we really start to get a better read on these year classes. We in the survey, we start to see these fish at 5 or 6 years old, but we really need to see them about 3 times before we get a decent estimate of the actual magnitude of the year class. And then of course in the fishery, it's more like 8 to 10 years old as they're phasing into the fishery.
So would it be a fair statement to say that the next 3 years are going to be pretty pivotal regardless?
Definitely.
Okay. Anybody? Oh, am I missing someone? Go ahead, Forrest.
Yeah, I don't know if when the genetics studies start coming in a little stronger, but if you were to incorporate like the sport creel survey and sampling from sport creel survey, is there a way to create a picture of, upcoming year classes that you wouldn't see in the FIS and use that as part of the modeling or not?
Yeah, we have a couple challenges. Right now, the age data that are being collected are coming from the charter fishery in 3A. And then just this last year was the first sampling of the charter fishery in 2C. And so we have length data that's being collected, but particularly in 2C, we've had a real challenge trying to use those length data because we need to be able to translate those into the age of fish. And we need an age length key to do that. We need to be able to know for a certain size how big those fish are. Halibut are really variable, and we don't have another source of data. We can't use the age and length data from the survey because, as you point out, these fish are younger than we're seeing in the survey. So the short answer is there may be some additional information we can pull out of the recreational data, but it's not going to be super clear information. It's more like we've got with the trawl survey, which is it might be giving us a heads up, but it's probably nothing we can really take to the bank 2 or 3 years ahead of when actually seeing these fish in the other data sources.
Okay, anybody else? All right, well, thank you, Ian, and I think we'll take Alan next on the MSE update.
Good morning, everyone. Quiet in the room. Oh, waiting for me. I believe. Oh, good. I'm wondering, is there? If Tom, did you receive an email from me this morning with a different presentation? Okay. Is it possible to upload a new one, or should I email that to you? Okay. I put together a couple extra slides that I thought might be useful for everybody to see, and it'll just take a few moments for them to get that uploaded. But while that's uploading, I believe many of you saw the presentation I gave yesterday on the MSE. A lot of the MSE work right now is really focused on putting together a harvest strategy policy document. Some of the work that we'll be doing is looking at not conducting an assessment every year, but using some sort of what's called an empirical rule in years between the assessments. And that is, if the FIS index goes up, the TCY would go up, and if the FIS index went down, the TCY index would go down. Another important point in my presentation yesterday was that there's this annual meeting, which is a decision-making meeting, and the commission really wants that flexibility to retain the ability to depart from any formulaic management procedure, to make the decisions, to have these negotiations, and to say, no, we want the TCY lower or we want the TCY higher. That's sort of the important parts of the MSE work. And I just want to remind everybody that we have a management strategy advisory board that also called the MSAB. And that's a board of representatives, stakeholders from different sectors, and et cetera, which help guide the MSE process. So that's a way to become involved with the MSE process and where the development of this harvest strategy policy goes. And if you're interested in that, come talk to me, although I'm not sure where a membership is currently at on that. So I believe they're still uploading the document, but I can take any questions while we wait. And I have a few extra slides, which is somewhat related to the MSE work, but I wanted to remind everyone of some work I've done in the past.
Any questions? If not, I have one while we're waiting.
Sure.
So I hear you that there is a interest in being able to depart from any kind of formulaic policy. I think our concern has been, or a lot of US stakeholders anyway, that we haven't had a formulaic policy. And it seems a little hard to feel enthusiastic about creating one that we're already talking about we're going to depart from. So can you talk a little bit more about that balance and what circumstances would justify departing from a formulaic policy that might be developed?
Yeah. So
Unexpected circumstances, I guess, as you would call it.
yeah, right. Well, if I make a corollary to the North Pacific or any of the councils in the U.S., they have what they call the OFL or the ABC, and those are scientific values. But the council will often make decisions to lower from those ABCs to a TAC. And that's for considering other considerations such as economic considerations or socioeconomic considerations. So it's not unique that fishery management organizations will depart from the scientific advice. Going above the scientific advice is a little bit more unique, and the commission does have the ability to do that. So I would say here at the commission, in recent years, we're faced with a stock assessment and a reference fishing intensity, this F43%, that's suggesting, I can't remember the exact value, TCY about 40 something million pounds, 47 or 48 million pounds. But we hear a lot of concern from stakeholders that, look, our catch rates are declining, there's not a lot of spawning biomass out there. And so we hear those concerns. And that's part of the decision-making process to say, look, let's act a little precautionary this year. Let's rebuild the spawning biomass. We're not sure if recruitment's coming in. We want to make sure that we have, some sort of level of fishing for the next 5 to 10 years or something like that. So that might be part of that process to depart from the formulaic approach. And so related to that is why I've proposed, or we've proposed, bringing in a new objective into the MSE process. And that's this objective of maintaining some catch rate in the coastwide fishery, commercial fishery, say, so that catch rates are high, resulting in an efficient fishery, not where you have to go out and make 4 trips instead of 2 trips, that the fish are available and out there. And that might mean backing off, allowing the stock to rebuild. And so we're developing that objective to maybe have the MSE produce results that are more consistent with what the stakeholders want out of the fishery.
Thank you.
Krista Russell has her hand up.
Go ahead, Russell.
Krista Russell.
There, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Ellen. Just caught me off guard as you said that what you're doing here in the MSP and harvest strategy policy is that you're going to be using the FIS and a bi-yearly basis. How does the FIS redesign to a revenue-based process impact what the MSE is doing or has been planning to do with the MSE?
Thanks, Krista. That's a great question. And that's a concern that we have, as well as the SRB, and the SRB has made some recommendations along that line. So this is going to be very important as we investigate an empirical rule based on the FIS, that we consider the potential for these reduced designs, which is basically going to inflate the variance or the uncertainty in the FIS results. What that will translate to is that uncertainty is going to translate to more variability in the annual change in TCY from year to year. So thanks for the reminder, Krista, that it's something that we are aware of and we will bring into the MSE. And the real benefit of the MSE is that we can test these management procedures. We can test this way of managing the Pacific halibut fishery without actually having to make those management decisions. So it's like we can test it and we can say, oh, that's not going to work. Let's forget that and let's find a better way. So we'll review those outcomes and we'll see how the reduced designs in the future, if it is reduced in the future, how it may affect the outcomes on that type of management procedure where we use the FIS.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Alan, has the MSE vetted using a 3-year average of the FIS distribution with traditional harvest rates applied?
The MSE could be used to do that. However, the commission has directed us to not specifically investigate the distribution of the TCUI with the MSE. And so we've really been focused on just the coast-wide aspects, how that coast-wide TCUI is being determined. In the past, I forget which meeting it was, it might have been 97th annual meeting. We did present some results where we did look at different distribution procedures. And I believe one of those procedures did use a 3-year average of the FIS on determining distribution. And if I remember correctly, what it does is it reduces some of that variability from year to year in the different regulatory areas. So it's really a smoother. I can, if you're interested, I'm happy to show you those results. They're available online and what we call our MSE Explorer. We can look into that.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, just talking about smoothers, I had a question. I think it was during Dr. Cox's presentation or Dr. Webster's, but they mentioned that the space-time modeling has kind of a built-in smoother for FIS results. Is that correct? And could you, maybe we should bother somebody else with, I don't know. I'm just trying to, how many smoothers do we have? How many do we need? I'm just trying to understand what's smoothed in that model versus elsewhere.
Yeah, thanks. I'll give a stab at it here. Ray would really know the answer, but the space-time model is using, I don't think I'm feeding back, but the space-time model is using spatial and temporal correlations. And temporal, I mean, it's looking at over time in the past few years. It's looking at, well, what's been happening over time, and we expect some trend to be consistent over time. And it's estimating that trend and using that. And so that is what that influence of those data points from previous years is having an influence on the current data point. So that's how it's smoothing it a little bit. So it's not allowing the most recent data. If it's really way off, it's going to say, hey, let's tamper that down a little bit until we get more data and really find out if something's going off the rails here. So there is some smoother in there right now. But with the estimates of stock distribution, you're really starting to reduce the amount of data you're using, and you're getting into these regulatory area specific things. And then even sometimes we don't have the data in a regulatory area, say 4B in this year, and we saw that trend was going up, but the variability was going up a lot. So we're like very uncertain about it. Maybe a 3-year average of stock distribution might be useful in that concept to say, look, we don't want to react quickly by these variable events, this uncertainty, and we just want to react slowly. If we did like a 5-year or even a 10-year average as a smoother on stock distribution, that might not react quick enough because we do want to react if we want to base allocation on distribution in some way, but we might not want to react to some extreme event just because of some outlier in the data in 1 year.
Any other questions? Is there anybody online? Their hand up? No? Okay.
I have a few slides
Great.
if people are interested in a little bit more explanation on this unfished versus fished and relative spawning biomass. I have a few slides prepared for that. Okay. So let's see if I can do this. Okay. What I want to start with is a slide that Dr. Stewart presented yesterday, and let's see if I can get this right. I'll explain it a little differently, and maybe Dr. Stewart's explanation works for you, or maybe mine works for you. I think that's sort of the useful part of him and I working together. But here is the plot, and it's like a red line up there. The top line or the darker line is what is the spawning biomass in the absence of fishing. Is this one looked a little different than mine. Yeah, there we go. That's the spawning biomass in the absence of any fishing. And so those changes are really due to recruitment, environmental effects, weighted age, things like that. Am I feeding back? Yeah. Oh, geez. I mean, move away from it. Okay. Oh, because the speaker. Gotcha. Oh. All right. Hopefully this works out. I think that's a little better. Thanks, Rob. Maybe I'll talk a little quieter. Getting excited here. Okay, so the top line is the spawning biomass in the absence of any fishing. So that can change because recruitment changes, weighted age changes, etc. The bottom line is the estimated spawning biomass, and that's the spawning biomass estimated from the stock assessment. So that has those changes in recruitment, changes in weighted age, but it also has the effect of fishing on it. So really what we think about this, if we weren't fishing for Pacific halibut, we would expect the biomass to look like that black line. And let's say that we had some objective to keep the biomass above 600 million pounds or something like that. Well, even without fishing, the biomass would be below that level at this point in time. So the blue line then is estimated spawning biomass. And what you can see is when the spawning biomass was at its peak in terms of an unfished level, recruitment was high, weighted age was high, that we had about a 43% reduction due to fishing. And so there was this 57% relative spawning biomass. But then as we move forward in time, you see in 2011, there was a 70% reduction due to fishing. So the relative spawning biomass would have been 30% at that point in time. And what you notice is the blue line has a slightly steeper slope than the black line. So there's an effect of fishing there. We're fishing down the stock. And there's also changes in recruitment and weighted age. But the real key here is that in recent years, we had this period of low recruitment, and thus the black line has a pretty steep decline in recent years, but the blue line has been held steady. So we've had less of an effect of fishing, and the environment has had quite an effect on the spawning biomass. And therefore, the relative spawning biomass relative to the unfished level has actually rebuilt a little bit. And we're currently operating at about 42% relative spawning biomass. So there's another plot that I showed yesterday from last year. This was a plot presented by Dr. Stewart as well. And this is now actually relative spawning biomass on that y-axis, on that vertical axis. And the dark blue line is showing there, we're coming down to about that 30% that we showed in around 2011. And then that relative spawning biomass has been increasing, even though the absolute spawning biomass, the actual number out there, is remaining constant. And that's because this is relative to that unfished level. And so sometimes it's confusing because we're seeing this decline in catch rates, we're seeing decline in the FIS results, but yet we're telling you the stock status is increasing. And this is really, we're trying to separate those effects of the environment, the effects of recruitment, weighted age, from the effects of fishing, and outline those two. And of course, in management, we may want to consider both of those effects. So I just wanted to remind people, and this is going back to 2019, that we did an analysis using an equilibrium model, using a stock assessment, and also using the MSE. But I wanted to show you some results from the stock assessment that we looked at in terms of what we're calling these dynamic reference points. And sorry for all the confusing plots here, but I just wanted to point out a couple of key features here. In the second plot down on the right, where two of those arrows are pointing, that's what a plot of maximum sustainable yield. So you probably heard that a lot in fisheries management. That is like, if we managed at a constant level, what would be the maximum yield we could get out of this stock? And a lot of times you hear maximum sustainable yield is 55. And yeah, okay, I can do that every year. But no, the halibut population is variable, and maximum sustainable yield depends on weighted age and a recruitment regime. How much recruitment's coming in, right? So if fish are big, we could probably get more yield out of it because they're growing faster, they get bigger at age. If recruitment tends to be high, we can get more yield out of it because more young fish are coming into the stock. So I wanted to point out here that in our estimates, maximum sustainable yield, depending on the conditions of the stock, may be over 100 million pounds, but it may also be less than 40 million pounds. So it's quite variable. And then to take that just one step further, in the third plot down here, you see this line is actually relative spawning biomass if you fished at that MSY level. And it's showing you that the relative spawning biomass is about 20-something% here. So if we fished at the maximum sustainable yield consistently, we would drive the stock down to below 30%. And that would be consistent because that's relative to unfished, dynamic unfished levels. So one thing we're really certain about in Pacific halibut is that it's variable, that things change over time, and that we have fishing effects and we have environmental effects. And then the last slide I wanted to show you is from the poster out in the lobby. And this is actually the table of performance metrics from that poster. And I wanted to point out the thing called median TCY. So this is what we would expect the TCY to be on average in the long term if we fished at SPR 43%. But the key here is we've split it out to say, what if the PDO is always low, meaning there was low average recruitment, and what if the PDO is always high? There's always high average recruitment. And so what you can see is there's quite a difference in what you'd expect the TCY to be. If we were always in a low regime, TCY might be around 50 million pounds. And of course, this has higher weighted age than is currently happening in the stock. But if the PDO is always high, we would expect to have around 80 million pounds in the TCY. So this might help explain why many of you have been in this fishery 20, 30, 40 years, why you've seen the changes that you've seen in this fishery. In the 80s, fish were growing large, we're getting high TCYs. Now we're in TCYs around 30 million pounds. So it's quite a difference. And it's because there's some fishing effect, but there's a lot of environmental effect on this stock. I'm happy to take any questions on that. I see Brian's queued up.
Thank you, Dr. Hicks. Looking at this, and I see, like you said, there's those big differences in median TCY, but then we look at median TCY region 2, and that difference isn't really as pronounced. Could you characterize that, walk us through that?
Yeah, so the PDO has an effect on recruitment, but in this operating model, it also has an effect on movement of the fish between these different regions. And that is actually a really interesting result that we found from this analysis. And it's explained more on the poster out in the lobby. But what we found is that in some regions, the fishing effect is large and the environmental effect is not very large, as you can see for region 2 here. And in other regions, the fishing effect, there's really no fishing effect on the region, but the environment has a larger effect on the region. And I think that's, well, region 3 is showing it here. I can't remember exactly, but on the poster, it explains that more in how there's these regional differences. And that has a lot to do with movement and how the fish move in these different regimes and where recruitment ends up going in these different regimes.
Any other questions? Who am I missing? Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Hicks. 2 questions. One, could you go back to the when you were explaining the relative spawning biomass slide? Come back to that slide.
Let me know when I get there. I think it was on almost every slide.
Oh, sorry. I think we just missed it. Next one, sorry.
That's okay.
That
that slide there. Okay.
Sorry, could you just repeat what you said again? I was trying to make sure I wrap my brain around it.
Yes, sure. So these are results from last year, the 99th annual meeting that Dr. Stewart presented. And he presented this plot down on the lower left where relative spawning biomass, that's the percent spawning biomass relative to unfished levels, is on that vertical y-axis across the years starting in 1993. And the dark red area is just 20%. The dashed line is 30%, and that just corresponds to our trigger and limit in our control role. So the blue line is showing you the relative spawning biomass over those years. And you can see the relative spawning biomass declined because we were fishing relatively heavy throughout the 90s and the early 2000s. And so that declined to a low where we had driven the stock down to about 30% of its unfished size. And that's not bad. That's okay. You know, that's probably close to where we want the stock to be to get maximum yields. However, we've backed off of that fishing in more recent years, and I think many of you are aware there's been TCYs set lower than reference levels, and there's been precautionary management, and that's actually had an effect in that the relative spawning biomass is increasing because fishing is having less of an effect on the stock. And so this in a relative sense, but if we look back and we plot in an absolute sense, so this plots in absolute biomass, we see the black line is decreasing because of environmental effects, and the blue line is slightly decreased but remained relatively stable. So even though absolute spawning biomass has remained stable, status has increased in recent years. That's because it's the blue line relative to the black line.
Okay, so, but the increase that we saw, like we're at B42 now, or we were last year, sorry. A lot of that though was attributed, or I guess how much of that was attributed to the fact that the productivity was updated. I thought that was the reason for the big, like I think the year before before we did the productivity update, we were at B33 or something like that.
I don't remember the exact value, but was it like 36 Ian? Yeah, I think it was like 36%. So it had a slight effect, but the shape of this plot did not change with that update in the stock assessment.
Okay. And my next question was going back to the previous slide. Okay. I think that's a very interesting slide. I'm trying to recollect, did we run at MSAP a no fishing scenario, or you know what I'm saying, where we just to see how the stock would behave? In other words, carrying this out into the future. I can't remember if we ran that or not, because I think that would be kind of interesting to see how the stock behaves in the absence of fishing. Thank you.
Yes, we certainly did. Those results probably were not focused on as much. On the poster out there, I ran some no fishing scenarios, but when you run a no fishing scenario in the MSE, I thought last night I would include that figure, and I actually didn't. But there is a figure in an MSE document with no fishing, and of course the relative spawning biomass just goes to 100%. But the absolute spawning biomass in the no fishing scenario, you can see how much that goes up and down, and it's quite a wide range of potential. And it's just basically like the black plot here. Without fishing, the spawning biomass could be above, 1,000 million pounds, 1 billion pounds, and it could be less than 400 million pounds, even without fishing. So there's a huge amount of variability in this stock.
So could you, when you get a chance, just let us know what document that's in? Because I'm like I say, I must have forgotten it, missed it, lost my mind. Thanks.
There's a figure in, if you go to the MSE research page on our IPHC.int website, there's a document there that's sort of the MSE for 2023. I think it's document IPHC MSE 2024-01. And there's a figure in there. It has like purple shaded areas. I can't remember if it's figure 2 or something like that. That will show some projections with no fishing and projections with an SPR 43%. Come up to me and I can show it to you if you can't find it.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Forrest.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for this presentation, and I don't know how if I can articulate this correctly, but just looking at this, I'm just wondering if it's like a pipe dream to think that we could have a harvest strategy policy that would hold, our coastwide TCY in the 45 to 50, maybe 55 million pound range, it, without just having making these same hard decisions that we're making here at 35 to 37 million pounds. Like, is there some way to approach this? My takeaway right now is no, there's not. We're just going to be skimping to hold it at a higher level, and our regulatory TCUIs are going to suffer the same way they are now. But is that a mischaracterization?
It's a really good question. And having those goals or those objectives of having a TCY around 50 million pounds or whatever, it's a really good objective to have. And what we've been learning from the MSE is that there's some parts of this stock that we just don't have control over. There's things that we just can't control. And occasionally, due to lack of recruitment, small size at age, we may have to have TCYs down in the 30 million pounds. But if we capped, and there was a harvest strategy proposed by Bill Clark and Steve Hare years and years ago called the CCC, constant catch. I forget what it stood for, but it was holding the catch at say 50 million pounds. And if spawning biomass got low, we'd reduce that catch, but never going above 50 million pounds, say, or something like that, 60 million pounds, whatever it is. That might help build up spawning biomass for times in need. It's like putting fish in the savings. However, fish die of natural mortality. You put money in the bank, some of that money is going to disappear, and that's what happens in fisheries, is there's natural mortality as well, and you're competing fishing versus natural mortality. So I think we can have the objective of maintaining high TCUIs, but we do have the realization that just due to circumstances out of our control, occasionally those TCUIs are going to go to lower levels than 50 million pounds. The MSE results were fishing at constant F43% levels. We saw TCUIs ranging from in the 20s to above 120 million pounds. So yeah, we can try to do things to make it less likely to go below those in a management procedure, but then it gets more complicated.
It was constant conditional catch. It went over like a lead balloon.
Yes. Thank you, Jim. I knew that would evoke some emotion.
Phil.
Thank you, Dr. Hicks. Looking at this diagram, I'm not the person to run the computers and stuff, but where we got in trouble is in the 2003 to 2006 area at the top of that peak. There was one year on the 80th celebration of the Halibut Commission, we harvested 80 million and we took another 20 million miscellaneous. So I think there's a lot to be learned from that, looking at that big bump up there, but we were allowed to overharvest by 30 million pounds a year for 3 years there. And so that's why that radical decline came in about 2006. And that's why we have such a big gap in there, because we were allowed to overharvest those years. And so that conditional constant catch brought that on. I was pretty green when I first came to the meetings, but we would leave the meeting and we knew we were overharvesting. We were saying, trust the science, and we were just laughing. And then all of a sudden we paid for the 40-50% crashes. But I think as fishermen, we can look back and say there is a limit to what we can harvest, and to get more smoothing in our peaks and lows is that we have to get back into that 50-60 million range to harvest. But we also have to remember too that when looking at this, we've also suffered right in that same time as when we had the 2005 year class emerged as what's been carrying us. But then we've gone 6 years after that with no recruitment basically. So that's even driven things more radical. But we just need to work ourselves out of the situation, probably by more conservation. And that's about the only thing we're going to get back up to where we want to be, because the warning signs are all there. I mean, we're at 172 million. We're really close to to really falling off the edge where we probably need to bring down harvest yields down to 15%. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Excellent characterization. And you're seeing exactly that. You're seeing that effective fishing with that steeper blue line. But remember, it's a combination of factors as well. There was definitely effective fishing, but size at age was also declining quite rapidly in this stock. And then, as you mentioned, the lack of recruitment, just all those things came together and has put us where we are today.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try to stick to questions, but go ahead, Ken.
I mean, I think it'd be fair to characterize. I mean, I totally agree with, exactly what you're seeing there. And would it be fair to characterize that? Because in my recollection, when we were walking out of this room and the time space where it got down to that 30% level, that we were actually having pretty good fishing on the grounds. Our catch rate was pretty darn good. And we had no idea that we were getting down to that 30% level. And today we have, I believe, way more better information to make our decisions on. And if your class is, I think it's a really big thing. And that's proven out over time when you go back and you look at it. And obviously we have variations in that stock. And with the information we have, we should be able to make better decisions on being cautious or moderately fishing and those types of things. Would it be fair to characterize it that way?
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Ken, in that, when Dr. Stewart came in 2012 and started the ensemble model and made a lot of changes to the stock assessment, those were some really great improvements that I think really brought together the idea of uncertainty in this stock. And that's what we're really talking about. Variability translates to uncertainty. And so we just don't know where we are. So, and then with the advent of the decision table and presenting it in terms of a risk, you can really think about it now. What's your risk tolerance? And you can look at that decision table and you have a really excellent tool to help you make a decision on what sort of TCY you'd like to see this year that translates into the risks in the coming 3 years.
Okay, thanks so much, Dr. Hicks. Oh, okay, let's take one more, but then I think we better move along. We have a
Yep,
lot to get
thanks.
through.
So coming off of your last statement about the risk table, can you say anything about how to think about, as you look at the difference in the columns and the percent of risk changes, how to best think about that? Because I've heard, oh, well, it's only a 5% difference. That's like, we don't need to worry about that. Can you say anything that would help provide more context or information there? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one because there's still a lot of uncertainty in the stock. And the key there is we're trying to characterize the uncertainty in this. We're not trying to hide any of that uncertainty. So as you move from left to right or right to left in that decision table, sometimes those chances, those probabilities, those numbers don't change by large amounts. And that's important to realize as well. But I think, you just have to use it as it says, and look at, the columns that say, okay, there's a 50-50 chance that the spawning biomass will remain the same at this TCY in 3 years. Okay, am I happy with that? Do I want to move right or left of that? Start taking those sort of anchor points in that decision table might be a good way to move forward off of that. But it's hard. That's why I'm a scientist, not a decision maker.
Okay, thank you. I guess we have one online, so we'll take one last one and then go on. Tom Markey. He has a mic. I think you're still muted, Tom.
Okay, I finally got unmuted. It took a little bit. regarding that graph, way back in 2013, I think, and Jim Blaine, maybe you can back me up on this. We discussed this with Dr. Martell in the MSAB meetings. That, and my memory serves me, they thought there was a strong recruitment event that happened in the mid 90s, and thus they allowed a little harder fishing in the early 2000s, expecting that recruitment event to show up about 3, 4, 5, and then it didn't. And they'd realized by 7 or 8 that that was a mistake. And I think that's in the back of my memory, in my notes somewhere, that they thought there was a good recruitment event that didn't ever show up. And that's part of why we allowed heavy fishing through the mid 2000s. That just stuck in my memory somewhere. Thank you.
I think that's why Dr. Stewart said, let's wait and see what the data have to say before we make any huge decisions on this, and he's characterized 17, 18 might be big. We won't know for a few more years.
All right. Thanks so much, Dr. Hicks. Do we have, oh, there you are. Come on up, Ray. Do you have a PowerPoint you need up there, or you just?
I don't know. Depends what you're asking me, I guess. Maybe we could have my presentation from yesterday queued up just in case there's something there.
Yeah, great.
I can
In
point
questions. Okay. Yeah. Do you have a few comments you want to make, or you just want to take questions? Well,
I'm here at your discretion then. Yeah, ask me what you need to ask. I don't have any particular comments.
nothing. Okay.
No.
So hopefully people were able to be in the room and hear the presentation that we heard from Dr. Webster on the FIS. He's here now to answer any questions people might have. I know there's been a fair bit of concern about where the survey happened and didn't happen and how it happened. So if anybody has issues they want to raise, questions you want to ask, let's hear it. Go ahead, Brian.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. Kind of piggybacking on some of what we heard from Jeff yesterday, I'm wondering, specific to biological region 4, what kind of coverage would you suggest would be good out there? Maybe whether that be a percentage or of coverage, or I know that we're doing kind of blocks of coverage in other regions, for us to have a reasonable level of confidence in what might be happening out there as far as abundance and recruitment. I know we have the trawl surveys out there, but as far as coverage with the FIS, is there a percentage, is there a number where you could say that we would have confidence in what's happening?
Thanks for the question. Excuse me. So when we presented to the Scientific Review Board back in June, our recommendation, maybe it'll show up. I don't know if the presentation's coming, but it was, if I recall correctly, we were recommending, so Area 4 is composed of 2 regulatory areas, 4A and 4CDE, Region 4, I should say. So maybe I address those both separately. Regulatory area 4A, our recommendation was that at the very least we fish. Yeah, do I have control of this? It's not. Was that we fish at the mouse works? Oh, okay. Thank you. There it is. Okay, that's all. Or not. Okay, yeah, I guess. Okay, keep going. Oh, is it me doing this? Okay, this one. Right. You can see we recommended an relatively extensive survey in 4A. And the reason was that in recent years, we've only been able to fish the western part of 4A. And in some recent years, not completely. There was no survey in 2020 because of COVID, and a reduced survey, I think, the following year or 2 years after that. And the eastern part of the Aleutians and Foray, we hadn't fished for a number of years. And so we're having increasing concerns about bias creeping into the estimates in that regulatory area. And so I can't answer questions about recruitment and so on, but in terms of getting estimates for the indices and stock distribution, and having accurate estimates for that regulatory area and therefore more accurate estimates for Region 4 as a whole, to reduce the risk of bias, we wanted a quite extensive survey in 4A. So as a percentage of stations, if this is what we wanted to do in the absence of any considerations for funding, that's most of the stations in 4A. And likewise, 4CD, we had different considerations for putting forward for a number of years, fishing the entire shelf edge in Pribilof and St. Matthew. And that's because of uncertainty in the changes in the stock distribution and the relationship between the stock on either side of the US and Russian boundaries. It's an area that declined is in parallel with the figures that Alan showed you just before, declined rapidly in the early 2000s and has been relatively stable since then. But but we've seen evidence of a shift in the distribution of that stock to the north on average in recent years. In terms of 4CD, in terms of bias and precision, it's less important that we sample the FIS there in 2024. The bulk of the region is made up of the shallow waters that the Troll Survey is covering. And so we have, if we were to miss an area in 2024 in terms of what we're looking for at the IPHC, regardless of anyone else's interests in this, we could get by without the 4CD edge data for a year like we did in 2020. But that's probably not a direct answer to your question, but this is what we desired to do prior to the funding constraints leading us to come up with our designs for the survey.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Go ahead, Forrest.
Yeah, thank you very much. So there was some mention yesterday about extrapolating from fishery WPE or fishery results to stations or areas where we don't have FIS data. So just the title itself, Fishery Independent Setline Survey, obviously we know the selectivity is different in the survey than in the fishery. So I'm just trying to consolidate those two ideas, and if you take time series and compare them and then adjust for that, or how does that work?
I know that the complex, well, folks who rely on fisheries data for indices, it's a much more complex process to ensure all of that is standardized in a consistent way through space and through time. So it wouldn't be a straightforward process to reconcile those. And I know that Ian has done some work on that in the recent past. I did actually look for an area like 4B where we had no survey last year and sparse surveys in recent years. There isn't a lot of fisheries data out there either these days, and it's very patchy where the fishing is being undertaken. So even were we able to use that, it's given the nature of the fishery out west, it's not as informative as we might like it to be in terms of filling in gaps where we have them. So and where we have surveys, we don't need the fisheries data. So it would not be a straightforward exercise. It's one I personally would rather not do. I'd rather have the survey producing its consistent estimates out there. It's nice to see that we can. It's very helpful to compare that with the fisheries indices and see that on a broad scale they're telling us relatively consistent stories. But it's a pretty complex process to turn fisheries data into something that's consistent with the survey index.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, I think Garrett has Garrett Elwood online. Go ahead, Garrett. You might be on mute still, Garrett. We're not hearing you.
About now.
Now we got you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Webster. I just was looking to get a little better understanding of the modeled FIS results for Area 4. And I'm assuming that there's some weighting or blending in the absence of a survey between the trawl survey and the fishery logbook data. And, you know, just looking at the logbook data and the experiences and performance of myself and fishermen in Area 4 in general, it's a little puzzling that the modeled FIS in the absence of the FIS is you know, not showing some kind of decline there. So I was just looking to maybe understand how much the logbook data is weighted in the absence of a FIS, and maybe the relationship between the survey and the logbook data as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And this may end up being more of a question for Dr. Stewart than for me, because the space-time modeling that I do doesn't use fishery-dependent data at all. It's only fishery-independent data. So when we're talking about Area 4, we're talking about for 2023, it was the trawl survey data only that's feeding into that model, and the data from previous years from our own survey. And we did have surveys in the 4CD Edge was surveyed completely from 2021 to 2022. Western 4A was surveyed in both of those years as well. Where the logbook data come in is through the stock assessment, where the index based on the fishery data is a component of the assessment, as is the index based on the fishery independent data. So Dr. Stewart can talk more about how those are weighted and blended in the assessment model, but in the absence of survey data, there's more weight results as I understand it, in the fishery dependent data. So hopefully that clarifies some things and how the data from the two sources are used.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much. Or did I miss someone? No. Got everybody? Thanks so much, Dr. Wesper. All right. Well, I think our next step, I'm sure you're all looking forward to this. We're going to see if our voting system, we have all the names up. Are you all ready over there? Okay. So you tell me, we're going to put everybody's name up as if we were going to vote and make sure everybody's on the screen that thinks they should be on the screen. Okay. Let's do that. Great. Okay. Oops. Where are we going? Awesome. So here is the list. The red is people who are online. And if there isn't red by your name, you are here in the room, we hope. And if you don't see your name and no one else can find your name, raise your hand and we'll make sure you get added. We're missing somebody? Oh, spelled wrong. We can fix that too. Maybe let the, is that the best person to, yeah, they'll fix it over there.
You have Chuck Ashcroft as being in the room, but he's online.
Okay. Who's able to fix that? Is that all? Okay.
I don't mind 2 votes.
And why do we have some in blue? What's the meaning of that?
It means they tried voting.
Oh, okay. They're trying to vote already. Oh, did we miss the community of St. Paul? We're missing the Myron Meladoff from the community of St. Paul. Did you get that? Okay. Anybody else missing? We missing
HCA is listed on there twice.
ACA?
HCA.
Yeah,
HCA.
this is Tom Marking. I don't see myself in there anywhere.
Okay, stand by. So we need Homer Charter Association. Okay.
Yeah, if we could remove Duda.
Homer Charter Association added.
There's no list being displayed online currently.
Oh, can we do, oh. There's no list being displayed here right now either. I think they're working on adding to it. That's great. Okay, so did you get Homer Charter Association to add as well? And then Tom Markey, I think we're missing. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
it should be RFA California, and I think you had me down as RFAN for North, which is probably Jim Martin. But now I don't see it myself at all anymore now.
So we have for Homer Charter, we have that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So Daniel, you are representing Homer Charter Association? Okay, so it should be Daniel Donich for Homer Charter Association. Okay. And then Tom, can you say again who you should be listed as representing?
Yeah, it should be RFA California.
RFA California.
And then if you have RFAN, that's probably Jim Martin for up in Alaska.
Showing up.
He should be on the list. He's on
I guess you are on the list. Maybe you just missed your name.
Oh, okay.
Jim Martin is not, but you,
Okay,
Tom
okay.
Markey is. But Jim Martin also didn't answer yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, I was there briefly and then it disappeared. So that's why I don't know what's going on.
Okay, Chris, are we missing somebody else?
Yeah, can we pop can you put the list back up? I'm just trying to make sure. I thought we might be missing a couple, like Rob Stanley. I think that's being corrected though. He's for BC Halibut Longliners. But I just wanted to see, is Angus Grote on there for Steveston? And is David Boyce on there for Halibut Advisory Board? I just can't, the list isn't there anymore.
We had David Boyce. I don't remember if we had Angus. We do have
Okay, they're
Angus.
on the list there. Okay.
So while they're fixing the list, they can't display it, but I think in a minute they'll be able to put it back up.
Okay.
Michael Fowler, North Coast Sports Fishing Advisory Board. I don't see my name on either the list for this meeting and I still haven't been approved for the voting. Thank you.
How close are we to being ready to display should we give people a stand down, or how close are you to being able to put the corrected list back up? 2 minutes? Okay. 2 minute at ease. Because it'll probably. Myron, you're city of St. Paul or tribal government of St. Paul? Tribal government. Okay. We did have you on the list. Okay.
Linda, it's Garrett. Should online folks be like logged into this voting link that we received yesterday right now? Should we be logged in?
Yes, you should be logged in, because the next thing we're going to do is season dates, and we'll want people to be able to vote.
Copy that.
And did you end up finding your name, Garrett? Did we get you? He's on the list. You're on the list.
Well,
Okay.
yesterday it was on there.
Okay.
But
All right.
I don't know. There
Tasha
was
says
like a
you're on there.
blotched out corner of the screen, and it's possible I was behind
You're
that.
seeing all that.
Micah Fowler is.
Okay, I'm just looking at the chat, and we do have Michael Fowler. We have your acronym wrong, so we'll fix that. Derek is also there, Crafting. Maybe the people are looking alphabetically for their name, but they are alphabetical first for people in the room, and then alphabetical for people online. So go through the whole list. You know, why don't we just take a morning break right now? Let's take 10 minutes, because then we won't need another morning break. And then hopefully we have the voting list ready. So let's see if we can be back at 10. Take an 8-minute break. Okay, I'm hoping to get started. I'm hoping people are making their way back. So we have names up now. If the acronym is not right, we'll get it fixed later. Let's just make sure we have the names right and nobody's missing. And remember, there are two lists. One list is in person, one list is online. And then I'm gonna turn it, Basha wants to explain something about getting rid of the red line, right?
Thank you, Linda. So here's a list of organizations that we have provided into the voting system. So the first section includes all the voters that have the clickers available, and then the organizations that have been provided credentials for online voting have their by their name red or green. If you don't have a green, that means you might not be ready for online vote. Just refresh the page and this should turn green and you will be ready to vote. And we would ask now for everyone to try the vote, just any vote for testing. And that's a reminder, your name first will be gray. Once you cast a vote, it will be turning blue. Once we close the vote, we will show the actual voting, so whether it was yes, no, or abstain. And if there are some corrections to things like acronyms, as long as the last name matches, please let's go ahead with the vote and we'll fix these. And in the record, we'll make sure everything is corrected. Yes, that's correct. We should be refreshing the page to make sure that the thing is ready for voting.
This is Carter Hughes from SPC. I still can't vote, so it's.
So Carter, refresh the page you're on and see if the red goes away and it then allows you to vote.
Well, I'm looking at the cloud vote and it says, please wait until operator verifies your data.
I'm sorry, I can't hear Carter. Could we have a little quieter in the room? I couldn't hear. What did you say, Carter?
When I go to the cloud vote and I tried to sign in there, it says, please wait until the operator verifies your data. So I don't know. I suppose I can call Seattle.
That's what mine shows too. Even after refreshing.
All right, here's what we're going to do because we still have a lot of problems. We are going to do the old-fashioned roll call, raise your hand vote. And online, I guess we'll just have people, same thing. You can raise your little electronic hand for yes or for no, and you can tell us if you're abstaining. Because there's still quite a few. We have a double, we have people missing, we have people can't vote. So let's just get to a motion quickly here on season. Let's take it separate: season opening date and then season closing date, and see conversation. So go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, FVOA proposes March 7th, December 7th, very similar to last year's.
Okay, we're just taking the opening date first. All right, so we don't get into amendments. It gets complicated with amendments with two different countries. So let's say March 7th.
Roger.
Okay. Second on that. Okay. You want to speak to that?
I'd like to give people a chance to fish as much as possible if they want to go out there early. I don't want to be the person to tell them no. I know going earlier than March 7th last year was hard on the U.S. side. NOAA has complained about being able to get the permits printed in time on our side. So March 7th is consistent with last year. If people are going to say they don't know who they're going to sell their fish to, I think those are all just, if there's not a market, then there's not a market. But I don't see any reason why the season still can't be open.
Phil, go ahead.
Well, I had originally proposed the 15th, and I'm sticking with that. so I'll be voting against this motion. But you have to remember right now, it's a whole different world out there in the seafood game as far as the longline industry goes. And it's, we have to realize the processors right now are in a pretty desperate situation, and they need all the help they can, and they're going to be dictating to us when the best time is. And so we have to work hand in hand with them. We have to enhance our quality, and we're probably going to have to bring in smaller amounts of fish that satisfy the fresh market, because that's the only place you're going to get a good price. So the one thing you have to remember is that this Boston Seafood Show is where they can really promote the product. That opens on the 10th through the 12th of March. And they need to be able to meet with their customers beforehand, and they won't be available on that time. It conflicts with the opening on the 8th. And so you basically, those people are going to say, well, our salespeople are back in Boston. They can't really organize the fresh sales. So what you have is a problem there. Well, we also know that the Processors Advisory Group, which is probably the group that a lot of those guys handle fresh halibut, they've already voted for the 15th. So that's another reason that we want to be supportive. But if we can get the people at the Boston Seafood Show to know that there's product coming right after the 15th, they can promote this stuff. We used to talk about being able to get our product out there right away, but if we can promote this stuff and get a big sales push on that on the 15th, we can get a higher price and maybe carry and handle a lot more volume, because there will be a huge pile of halibut show up at any opening date of the 2 or 3 days later. So we need to basically have more strategy involved in how we handle this. And the last thing I'll add is that the tides are huge on the 8th. They're just building on the 8th. So if they're going to be some of the biggest tides, like the Juneau tides are 20-foot difference between high and low. And so it's kind of like, it's not advantageous to stand out there. And with high tides, you get worse weather, but you also get a lot more gear conflicts, gear drifting, a lot more everything, because you got to remember this is a black cod opening too. And so we have to remember that the 15th, as the tides are coming down, so it makes perfect sense for us to start a whole new process of how we handle our halibut. And I think a lot of our concerns nowadays is going to be around the Boston Seafood Show and opening after their date. Whatever their date is, we'll be opening after the date. But we have to start thinking about quality and every other way we can promote this product to get the best dollar out of it. So thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Anybody else? Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, we have the same concerns on that date about tides, but we like your point about, and we agree with your point about having the longer opportunity. And we're wondering if we'd be able to consider something like March 3rd or March 4th as a conference board. I don't know if we make a friendly amendment. I'm asking for that. I recognize the points you made, but I do agree with about NOAA and the like. But I do agree with your points about giving as much opportunity as possible. One of our biggest competitors is and is going to be the Atlantic halibut from Canada. And that fishery is still going. That TAC is still going up. Okay, and so they're going to be competing with us. We need to be able to put fresh fish on the market for as long as possible. No one's forcing anybody to go out there and fish those days, but the opportunity is there to provide fish to the market if the market wants it. So I agree with all your points. I'm just wondering if we can move it up a little and get in before those tides. We share your concerns about the tides for those dates, but that's what we'd prefer.
Okay. I'm getting a note passed to me that NOAA US managers are saying they can't support anything earlier than March 10th. And, conference board hasn't always listened to NOAA in the past, but just so you know, that's the feedback they're giving to us and we'll give to the commissioners. Okay, go ahead, Nils.
Yeah, I agree with what Phil said on the 15th. With a large amount of members that hold 2C quota, those tides are really important to us for the start date. So with that proposed start date on the 7th, a lot of my members would not be able to go fish for that first week. It would also lead to greater spreading of the fleet by having it later. The inside guys that fish that 2C predominantly, they won't be crowded in with the big boats that go outside anyways for the beginning of the season. So it leads to greater spread of our fleet as well to start the season.
Go ahead, Linda.
We've been long advocates for as wide a possible season as we could get. We've advocated for sablefish for year-round seasons, and we recognize the limitations on the government to be able to provide those permits to go fishing. I still think they were able to do it last year, and I think that if we and I appreciate the suggestion to go back to the 3rd, but I still think I'd like to stick on the 7th, simply because we would like to have National Marine Fishery Service be able to provide the permits. But we have been long supporters of providing as much fishing opportunity as possible under IFQs. There's no reason other than logistics that we couldn't have a year-round season. And so I think I'd like to stick with the March 7th and see where it falls.
Okay, let's take another and then we'll call for a vote maybe.
I'd support the earlier opening, just in the sense that the market should dictate whether there's a buyer or not. And each area has specific weather, specific tides, and that should be up to you whether you go out or not. But it shouldn't hinder the rest of the fleet. And as far as the permits getting out, in the past, the permits were getting out in this time frame when they're being sent through the snail mail, and now they're being downloaded electronically. So I don't see why there should be such a constraint from NOAA. So I'm in support of the motion.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, each year we seem to be butting up against this. NOAA, they're unable to issue you guys' permits, and I can sympathize with that. But I feel like that's a domestic issue that you guys should be really pushing your government, because they should not be able to limit when our opening is. You know, what's the point of these meetings for sitting here and you're getting notes passed to you guys saying, oh, our government says the opening should be the 10th. It's like, well, why do we even show up to these meetings then? It's kind of getting frustrating for me personally, not being able to decide when we open our fishery, because there's kind of a logistical problem with you guys getting your permits.
Okay, just to be clear, they didn't say the opening should be the 10th. They said they don't support an opening before the 10th. So they're not being quite that dictatorial. Okay, so if people
I think
are.
Kirill had his hand up for a while.
Who did?
Kirill.
Oh, sorry, Kirill.
We actually support the earlier opener due to, we're not thinking about the processors now. The earlier opener would support the self-marketers because they could get their halibut in earlier. That way they can get a better price for their fish, because there's a lot of self-marketers out there that do fish and market their fish, and they can get a high dollar price for their fish before the big conglomerate Trident or Icicle or Copper River come in to start buying their fish at lower prices. So we do support the earlier openers.
Okay, thanks for that, Kirill.
So
Carter Hughes has his hand up. Carter, give you a chance to talk.
One comment on about NOAA is they're much larger. What the amount of fisheries they have to manage is substantially larger than their Canadian counterpart, and that probably has something to do with them dealing with getting the paperwork out. But one thing that hasn't been discussed is what's happening on the back end is getting out from my perspective anyways, getting the recovery fee paperwork out. It seems like it doesn't even make it until New Year's anymore. And then, but it's pushing, then it's all due by the 30th of January. And, that's becoming a problem too. So, I certainly wouldn't want to see the date. I don't even like it ending in December now because of that, but I don't know how I'm going to vote here. Everyone's got good points on when it should open, but that back end, I just wanted to bring that up because that hasn't really been discussed much. That's all.
Okay, we're going to take the closing date up as a separate motion, but Chris, go ahead.
Just want to make sure we're going to discuss the opening time as well and the closing time. Just want
Yes,
to make sure.
let's also take that separate, and I think we want enforcement in the room for that, so.
So there's some people online wishing to, what is the actual motion on the floor?
The motion is for an opening date of November 7th, and we're going to address the time issue separately and the closing date separately. I'm
Okay.
sorry, God, March 7th. Okay. All right, let's try this. We'll do US first, then Canada. Jim, so US in the room and online here, raise your hand, hold it up so we can get a good count. Online, raise your little tiny electronic hand if you can do that. Can they do that? Okay, and we will count. All right, so motion on the floor is for opening date of March 7th. So if you support that, hands up. So I have 1, 2, 3 up. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 in favor in the room. Are you able to count online?
I think there was a gentleman in the back voting.
Oh,
It's 10.
10. Okay.
Plus 3.
I got Kirill.
Plus 3 online.
Okay, and we have 3 online. 10 in the room, 3 online. So US in favor is 13. Let's do those opposed. Those opposed, hands up. Looks like we have a lot of people abstaining. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How about online? 1, so 6 abstaining, or 6 no. Okay. All right, and how many people who are abstaining from the vote? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And how about online? Okay, well, while we finish tallying up the US side, Jim, why don't you go ahead and call for the vote on the Canadian side?
I would if I could see anybody. Okay, and I don't even have the list. So for Canada in the room, how many in favor? And I can't see you.
Okay, how many in favor? I can count, but okay. How many in favor of an opening date of March 7th? We have none in the room supporting. And then online, we're doing thumbs up is yes, thumbs down is no, and abstain is a hand. Open hand is abstain. Okay. So thumbs down. It looks like it's across the board, thumbs down. All right.
Seven against.
Okay, and in the room, we had no votes yes, I assume. What do you guys, let's try opposed. Okay, so it's not that people are abstaining, it's a no. Got it. That's unanimous no. So on the US side, we had 13 in favor, 6 opposed, and 11 abstaining, which means it fails because the abstentions count as no's.
So Linda, are we, if it's none of our business, should we just like not even abstain? To make it more equitable? It doesn't seem like, it seems like our abstention could sway the outcomes, and really we have no business talking about opening and closing dates for the commercial fishery. How should that be handled?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm right, in our terms of reference, abstentions count as a no vote on an
I don't
issue.
think so.
No, do we discount them? Am I remembering that wrong?
Well, an abstention means you just have no opinion. or you're not providing an opinion one way or the other. So they're just lost votes.
Yeah, I
Right?
mean,
You're not,
that's not how it's done with Robert rules, but if that's how it is in our terms of reference.
I don't think it spells out in the terms of reference what abstention means. Gary, what's abstention mean in Robert's rules?
No. It'd be-
It's up to the organization to define it. It's up to you.
Clarify that in their rules. Yeah, and my understanding of when we set the latest rules, and we didn't adopt Roberts, we set some separate provisions, was that abstentions were not counted as nays or yays. They are an indication of people not being willing to give an opinion.
That's my understanding.
Well, I will defer to your better memories on that. So in that case, then this passes 13-6 for the US with an opening date of March 7th, and it fails on Canada side. So
Canada would propose an opening date. We'd go through this again.
yeah,
Yeah,
if you
I
want
mean,
to,
can we move a motion?
yeah, and we'll just send a split message to the commissioners.
Okay, well, for reasons discussed earlier, and I'll read it. Okay, first of all, the motion is a March 1st opening date. Do you have a seconder?
I'll second.
Okay.
I'll
Moved and
speak to the
seconded.
motion. March 1st is, first of all, we think that we need to be opening and providing a season that allows as much opportunity as possible to get people to catch their fish and to provide fish to the market. We've opened in early March before. It will keep us away from the tides and give an opportunity before the tides build around March 7th to get some fish onto the market. And like I say, we've got competition from other sources, and this gives as much flexibility as possible for people to get the fish out of the water and to provide service to the market. So thank you.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
I'd also like to speak to the motion and in favor of the March 1st because there's a growing number of individual dock sales that people are trying to get more money for their fish through marketing it through themselves. And that would give them an opportunity. We're also in Canada, we're under fully integrated ground fish management. So all our bycatch is accounted for, and we do have other groundfish fisheries like sablefish and rockfish that encounter halibut while we're out there fishing. And it would be nice to retain the halibut when we're encountering those directed fisheries for rockfish and sablefish as an added source of revenue, because the halibut that we catch and release, there's a mortality associated with that, and that comes off our quota. So that costs us money to throw our halibut away. So I'm in favor of the longest season possible, and those are my reasons. Thank you.
Okay, so Jim, if it's easier, I can call for the vote for Canada on a season opening date of March 1st.
Oh yeah, you can count them.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
You call for it.
So Canada, all in favor of March 1st season opening date.
I count 8 in the room.
Online.
8 online is what we're seeing.
Is it a raised hand for yes or
Yes,
or thumbs
yes,
up
it's
or what are we
It's a
doing?
thumb.
thumbs up is a yes.
Yes.
So we have 17. We had 9 online. 9. Okay.
Okay, sorry about that.
So any opposed? No. Okay. I thought we had 20. We've lost a few people. Is that right?
Yeah, people are like,
Abstentions.
Abstention or
Okay, okay. I see. Okay, so probably, well, we'll just do a number count rather than call it unanimous. Okay, so we have 17 in favor. None opposed and a few missing. Any abstentions? See any online? One
No.
abstention online. Okay, so we can communicate that to the commissioners that we had a split vote between the US and Canada. Okay, why don't we take up the closing date? Well, you guys can decide. You can make a motion on the closing date, or we can make a motion on the time opening, however you want to proceed, both of those.
Why don't we just deal with finish the opening, then move on to the closing?
Okay, so motion on timing. Go ahead, Chris.
Yes, I'd like to propose an opening time of 0600 hours.
So are they going to come
A
in?
seconder.
They're here. Okay, so we have moved and seconded to open the season at 6 a.m.
Yes. And I'll just speak to the motion. Again, the question came up, why do we open at noon? You don't get a full day of fishing. It's not efficient. Again, it's putting boats out there. They're not getting that full day in. This will allow a full day of fishing. Again, give vessels as much flexibility as possible. Most vessels are already on the grounds waiting at that point anyhow. So we feel let's move to a 6 a.m. opening.
Anybody else in the room want to comment? Go ahead, Creel. It's hard for me to see you in the back.
I agree with the 6 a.m. opener, and our commercial fishermen are also agree. Due to the constraints at noon, you don't have a full day of openers, and the halibut fishing in the mornings are way better anyways. Afternoon, by the time you set your gear and try to get to port for the competition, some guys, canneries, if they're delivered to the canneries, go from $2 to from $6 to $3 in a matter of 4 or 5 boats. And then it'll give them more opportunity to self-marketers to go out and catch their catch whoever they sell to.
I understand we have NOAA enforcement people in the room that would also like to speak to this. So let's take a couple more comments, then I'm going to give them a chance to speak. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I don't know exactly how your guys are monitored in the US, but for us, it's definitely not a monitoring concern. We have cameras on our boats that are rolling at all times. So for us, I rarely even see a Department of Fisheries plane fly overhead anymore because, our at-sea monitoring is so complete that there's really no reason to need to start it during the daytime hours, which is why I think it initially was set to noon.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, just as a fisherman, I don't see any reason why it can't start at 6. I don't think there's any reason why we can't vote that way as a conference board. And if there's a problem, if our government says there's a problem with that, I feel like the commissioners can probably work that out, but we can show support for it in the room, I think.
Phil?
I don't have any problem with going earlier, but there is some concern that I think that the enforcement's going to have a real say on this, and probably a better time would be 8 a.m. in the morning. They have helicopters flying out early in the morning to check on us. They also have small patrol boats from the Coast Guard out watching for us. And so noon works better for them, but if we could have an 8 o'clock opening, it'd be fine. But I don't think 6 o'clock is going to fly. And if it all gets turned down, if we're stuck with noon, then I guess the best option would be for us to make a proposal in the fall time as far as something to us for reviewing next year with all the people here in the room to consider that date. And I'm sure that no enforcement's going to have the final say on this. Thank you.
Okay. Is there someone from NOAA that wants to speak?
For the record, my name's Ben Cheeseman. I'm the acting assistant director here for no enforcement in Alaska. This is kind of the first time I've heard of there being an issue. If you guys want to change the time, we'll enforce it. I guess there could be some concerns with that time of day. It's it's dark, but we can do it.
Okay, great. Good to get that clarification. Okay, so the motion on the floor right now is for the opening time to move from noon until 6 a.m. Let's start with US. All in favor? Tom, are you representing some organization? I don't think you're credited conference board. Okay, yeah, don't confuse me with hands then, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Is that what you got? Okay. Okay, 26 in the room and how many online? Okay, so we have 31. Anybody opposed on the US side? Okay, and folks
We have
abstain, 7 opposed?
7, no, 4.
7, 4. So 32 in favor. No one in the room opposed. Any abstentions on this? No abstentions. Okay. How about online? Did you get the count? Why don't you go ahead, Jim, and call it
Okay.
and we'll finalize.
So those in the room in Canada in favor of the 6 a.m. opening, they'll count your name.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 in the room in favor.
Those online, put your thumb up.
Well,
12 online.
Online.
So we have 20 all total. Okay, 20 in favor.
Any
for Canada?
abstentions? I don't see any.
None in the room,
Don't see any online.
and nobody was opposed. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
1 abstention.
Oh, 1 abstention, but that passes both countries. Report it that way. Great. All right, we're moving. So, season closing date. Go ahead, Martin. December
hear 'em.
7th. The motion is for the closing date to be December 7th. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. You want to speak to that?
Speak into the mic.
Yeah, can you use your mic a little, turn it on and.
I think we did close December 7th this last year, and I think it worked out well for guys that wanted to fish longer, both for halibut and blackcod. So I would support December 7th as the closing date. December 7th at 6 p.m.
Let's take
I think we
the,
were going to do the time separately.
yeah, we're going to take the time
okay.
separately, okay? So right on the floor now, the motion is closing date of December 7th.
Yes.
Anybody else want to speak to that? Go ahead, Chris, and then Creel.
We're going to support the motion. We think that December 7th has worked well for the last few years, so we'll be voting in favor of it. Again, it gives that opportunity that our vessels need. So thank you.
Creel?
We support December 7th also due to this, also again, to the self-marketer. The canneries shut their canneries down end of November or sometime in November. That gives an opportunity for the self-marketer to keep on selling. And it's been tested and the self-marketers profit quite a bit from that. So it will help the small guy get a little bit more income in his for his families.
Okay, great. Anybody else? Nobody online with their hand up? Okay, let's get a vote on the US side. All in favor of December 7th closing date? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I think I'm going to miss someone. Did you get 20? 20. Okay, 20 in the room, and how about online? Any? 2, so 22 in favor on the US. Opposed to the December 7th closing date? 1 opposed in the room. Anybody online opposed? No. Okay, and abstentions? 1 abstention, 2 abstention, and online? Anybody? Did you guys? So we had 3 abstentions total, 1 no. Okay, Jim?
So for Canada, those in the room, those in favor of the closing date of December 7th?
It looks like all 8.
Okay. On any abstentions? Okay, they're already there. We don't have to worry about that. Online, those who agree with the December 7th opening?
Closing date. Yeah, December 7th
Closing date,
closing date.
sorry.
So 18 total?
11 online.
Oh, 19 total. Okay, 19, yes.
Any opposed online?
No,
Any abstentions?
no. We're
Okay.
losing people here and there, but.
Yeah, I think that,
Okay, and then is there a motion on the time to close the season? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to propose a 2359 on December 7th.
23:59 on December 7th. Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, moved and seconded. You want to speak to that?
Again, it just gives us a full day of fishing. Also, if the gear parts during that time, we can have time to retrieve it. And again, it's just a matter of getting the most out of the day.
it also aligns with kind of how our other fisheries are open and closed.
Okay. Anybody? Oh, go ahead, Creel.
We also support the 2359 due to when the closure was at noon, guys had to cut their lines and go deliver and then recover their gear. That we lose when if halibut catches or bycatch catches, it's dead by the time you pull the gear up. So imagine hundreds of lines in the water that couldn't be hauled up by noon. Imagine what the mortality is for the halibut. And then the other thing is it will help the people, like the gentleman said over there, to have time to get their gear out of the water before the day ends for the fishing season.
I'd just like to reiterate the exact same sentiment from the previous talk about time. I just don't see any reason unless our government sees otherwise, and I think they can probably work that out between the commissioners. I think we can all support it.
All right. All in favor of a closing time, 1 minute before midnight? Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I got 23. Is that what you got?
That's 2.
Okay, so 25 in favor. Opposed? 0 opposed. Anybody abstaining? Anybody online? Okay. All right. Jim?
So those in the room, closing time of 2359 in favor.
We have 8 in the room in favor.
That's all 8 of them, right? Okay. On any online, any in favor of 2359?
No one. I think it's unanimous, right?
Yeah,
Or do we
I
have
think
any?
so. Any opposed online?
We have 8
Don't.
for 1 abstention.
Any abstentions?
So it's 16 total in favor. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so 16 in favor, no, 0 no's and 1 abstention. Is that right?
That's online?
That is total.
Total.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that passes both countries. And I think that's it on fishing period, season opening and closing dates. Anything else on that? Okay. People feeling like they need a break, or are we ready to roll into mortality limits? Start with some just discussion about coastwide perspective before we go to motions.
Yeah, so let's just have some idea what people are thinking, whether, because people have been talking about taking, reducing the total to the coastwide TCY, whatever it be. So before motions get thrown out, which let's just have let's have some discussion.
Okay, so we're not making motions yet. We are looking for comments on coastwide perspective. Anybody have any comments on the coastwide perspective? What's going on with the stack? Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, on the coast-wide perspective, we've all seen the presentations. We've all heard the comments from Dr. Stewart and others. We think there needs to be, just with the recruitment is particularly concerning, or lack thereof. We think coast-wide there needs to be a reduction this year. We're thinking in the neighborhood of 10%. And for the reasons, like we say, with recruitment, we heard from Dr. Stewart this morning, if we're going to see under the current, the biomass with the 2012 and the 2014 year classes, we might see a slight increase. But then if we don't have any recruitment come online and we don't know what it looks like, we're going to drop. And so if we maybe be a little more conservative over these next little while, we might avoid some longer term pain in the future. And in the meantime, we can all keep our fingers crossed that we get some recruitment. So that's sort of what we're thinking on coastwide. I'll just add to that. I mean, we know this is a difficult decision. We know that everyone in the room here and on the U.S. side relies on this resource. It's our livelihoods. We know in Canada it's difficult, another difficult salmon year for a lot of other species. Our herring fishery is not what it used to be. A lot of people relying on now it's halibut, prawn, and a little bit of crab, depending on if you've got that license or not. That's what's really supporting our industry these days. So when we say that, we want to, we understand it's a difficult decision. These are difficult decisions, and people's livelihoods depend on
it. Forrest?
Yeah, I'll speak to it. I've softened a little bit on this. After some questions that I asked that most of you probably heard about, what does it mean if you turn off the spigot, and what's the outcome after that? That said, it's not small yield cuts, and 10% it maybe is aggressive, but it's not minor yield cuts. That's the saving grace here. We have an absolute spawning biomass that's at whatever it is, 171 million pounds, and a 5% cut, a 10% cut here or there is not going to save the day. We need good recruitment events. We have some upcoming year classes that we don't have a great picture of, but they may be promising. I just think part of our job is to really mitigate economic impacts to fleets, and I think that there's some severe consequences to taking, especially that significant of a cut. I know on the U.S. side it would make a big difference in some sectors. So I'd be precautious. I mean, sounds counterintuitive, but that's a big cut for maybe not a lot of gains in terms of, you know, what you're actually leaving in the water for absolute spawning biomass and the recruitment events that could follow.
So is that a rejection of a cut of any kind, or just the 10%?
Well, I've been on record as saying, thanks for the question. I've been on record as saying, like, if you, and I heard someone else say, well, just shut the fishery down. I mean, if we really want to turn this thing out around, shut the fishery down. So if you're talking micro adjustments, what I would consider micro adjustments in the range of, you know, 0 to 5%, will it make a numerical difference? Probably, but will it make a perceptible difference in outcomes? You know, if we leave an extra, you know, 1,000,000 pounds of spawning biomass in the water or something like that, there's a disconnect, and we've heard it, and we've heard the science on it. There's a disconnect between absolute spawning biomass and a good recruitment event, and I think we just need to balance those. You know, we need to weigh those, and I think we're already down at super low levels. So that's one man's opinion and one person's opinion in this group, and I realize that, you know, there's a lot of fear that we're having pretty scratchy fishing, but I just would have a hard time supporting that.
Thanks, Forrest. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I don't really want to weigh in on whether or not I want to support 10%, but I don't want to dismiss the fact that 10% is a meaningful number, just as 5% is a meaningful number. We have a decision table. We don't need to minimize if it's enough or not enough. We have a probability chart where we can look at, we can see exactly what our data suggests the impact will be. So just consider the number and look at the decision table. You don't know what decides, you know, what's going to be I'm getting a little lost here, but there isn't one thing that's going to turn this fishery around, but we have evidence that supports that if we cut it by this amount, you know, we're more likely to go in this direction. So I think we can all just look at that decision table and make our own decisions.
Can we put that up?
The decision table?
Yeah, the one that Dr. Stewart had up yesterday.
I think so. Might take just a minute, but let's
Yeah.
see if we can. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I just want to speak to something I questioned Ian about yesterday there, Dr. Stewart rather. You know, we're really becoming more and more reliant in the fishery on that 2012 year class. And as a result, we're catching smaller fish in the commercial sector. And our quota is all pounds based. So we're actually pulling a larger number of fish out of the water too. So he's talking about a potential 2% increase in the spawning biomass next year. That's all dependent on that 2012 year class as it matures. And if that's kind of the year class we're mostly targeting now in the commercial fishery, and we're taking more and more of those individual fish out of the water, I'm kind of, you know, as a commercial fisherman who catches between 2 and 3% of Canada's quota every year, you know, 10% is a very large impact on my personal fishery, but I'm still for it because, you know, it's a pretty vulnerable state that the fishery's in, and being a young fisherman, I would like my career in longlining to continue, you know, past this next 1 to 3 years that Ian Stewart's talking about, where we have a bit of stock stability. But if we don't see any large recruitment years past that, there's going to be some pretty dramatic downturn if we continue the fishery.
Jim, can you see the decision
Yep.
table?
Yep.
Is that the one you wanted up there?
I think so.
No, I don't think
That's
so.
not the full
No,
table,
that's
is it?
not the
No.
full one. Let's get the one. This is 10% like, yeah. So shows the 35% chance that spawning biomass is less than 2023 with a 10% reduction. Right? That's sort of where you guys are looking.
Yeah. So it's just for reference. I think that was a good idea. That I don't know who was speaking about it, but I think, yeah, you want to look at it that way.
Sorry, I couldn't understand what you said. Can you say that again, Jim?
I said the person who brought up that, yeah, we, you know, what does actually 10% or 5% mean, and what direction projected the fishery is going to go. I thought that was a good idea, so I thought bringing this up might help.
Yeah, Forrest, I think you had your hand up, right?
Yeah, I did. And just maybe just some additional clarification on my point here. I think that there's a time frame thing here too. If you take 5 or 10% and you run it for 3 or 4 years or 5 years to see what that, so the cut we took last year, 10.3%, we're making an assumption that that's a 1-year influence on the stock, not that you take a 10% cut and you see what it does for a year or you do for 2 years. And in addition to that point, I would say that what we talk as if, we don't take a 5% cut this year or don't take a 10% cut this year, that, it's too late to do it in the future. Like, it's a slow moving stock. We've heard that. And you simply, I think that there's some time to look and see what last year's cut did. And if we see that this year class isn't maturing on schedule, or that, 16 and 17, we heard from Ian, Dr. Stewart, that in the next 1 to 3 years, we'll be seeing what those 16, 17, and 18-year classes do. So I guess my point being that maybe we have a little bit of time to take a look and see what previous cuts have done, what the incoming year classes might look like, better perspective on that. So, and balancing that against the harm that it would do to take a 10% coastwide cut and what it would do to sectors and areas.
Chris, go ahead.
Wouldn't the impacts of last year's cut and what it means for the next 2 years be built into this?
There's some, do you want to respond to that, or should we?
I don't know if that's a question for staff or not, but I can respond to it. So we saw what we saw from the FIS, and that's it's independent from the fishery, and it's got stations everywhere, fished every year, and so it's supposed to be somewhat of a neutral take on what's out there. We went from a coastwide 18% drop to a 3% drop. Is that so? The question in my mind, and I don't know if I have a perfect answer to this, but the question in my mind is, did we see results from the cut that was taken last year? And if it's not from the cut, maybe it's just from the biomass responding on its own, independent of fishery influence. And so, and then the other question is taking a cut for 1 year only good for that year, or can there be effects from that keep going? And the idea being, let's take a look and see.
Anybody else? Malcolm, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so as far as a coastwide TCY, our members are also deeply concerned about the status of the stock. And Dr. Stewart brought up in his presentation that factors outside of this decision table include the fact that we're at a 30-year low in the biomass. That's a huge concern. I think the anecdotal stories of the fishing are very dismal as far as the reports are. And our members, there were some suggestions that we just take some deep cuts and just leave it alone for a while and see what happens. So I think a 10% number is definitely within the range of what we were looking at as an organization. Thank you.
Russell Cameron got my hand up here.
Go ahead, Russell.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Canadian Union UFAWU fisherman, and I strongly support the 10% cut for the reasons Malcolm enumerated, and also it's the PDO relationship to water temperature and to halve is becoming unglued. So our predictions are things are changing faster in the environment than before, and so it just to me says we got to be more precautionary. Thank you.
Thanks, Russell. Who had their hand up? Linda, go ahead.
Thank you. last year there were some pretty big cuts, and those are carrying forward. This year, we're supporting something a little more subdued, if you want to call it. I think we're looking at somewhere in the 4 to 5% range for coastwide. And I've been listening to Dr. Stewart, and we're going to know a lot more in the next 3 years. Is going to tell the tale on 2012, and then we're going to also have some information coming in about a potential recruitment event 2016 to 2018. And I think it would make sense to me for us to continue. We had the cuts from last year, continue that with some modest cuts to allow the fishery to occur, and people are struggling. And I think that a 10% cut to me would be significant and could cause serious harm within certain sectors of the industry. And so we're supporting something a little less draconian, and as I said, around 4 to 5%.
Sorry, go ahead, Ken.
I support the 10%. I mean, I myself am getting towards the twilight of my career. And each year we come, we get a little better information. And I think what Dr. Hicks presented to you is we're actually pretty good at catching fish. And when there was lots of fish, we were catching 70% of the spawning biomass, which put you at the 30% kind of thing where you're going to start taking cuts, big cuts, if you go below it. And even last year, what he presented, we're catching 58% of the spawning biomass. And what is the risk of the recruitment coming in and maintaining our status quo and actually catching 70% of the spawning biomass? If you build the spawning biomass, you can catch more of it and be a lot more comfortable. That's what all of this stuff says to me. And when you look at the risk, it's a 35% risk as compared to a 50% risk of different 5, 10, and no draw. And for me, I would like to leave a resource for some of the younger people in a healthy state as I go out my career. And I just totally support a minimum of 10%.
Dad, Phil, and then Nels, and let me know if there's people online.
Phil Wyman here from Sitka, but I think this proposal has a lot of merit, and I'm looking at the danger level. We're approaching real fast. I also see that people are complaining about there's no big fish left this year. It was maybe environmental, but the fact there's no big fish left is because we've caught them all. It's a 2005 year class that is rapidly going away. And we're just going to rely on the 12 and the 14 year class to carry us. So I think that either we're looking at doing some severe cuts like the 10%, or else we're going to look at reducing our harvest rate from 22.5 down to 15%. That's the number. That's the most drastic thing I think that is probably going to happen in the next year or two. So I would think that probably getting ahead of our cuts rather than doing them after the time, because these fish, the 12-year class, I don't think we're going to realize the total production of their growth and everything by fishing on them early. And so I would just like to see the numbers, and I think we in all the Alaska areas want to probably review what you've just come up with, because I think everybody has different concerns over it. But I would probably support this myself, and I think I'd like to hear what the rest of the Alaska people would say about it.
Okay, let's take Chuck online, and then we'll go to Nels.
Yes, thank you. I guess reluctantly to a point, we'd much rather see a lower drop in a percentage. However, we also can support the 10%. We know that we're working on smaller fish, and that, of course, you have the numbers, you just don't have the actual pounds, which is what your biomass is measured in. So we're reluctantly would accept it, but we would. That's caveat is that would be the maximum that we would accept is 10%. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Nels.
Yeah, Nels Evans with PVOA. I was just wondering, with that 10% cut, have you guys put any thought into how that distribution would look? Are you looking at 10% coast-wide? Are you looking at following what the FIS predicts? Just wondering if there's been any thought into that.
My understanding of the question was what was the coast-wide, what we thought coast-wide. So that's what we're thinking, 10% coast-wide.
Yeah, right now we're just addressing coast-wide, so we'll get to that next. Okay, I have Tom online and then Ryan.
And over here.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry. I got you.
This
Go ahead,
is,
Tom.
I guess I'm concerned. People keep looking at this chart like they're fixed numbers. They aren't. These are very wide ranges. I mean, 95% confidence factor goes like from 29 to 65. So if you cut 1 or 2 or 3 million pounds, you're not going to have any way of knowing if that makes one bit of difference at all. There's so much variability in these confidence numbers. I mean, they're huge, and that's the problem with this thing. You don't know if what you're doing makes a bit of difference or not. If 5 years ago our spawning biomass was at 28, now we're at 42. So we clearly have cut back, and we're headed in the right direction. But you can strangle yourselves, but there's no point that's going to make any. It's not going to make any difference. We're not talking that much fish to go from 5% to 10%. It's only like what 1.5 million pounds or 1.8. That's insignificant to the overall population. So you can't look at these numbers as hard numbers. They aren't. They're very, very soft numbers. The population is actually healthy. They're just smaller, and we have a lot of small fish. And I mean, Ian keeps saying that we have a lot of small fish out there. The population's healthy. They're just smaller. And I wouldn't bleed yourself too much because it's not going to really help you. I don't think. That's just my opinion from being on the MSAB for the last 12 years.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, Ryan, and then I've got Becca and Brian.
So I represent FBOA. A lot of people I represent, want the status quo. My own personal feelings are a little bit different. I am supportive of a cut. We talked in the neighborhood of 4.5% over here. I think my ultimate goal for the whole fishery is for the region. I know we're talking about coastwide right now, but in general terms, my personal goal would be that the regional distribution is aligned with our 032 populations in those areas. So I could see myself coming around to supporting a bigger cut if I see a move in that direction. I know we're not specifically talking about that right now, but it might just, now you kind of know where I stand.
Thank you. Brian, and then Rebecca, is that the way we're going? Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I kind of want to respond to something I heard Ken say, and then I saw Dr. Hicks walking around here, so we'll make him earn that payroll here. I think that it's important. We're talking here before we get too much into like distribution and things like that. But while we're talking about potential coastwide, TCE wise, it's really important that we understand the fundamentals of what we're dealing with here. And I've heard a lot something not just in here today, but that we're fishing 58% of the spawning biomass every year, or like back in 2006 we were fishing 70% of that spawning biomass, and that is a bit, as I understand it, that's a bit of a mischaracterization. I think that would make some alarm bells go off. Maybe Dr. Hicks could explain it certainly better than I can, but my understanding is that we're fishing at a level where right now we're at 42% of an unfished level. And that's a difference. There's a difference between that and fishing 58% of the spawning biomass every year. Your cumulative effects are going to be different, but I think Dr. Hicks can probably characterize it better. And I think that it's important that we really understand that as we think about how we want to respond to our CPUEs that we've seen this year and what we want to do with a coastwide TCUI. If you could walk us through that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Hicks.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Brian. You're right. The way to phrase that is we've fished the stock down to, say, 42% of its unfished size. So we've reduced the stock to that level. It's not that we're fishing some percentage of anything in any year. We really can't calculate what percentage of any biomass we're fishing in any year because different sectors intercept different sizes and ages of fish. Yeah, the real way to say it is currently we've fished the stock to 42% of the size it would have been if we were not fishing.
Thank you. That's all of my comments. I think Rebecca.
Yeah, thanks. At a high level, I am concerned with the current state of the stock and support a cut. I guess I need to think more about the 10%. But what's important to me is that in the fairly short amount of time that I've been attending these meetings, I don't have the long history that many people have, but there have been pretty big changes every year or so in that have an impact on the outlook for the stock and also our understanding of what's happening. So, for example, taking into account the U26, I think that was a few years ago, getting more information on the sex ratio of catch in the commercial fishery. I think the assumption was that was 50-50, but it turns out it's more like 80-20. So more females are caught. Changing calculation of natural mortality, that was this year's change. And so it seems like every year or so there are major adjustments to our understanding of how we're impacting the stock and how it's reacting. To me, that definitely relates to the unknowns, what we don't understand, and uncertainty. So from where I'm sitting right now, being concerned with low stock levels and having high levels of uncertainty and rapidly changing ocean conditions, that tells me that I would rather be more precautionary rather than less. I agree that the risk tables are soft numbers and they're very theoretical. So I think earlier today I'd asked Dr. Hicks about, when you look at the risk table, what's the difference between a increase of 5% in risk? And I understood his response to be, if you take a step back and you look at where the stock is right now, are you happy with that? I'm not happy with where the stock is now. I would like to see it be much higher. And I think if we leave more fish in the water, we are more likely to have a higher stock level closer in the future. My concern is that if we stayed at status quo, we're going to spend longer in this low trough. So we just keep bumping along at a low number, and we're going to keep having the same conversations year after year, and we're not going to get out of the hole that we're in. Do I expect to see a difference next year if we take even a 10% cut this year? Probably not. That's not how this stock works, I don't think. I think it is going to take a little bit of time. But again, from my view, if we leave more fish in the water, that increases our chance of the stock going up to where I would like to see it. Because right now it's not, this is not a level that I'd like to stay at. Thanks.
Go ahead, Forrest. Anybody
Yeah, I
else?
feel like I'm pulling all the weight on the other side of this topic, but and maybe Dr. Hicks will maybe able to put some perspective on this. But first, I'll state that we have a harvest control rule. It's 30-20, and it's there for a purpose unless we change it. And what we're essentially doing right now is we're changing the 30-20 harvest control rule we are saying that we're taking biological steps. So I want to make clear here what I'm hearing from you. What I interpret is going on here from most of the people that have spoken up besides myself is that we want to see stock improvement. We want to see yields improve in the future. And I think that's a different topic than talking about protecting some critical mass of absolute spawning biomass, which is really what's going to, I think we need to separate those two. And I'll put it in perspective. If I've done my math right, if you take a 10% cut this year, that's about 2%. You'll leave approximately 3 million pounds in the water that you wouldn't have harvested. And then that divided by 171 million pounds is about 2%. So what you're saying essentially is if I leave 170, and we know that the graphs show that even at status quo that the stock should be coming up some, right? So you got to factor all that in, but you're basically not really leaving any more or less of spawning biomass in the water, but you're taking a cut that's affecting fisheries. And I think maybe I'm the one that doesn't understand it, but if you've got 172 million pounds or 171 million pounds or 170 million pounds of female spawners out there swimming around, I think it's the recruitment event that you're waiting for. And Dr. Hicks, do I have this completely wrong?
Go ahead, Dr. Hicks.
Thanks, Forrest. I guess I'll begin by saying it's complex. It's, and that's why we have these week-long meetings. I think fishing does have an effect on this stock, as we've seen, but there's also other effects such as weighted age and low recruitment and things. And sure, we're waiting for a big recruitment to come in and increase this stock. That's common in many different fisheries. And if a big recruitment came in, it would sort of be the savior, right? And things would increase and get better. And if size at age got better, things would good. But we're not in that position right now. We're at a low productivity state with small size at age. And so what is the effect of reductions in quota or increases in quota from status quo? That's where this decision table really comes in. And so if the goal is to maintain spawning biomass, you can find that point here. And I think that's called the surplus production. If the goal is to rebuild that spawning biomass, you can determine that from the decision table, what your risk tolerance is. And then just trying to remember you had many different points in there.
Yeah.
And, but you're also talking about separating absolute spawning biomass from, say, catch rates. I think it might be worthwhile to think about the state of the fishery and, what are catch rates, what's the efficiency of the fishery. And that's a road that I'd like to go down talking to stakeholders is, given the state of the stock right now, given what it is, are you happy with what you're experiencing on the water? And if you're not happy with that, what can we do? If you are happy with that, what can we do? How should we manage that? And from what I've heard from some people, and I definitely haven't taken a full survey, is that, wow, catch rates are down, catch rates are way down. And I would like catch rates to be higher. Now, catch rates might be related to how many fish are in the water, what sort of spawning biomass is out there that's somewhat related to the catch rate and how many fish they can catch. So maybe rebuilding the spawning biomass would increase catch rates. Not guaranteed, but it might be an objective that we're looking at in the MSE process in maintaining some sort of absolute level out there for fishery performance. So yeah, I don't know how to separate those two things, but I'm happy to hear. I don't know if I answered you fully.
No, and it's probably my fault for not asking the question correctly. And I beg everybody's forgiveness for taking this kind of time, but I think it's a pretty critical topic. So we've heard, I think everybody's looking at some type of a cut, whether it's 5 or 10%, and whether that actually, turns the biomass around. I simply am saying that the fraction of the amount of fish that you are going to leave in the water by taking status quo or taking a 5% or 10% cut is probably negligibly, probably imperceptibly going to be noticed if you have let's say that this year is a really good spawning that we have a really good recruitment event this year. If you take the effect of taking a 0%, 5%, or 10% cut on a really good recruitment event, my point is that it's going to be imperceptible. It's the good recruitment event that we're waiting for. It's not that we're magically with our small yield tweaks are going to turn things around here. And maybe I've got it wrong. I might have it wrong. And then in conjunction with the fact that we have protections in place for critical amount of fish in the water, which is a 30-20 harvest control rule.
So I just gonna interject here, and I think because my understanding is, yeah, we could stay status quo or whatever, and the risk of or just the chance of the stock going down, but taking some, reducing the sort of fishing pressure for 2 or 3 years is potentially potentially giving you a cushion to see whether or not there is going to be, these recruitment events that are going to take place. Because if there's not, then it'll drop off quite quickly. And then, you'd be very, significant cuts. So taking some lesser cuts now just to protect, just give yourself some fishing opportunities, in the near future to see whether or not, these, the 2016 and 2018 year classes or whatever are going to, amount to much. So it's more just of, I think, protecting your fishing opportunities, although they're not, where you want them to be, but giving yourself a little bit of an edge in case those recruitment events don't show up very strong. Now, that's my understanding. That may not be quite right either, but that's how I understand it.
Okay, that got a bunch of hands up. I think you are both right that there may not be a big effect on recruitment, but there may be an effect on how many fish we leave in the water and how that affects fishing success. So, but some of it is, your goals for the stock. So Malcolm, go ahead, and then we'll go to Ryan.
Yep, thank you. So as Dr. Hicks presented, if you're not happy about what's happening on the water, we need to do something, and we're definitely not happy about what's happening on the water. And like Mr. Lane pointed out, if at this point, until we see those recruitment events, we'd like to be conservative and spread out what we have left, because this is all we have until we see something materialize for the future. And we can guess and do all that. But until then, we want to be conservative so we can spread out what we have. And I look back on some of the past meetings here, recent meetings, and with the science we've been using, almost every prediction has that little tail go up at the end. But here we are down the road from those predictions, that little uptick, hopefully we'll see it. Hopefully we'll see it. Well, the stock is at the lowest absolute population level in the last 30 years, according to Dr. Stewart's slide there. So that's a huge concern that I've brought up time and time again. And then the last one is we do have the safeguards, but as I pointed out before, those are percentages of an absolute, where SB 30 is percentage of the unfished biomass, which is an estimate. And the scientific review board pointed out that maybe that's not the best way to look at it. Maybe we need an absolute number. And we're really concerned that without that absolute number, we're just chasing ourselves down with a control rule that's not really effective as we just go down, 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 down. So thank you.
Go ahead, Ryan.
So just from a scientific point of view here, Forrest, you might not think that 1 or 2 million pounds is going to make the difference. We don't have exact information on what results in a good recruiting class. What we have is a ton of different models that spans a really long time period that suggests our biomass has a 65% chance of going up if we cut by 10%. So you don't know. But we got percentages based on models that have a long history of being fairly accurate. We don't know if it's actually going to get the result we want, but there's your percentages. there's a chance. It's a better chance than if you don't do anything.
Go ahead.
Yeah, would you be able to put Dr. Hicks's slide presentation back up on slide 2? Just looking at it, we didn't know that we were on the ramp until after the fact. Like your estimation bars, your estimation error is quite significant. Like, so your spawning biomass of 42% there. With the estimation bars, we could be on the ramp. We could be at 20%, and we should be, if that's the case, then we should be taking drastic cuts. So we won't know that until further in the future. And I don't want to be like, it's going to be painful to take these cuts. There's like, the price of the fish isn't going to go up. I make 50% of my income off of this, and I want this cut, because if I don't have income coming in for the next few years, then I'm not going to be making my mortgage payments. So we need stability in this fishery, and by leaving some fish in the water, it gives us the opportunity to move forward with a fishery, even at a reduced rate further on, and while we wait for this recruitment event. But as you can see, like with that estimation error, we could be on the ramp. We don't know. So I'm advocating for some caution here.
This, I'm going to go way back to when I started, and that was in 1972, and the size limit was at 26 inches at the time. We didn't have the science that we have today. We didn't have a lot of things, but a bunch of fishermen got together and decided that we should raise it to 32 inches. And actually what it had an effect of doing was it's leaving more fish in the water. Also at the same time, the 200-mile limit came in, and there was a drastic reduction in their catches. And there was no real domestic fleet. It got built after that. But the fishing actually increased to, pretty good fishing in the mid 80s, which is before you had the large recruitment year come in. So leaving fish in the water at that time actually gave you more fish in the future, because if you, take 1974, add 10 years to it, you're at 1984. And those are the facts. And at that time, I was pretty young, and I actually left the industry for a while because the fishing was no good. It was terrible. We're not there today, but I will agree with Ian when he says we're at 35% or 35-year low.
Thanks, Ken. We have two people online with their hands up. One is Douglas. Okay, and then we'll take Patty Phillips after Douglas Mavin.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We got you.
Yeah, great. So one thing that we're not really talking about a lot is the environmental conditions. And, things are changing in a big way. If you look at northeastern BC right now, there is no snowpack, none. I have ranching family there that are hauling in water to water their cattle. If you, like last fishing season for us on the west side of Haida Gwaii at Frederick Island, when the spring salmon season opened, we had 64-degree water. That's what we fished in. Everywhere you looked, you could see a shark fin. I've never seen anything like it, and I'm not new to the industry. Environmental impacts are huge, and so it's on us to account for that. We can't afford not to be proactive. We have to take a cut, and it has to be meaningful. And we don't want to be the generation years from now that sat on our hands and did nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Phillips?
This is Patty Phillips from Pelican, Alaska. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Patty.
Thank you, Linda. So I'm going to talk about this from a perspective of, a lifetime in the fishery, and seeing the highs and lows. I've been in Pelican for 50 years. I've seen the resource come across the dock. I've seen it come across as commercial, subsistence, sport. But it's just been a declining resource, and if you can't see that, I've been coming to these meetings for a while, and every year it's like the resource is getting to be less and less. So the IFQ fishery has left fish in the water at the end of the seasons, quite a few seasons in a row, 3 years at least. Last year, in the IFQ season, we left 2.7 million, and in the CDQ group left 537 pounds. So we left over 3 million. That's just the IFQ fishery. We left over 3 million pounds of fish in the water, and we're still not seeing an improvement in the resource with leaving fish unharvested. Also, this is a coastwide fishery. This is a coastwide motion. So there should be more biomass in the Bering Sea. There should be, we know that there's a crab disaster in the Bering Sea. We know there's been peacock disasters. There's been salmon disasters. Well, this is what our halibut feed off of. And I mean, if you look at it holistically, is that if their forage food is in the diminished numbers, then that size to age is going to be severely impacted. So we're in a time of a lot of smaller fish that'll never reach maturity, and half of those fish are female. So if we catch a million pounds of fish, we're catching a million pounds of little fish. We're not catching 40, 60s. So, and there's also nothing to protect the spawners, the ones with large fecundity that produce a lot of eggs to bring the biomass back. So, living here on the, in Pelican, down on the boardwalk, we see that, the sport fish come in and they like to hang their fish up, the halibut up to, trophy fish, we're seeing less and less of those large trophy fish, and we're seeing they're more in the 100-pound range rather than the big ones, because like someone said, they're getting caught. So as far as recruitment events, we don't know if it's going to be a good one or a bad one. So that one, that's basically, that's a hit or miss question. So anyways, I support the 10% coastwide reduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patty. Okay, anybody else want to make a comment?
Garrett's that's got his hand up.
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Garrett.
Got me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I really appreciate the discussion here. And overall agree the concerning trends in the survey performance and the fishery performance. But I think we can't really separate this discussion from what we've been dealing with on a national perspective here for the last several years. And we're all at a point where our business models are being tested, and when we're talking we've ended up being so far away from biological distribution based allocations for area allocations that, sorry, let me rephrase that, so far away from the biological distribution and the actual catch limits set for each country, that it makes it incredibly challenging on the US side to have a framework that we can use from year to year that meets everyone's needs when we're basically moving paper fish around. And I think everyone in this group knows I'm representing the interests of stakeholders in 3B, and by far, by an order of magnitude, or we're helping prop up the fisheries on either side of us. And so if we're to really like move forward into potentially an era where we're all living with the challenges right now from a lack of recruitment from 2006 to 2011. We're all dealing with that, and it's hard to put that out of your mind and just assume that that normal recruitment is going to show up in the near term and preserve some historical reference as far as how we've all used this resource in the past. And I guess I just feel like it's we end up getting distracted by the challenges from our disagreements over national apportionment, and that has a real risk of carrying over into our willingness to take conservation as the primary motivating factor moving forward. So I hope that came across somewhat articulated. Thank you.
Thanks, Garrett. We have one other person online seeking. Remind me who has their hand up.
So it's Dr. Banner.
Yeah, Tucker Banner. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what.
So I would like to piggyback on Garrett, and I apologize. I came in really late, and I haven't been getting the links to join previously. I'm just a recreational guy, and really early into this industry. This is my first meeting, and I have noticed, a decrease in size in fish. I go to Alaska every year, and I fish up there in the Cook Inlet, and then I fished out of Eureka in California. And I'm definitely for conserving the resource and stuff like that. The issue to me would be, we catch all these huge monster fish, which to me, the big giant, any fish over 50, 60 pounds is female to my knowledge. And once they reach 100 pounds plus, each female produces 3 million, 4 million eggs.
Hey,
And then
Tucker, I'm sorry, I'm going to cut in because we're having people speak right now who are part of the conference board and accredited to serve on the conference board.
okay.
Yeah, and I didn't realize when I called on you that it doesn't show up for us to distinguish, so I didn't realize you weren't a member of the conference board. So thank you for your comments, but I'm going to ask you to stop there.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Okay, any other comments from conference board members? Go ahead. Garrett.
I'll make this of the shorter. Thank you. I just wanted to recognize Canada in taking on and wanting to take on equally the conservation burden, looking at cuts. You guys took on a cut last year that was reflective of very similar to what you're, asking for this year. And I think universally the whole table, everyone at this table agrees in some concern for the stock, and we should keep that paramount as the first thing when we come to this table is what we want it to look like in the future. Area 3A took on that last year as well with a 17% reduction. And, we kind of had this idea of maybe not quite 10%, but a little less than that, because if we were to do a 4 or 5% or 3% cut out of Area 3, that would be very similar to taking a 10% cut last year as well as 10% this year. Doing that 17 last year and doing even a 3 or 4% this year, we are, equally showing our concern. No, thank you.
So just want to bring attention to, there's Tom Marking's comments in the chat, just so that people are aware.
Thanks for that, Jim. Okay, Forrest, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate it. First of all, I'm moved by the patience that you've had and everybody's perspectives. I just want to throw something out that I may help you understand where we might be coming from. And I'd ask this whole group, to take a 25% cut this year. And certainly that's going to, every goal that I have heard stated, like turning the fishery around and then eventually improving, the weight per unit of effort, that's going to go a lot further than a 10% cut. So let's do 25%. And then my understanding, Malcolm's all good. But the point being that we all have thresholds, right? And maybe some of you would actually, like Malcolm, consider 25%, but I'm guessing most of you would start thinking about, what does that mean in your industry? What does that mean on the water for you? And I would simply say that this is still a little bit about, what amount of pain are we willing to experience now to improve or decrease the pain later. And our thresholds apparently are different, because even a 5% cut for us in our industry in my area is going to be significant. So that's probably a little bit of the, impetus behind this. And I recognize that, now our fishery goals are maybe competing, but I think this group probably should be, if we're talking 5 or 10%, maybe we should take everybody's needs into consideration, especially on the US side here, thinking about, what that would do. So if it's between 5 and 10%, I'd ask people to coalesce around 5, because that would be far less harmful in certain ways. And I just don't know if the amount of improvement you're going to see between the two will make a difference. But I'm not going to ask everybody to go through all of that again, but just think about perspective. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you. Just a question for the motion maker. Thanks for making the motion, by the way. I do appreciate the call for
Not a
there is no
motion, just
motion
a
yet.
Not a
discussion.
motion.
Discussion. Well,
Okay.
for bringing up the 10% decline. I'm wondering if, when you think about 10%, if you're weighting more in your consideration there, the uncertainty that we have in the stock right now with recruitment, or more on the declines that we've seen in commercial CPUE and just on that fishery dependent data. I'm wondering which one you're weighting more, because I think that it's also important that we consider that we do have reliance on a 2012 year class, and that fish those are very different fish. They're utilizing different habitat than the ones that we've been used to for the past 10, 20 years. And I'm just wondering if you've considered.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I don't know if I could say that, we waited this much or that much. In the discussions, like what people saw on the grounds this year and last year, and what they've been seeing, and, talking just like in this room, people who have been doing it for 30, 40 years. So that is a big part of it. But another big part of it is when we see some of the information put up by IPHC Secretariat, for instance, the recruitment, that's been an issue for a number of years now, and still a lot of uncertainty around there. The 2000, you compare the 2012 class to the 2005 class, it's quite a bit smaller. And then when you look at 2014, at best, maybe that's maybe an average stock, maybe. I mean, still early days. 2013 doesn't look very strong to me in that relative graph they put up, shows the relative spotting relative recruitment. 2015 is, we don't really know. I mean, we don't really know about 2014 yet entirely. And then the future, we just don't know. So I think it was a combination of things. I don't think, if you ask me, and given our discussions, I could say it was this factor or that factor. But, it's both things. It's what we're hearing from the science and what people saw, what their experiences were on the grounds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, people are talked out. Here's what I propose. Let's take a little bit of an early lunch break and come back ready to make a motion on catch limits. Okay.
No, just-
So
Yeah, when you're finished, Linda, just a comment.
Okay. So I think we'll try to be back. Let's be working if we can at 1 o'clock. Try to be back a little bit sooner and get yourself settled and ready to go. But we'll if you're not here at 1, there may be a motion on the table when you walk in the door. So let's be ready to work at 1. We got a lot to get through this afternoon. Thanks, everybody.
So just a reminder that, you know, our process has been, we don't make motions for other areas, other countries catch regulatory areas. If Alaska or the US wants to put a group one they agree on, because it never goes well and it'll just bog us down. So you just put motions on for your own regulatory area or a package of ones if there's agreement. You can vote on them. It's just whether you want to like them, but we don't put motions for others regulatory areas.
I think Jeff Kaufman to make a motion if you're ready, Jeff. Okay.
So this motion today will include all regulatory areas, including 2A and 2B. I've sent this off to Linda, and I'm hoping that you could put it on the screen, Linda, so we can follow along.
We'll get it up there in a minute. We got it. Thank you. Why don't you go ahead?
All right. Yeah, thank you. So basically, this is these are the allocations that are being proposed from the U.S. Conference Board delegation. And just looking at the top there in this table, the percentage change from 2023 in the U.S. areas is 0% change for 2A, 1% reduction for 2C, 3% reduction for 3A, a 3% reduction for 3B, 6% reduction in 4A, and a 6% reduction in 4B, and a 4% decrease in 4C, D, and E. So what I'd like to do first is I also put some bullet points up there. That's pretty hard to see, maybe for some.
And let's get a second for this motion, and then we'll let you speak to it.
Okay.
Okay, Tom Gemmell, second. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Could you make it bigger as Jeff suggested? So we just can't even see the numbers.
Yeah, it's pretty tough with the lighting, I think.
Maybe if we can dim the lights, that'll help. It's really hard to see. Actually can't see anything.
Madam Chair, and to my second, I failed to mention that the recommended area allocation for 2B is down 11.5%. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll go through this rationale. Some of these are simple points that were taken from Ian and Alan's work or the IPHC's work. So some of that, a lot of the information came from there. We'll talk about the 032 weight per unit effort. We'll talk about all sizes weight per unit effort, the number per unit effort for each of the regulatory areas, and also some rationale that has been provided by members of the conference board for each specific regulatory area. So first of all, we'd like to speak to the coast-wide allocation, which in this situation would result in a coast-wide TCEY reduction of 4.5%. or 1.65 million pounds. So coast-wise, there was a 3% drop in the weight per unit effort. This suggests a 4.5% reduction. There are lots of compromises being made here by the U.S. delegation, and those are big cuts. Last year we experienced really big cuts in some of the U.S. areas. 3A was down 17%, for instance. And those reductions, those major reductions,
Lost the sound.
you lost us. How about now, Jim?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Again. Hello.
Are you speaking right? I can't. Yeah, it's going in and out.
Close to you, so.
Okay, I'll try it. Is that better, Jim?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was mentioning lots of compromises in this recommendation from the U.S. Conference Board. First of all, last year we had some really big cuts across some of the regulatory areas in Alaska. Those reductions are carrying forward, as well as the recommended reductions that we put forward in this table. This is also what we think is a compromise position in the interim, or waiting for a reliable and consistent harvest policy to be adopted by the International Pacific Halibut Commission. We think that this table and these allocation recommendations will take us a step closer to having TCEYs based on biological stock distribution. The coastwise indicators are concerning and suggest taking a cautious approach, and I think that we've built that into here with a 4.5% reduction coastwide, and then more specifically to each of the area allocations where the reductions in TAC were where they varied in reduction. The fishery is currently bridging a gap in recruitment. Fishing is predominantly occurring on the 2012 year class, which is less than 50% mature in 2023. And we don't know if there's any big year classes coming in behind it. More reason to be cautious. Individual area decreases proposed are a compromise between areas to achieve a coastwide decrease of 4.5%. The proposed reduction is partially based on uncertainties that will become more clear in the next 3 years, according to Ian, as we get a look at the 2017 and 2018 year classes. The coastwide harvest in 2023 was 86% of the TCEY, and it is likely that fish will be left in the water in the United States again in 2024. So we didn't harvest all of last year's allocation. We were at 86% of that. So 14% of the FCEY or the TCEY was left in the water in 2023. And we anticipate that there may, because of market conditions, processing availability in some communities, that's been challenging. So there may be additional fish left in the water. So a little bit of cautionary approach there as well. This motion is responsive to short-term changes as well as long-term historical trends within 032 stock distribution. And so basically that's our rationale for the coastwide reduction of 4.5%. So now I'll get into the area allocations. In area 2C, the 032 weight per unit effort was 0% change. All sizes weight per unit effort was down 1%, and all sizes weight per unit effort was our number per unit effort was down 1%. 2C has often taken the burden of conservation for all of area 2, giving up fish to make the 2B numbers work. 2C has the highest catch per unit effort of any area, and this has been a consistent trend over time. The fish showed 0% change from the 2023 survey, and area 2C agrees that a 1% drop as a concession to achieve the coastwide goals of a reduction of 4.5%. And again, I apologize if people sent me rationale and I overlooked it. And I hope that you have an opportunity. I'm not going to go into detail on a lot of these in the specific areas, and I hope that people can back up some of these comments that I'm making now. So in area 3A, the 032 weight per unit effort was down 5%. All sizes weight per unit effort down by 8%, and all sizes number per unit effort is down by 8% as well. 3A took a 17% reduction in 2023. And the 2023 FIS did not indicate the need for drastic cuts in 2024. In recent history, 3A has seen large swings in their quotas and recognized the need for a coastwide cut, but want the cut to be more moderate than the large swings that have been occurring recently. A 3% reduction feels safe when looking at the risk assessment table. This area motion reflects waiting on the 2014 to 2018 recruitment to be better known over the next 3 years. Area 3B, 032 weight per unit effort, down 8%. All sizes weight per unit effort, down 7%. All sizes number per unit effort, down 3%. 3B is currently propping up other regions, and some of this is a little bit subjective, but these did come from stakeholders within our region. So 3B is cutting 3B based on a 1-year survey results is like double dipping. 3B saw the smallest decrease in fishery performance in 2023. 3B has the second highest weight per unit effort in the fishery. In 2023, TCEYs resulted in the largest deficit between reference TCEY and adopted TCEY of all areas, resulting in 2.61 million pounds of lost yield to 3B stakeholders in 2023. They have the second highest 032 FIS. The smallest decrease in commercial weight per unit effort in 23 indicates stability. 032 distribution trends has increased over 5 years, is estimated to be 17.8%, but area removals were less than 10% of the coastwide TCEY. To have continued large cuts in 3B would continue to put a disproportionate burden on that specific area rather than spreading the cuts further throughout the coast. And the fishery data in 3B has not indicated a need for cuts to 3B in the same way that the FIS does. Area 4A, I only have a couple bullet points here, and their O32 weight per unit effort is -8%. All size weight per unit effort down 7%, and all sizes number per unit effort is down by 3%. 4A, and this applies to 4B as well, is typically under represented in comparison to the other areas, which shouldn't mean a hard, it shouldn't mean that people should grab at their fish because they don't have representation here. In 4B, the O32 weight per unit effort is +4%. All sizes weight per unit effort up 5%, and all sizes number per unit effort is up by 5%. There was no survey, however, conducted in 2023, and it relies on the space-time modeling. So caution is necessary in area 4B. A very low percentage of the quota was landed. I understand it was under 40%. The estimated stock distribution has been increasing since 2021. Because no sampling occurred in 4B in 2023, the degree of variability in these modeled estimates may be higher relative to better sampled areas and should be used with caution. In 2023, there continues to be considerable underutilization of TCEY in 4B due to a combination of biological and socioeconomic factors. The Western Aleutians are very remote, and the lack of processing activity is resulting in fewer vessels fishing in area 4B. Commercial, okay. The Aleutians have also been experiencing warm water conditions in the past decade, and the temperatures have not shown signs of normalizing as they have in the Bering Sea. 4B had the worst catch rates this season, followed by 4A compared to other areas, which certainly warrants a decrease. 4B had the worst catch rate this season. Oh, I guess I did that. However, the poor catch rates may partially be attributed to socioeconomic restraints such as distance and fuel costs. And again, 4B is sometimes underrepresented. I think they've got good representation at this meeting, however. And lastly, with 4C-D&E, while there wasn't a FIS hook and line survey in area 4C-D&E in 2023, the NIMS trawl survey data was used in the space-time modeling for this area. Ian noted that the NIMS trawl survey has been the primary source of information for 4C-D&E, and he mentioned that the other day. The survey numbers are stable. We've got O32 weight per unit effort is flat at 0%, all sizes weight per unit effort +1, and all sizes number per unit effort at +1. Stock distribution in area 4 is stable to slightly increasing over the last few years, or last couple of years. The EBS trawl survey was up by 14% in 2023, and it has been increasing since 2020. One of the other big factors that we really have trouble with sometimes is the 0.75 harvest rate, and we're still being penalized for lowest harvest rates that move quota to other areas when it is shown that the reason for for that lower harvest rate no longer exists. And so that is still dragging us down in the Bering Sea. Area 4 harvests the youngest fish of all areas, but the average fish weight per unit effort is the second highest next to 2C. And the O26 bycatch was down by 14.4% in 23, or 248,000 pounds, reduction in O26 bycatch year over year from 22 to 23. We should see additional bycatch reductions again in 2024 based on expected changes in behavior by the Amendment 80 fleet. As their cap comes down, we project that we think that they will come in under their bycatch limit as they always have. And so just lowering that cap should in turn likely produce some bycatch savings as well. So Madam Chair, that's all I have. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Oh, my mic. Can you guys hear? Yeah. Okay.
Madam Chair,
go ahead.
I guess maybe I should speak quickly to Area 2B, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but the thinking from the U.S. delegation members who are supporting this motion is that the reduction in the 2B allocation as proposed here, basically, it gets us closer to the stock distribution as well as the surveys. And so your percentage, the stock distribution in your area is not quite, it's not 17%, but this puts you down at 17% here. And so basically we're just trying to get Canada in other areas back in line with their biological distribution and what the surveys are saying. And we think that this can help to get us there. And it also helps in the overall reduction of TCEY. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Anybody else want to comment on this? Any questions, clarifying questions? Chris, go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll be voting against the motion. make a couple of comments. First of all, that I think we're forgetting a few things. First of all, that regulatory areas, as the staff has pointed out, there's no biological basis for them. So that's the first thing. So when we talk about having the stock within a biological area, there's no biological basis for the regulatory areas. Maybe something at the regional level makes more sense. The other point I'd make is that, as the IPHC staff have pointed out in a document a few years back, is that stock distribution, O32 biomass distribution is a science exercise, but TCUI distribution is a policy exercise, and that considers things other than biology and socioeconomic factors as well. And I think that obviously, first of all, the other thing is we don't think this results in a cut big enough coast-wide. And with respect to 2B, it doesn't take into effect anything about our historical catch share or anything like that. And the other thing that I think the concern is, if you look at some of these, and you quoted quite a bit here about what happened between this survey in 2022 and 2023, I guess though, when we look at those graphs and you look at where we are today versus say where we are in some areas between the years 2000 and 2005, and that drop, yes, we might have ticked up by 3% in an area, but we're down many percent over where the biomass used to be and probably somewhere where we want to get it to. So I think the thing is, when we look at these and make decisions on what happened from the survey year to year, and we've been doing that for a while, is right now we're chasing a falling star, and that's not going to get us where we need to go. So we're going to be voting against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Others want to make comments on the motion? Linda, go ahead.
I would like to, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I would like to thank Jeff for making the motion. I think that he was able to capture the rationale that that I was thinking of for areas 3A and 3B. And I just would like to make a note that between last year and this year, with the numbers that we're proposing for 3A, between last year and this year, it's a 20% cut for 3A. So it's not insignificant at all what we're attempting to do here. And I think that this compromise position is a really, in my opinion, it makes sense. It's biologically sound, and it gets us to a place where, as we begin to get more information in the next 3 years, determinations can be made on how to adjust. But if we do this dramatic 3.5 million pound cut this year, the impacts are going to be felt mostly by Alaskans. And I'm not going to support that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Anybody else want to speak to this? Forrest?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff, for the motion. And you just do such a great job of putting it out there, the rationale. I'd like to maybe add something that didn't come in there for the U.S. side's consideration. This represents, and I'm speaking specific to 2C, you notice it's a 1% drop, and we talked about the survey was flat and different reasons why that might be there. I'd like to add two things to that, and that we're coupled in a biological region with 2A and 2B, which have been given adjustments over the survey, and I'm not speaking to that right now, but just to the fact that the IPHC MSE runs will show a decrease in 2C yield, and assumably if you have lower yield, that's also showing up in the survey. And just to say that as far as the biological region goes, there's probably more of a tax on 2C than there might be on other areas, though it does go further than that. And I'd also like to point out that right now the 2C charter regulations, which are a part of the socioeconomic fabric of 2C, with this cut, we'll be looking at a 40-inch fish going to a 36-inch fish halfway through the season and closing about 10 days to get there. And we're just at rock bottom, and we appreciate the support of our side for trying to sustain us and keep that industry economically viable. So I appreciate it again, and we'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Forrest. I see Johnny in the back.
Yeah, thank you, Linda. John Mueller with ACDC. I'm going to reluctantly, thank you, Jeff, for the motion. I'm going to reluctantly support the motion. I just want to get on the record here, as many discussions and many of the harvesters have alluded to already. 4B has been leaving a lot of fish in water, and for multiple reasons. I think we're seeing similar marketing conditions in other places in Area 4 and across the state as well. But what this has happened, at least from our perspective, is it's because of the leaving fish in water. It seems that 4B has been contributing to balance in the bank, if you will. And we've been supportive. Last year, I supported that for the betterment of the overall cause that we're all trying to achieve here. And I just want to emphasize some of the work that's being done by IPHC and support it specifically. And because of this work that's being done relative to genetic testing, and specifically in Area 4, where we have an absence of data and science to actually adequately manage a fishery out there. Specifically on page 25 of the 5-year program in integrated research and monitoring, it states tagging and genetic analysis have indicated the potential for Area 4B to be demographically isolated. An alternative to current assessment and management structures that would be to treat Area 4B separately from the rest of the coast. This would not likely have a large impact on the coast-wide stock assessment, as Area 4B represents approximately 5% of the surveyed stock. However, it would imply that the specific mortality rates for Area 4B could be very important to the local dynamics and should be separated from stock-wide trends. Therefore, information on the stock structure for Area B has been identified as a top priority. So for those reasons, Madam Chairman, I will support this motion, again, reluctantly, but knowing the fact that this work is coming down, I would hope that what comes of the results of this, whatever it might be, we're willing to live with the results of real science in Area 4B. But I can't emphasize enough how we come here year after year, stressing the fact that we need better data out there, however we get there. But my hope is that the work that IPHC is doing right now will somewhat facilitate that in the future. Thank you for my.
Thanks, Johnny. And if you would send that reference to us to make sure we get it in the minutes, that would be great. Okay, I have 2 people online that were looking to speak, Kathy and Jerry Christensen. So Kathy, you want to go ahead?
Thank you. SAFA will support this motion. Thank you for managing to get us all together on the same page and somewhat agreeing to something. Jeff laid out the rationale for most of the areas quite well, but I would want to emphasize that for me, a lot of this is based on the best available science that we have in the distribution and in the science. And while Region 2 is experiencing the highest proportion of the coast-wide stock in the time series, 2B's FIS indicators have been showing a decline, and they do need to take some of the cut in the coast-wide area. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Jerry?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wish to speak against this. I will not be prepared to vote for this motion. Canada has been prepared to make a significant short-term reduction for the greater good if similar contributions are made elsewhere. And I can't see, from our perspective, it makes no sense to become a sacrificial lamb for areas not willing to recognize the reality of what has been happening and is happening with respect to the overall stock. For those reasons, this is, from my perspective at least, simply an unacceptable approach. Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry. Anybody else? Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, just when speaking against the motion, I also made the point it came up about MSE, management strategy evaluation results, and just again make the point that the MSE results show quite clearly that Area 2B could have a 20% share, and there would be all the conservation objectives are still met under that scenario, under that management procedure.
Thanks, Chris. Brian?
Thank you, Linda. And thank you, Jeff, for making the motion, all the work that went into that, and work into incorporating the rationale for all the areas. We appreciate it. I am going to be supporting this, although like John, I'm going to be supporting it reluctantly. I find it hard to just go out here and support it on a limb without a formalized distribution strategy. I believe that the role of management is to monitor and protect the resource, and also to protect the stakeholders that depend on harvesting, marketing, and selling that resource. We've heard a lot this week that this process has gotten muddier and muddier over time. And I want to remind everyone that the conditions of this process are mostly a product of the incentives that we provide within it. When we make or advocate for distributive policies that are not reflective of stock status or distribution, we incentivize stakeholders that we're supposed to be protecting. We incentivize them to capitalize into fisheries and business models that we know are likely unsustainable. And we incentivize them to expect this process to continue to provide a practice of weighting the socioeconomic needs of regions over the distribution or biology of the stock. That's a dangerous precedent to set, and I'm not sure it's a good management policy in the long run. I firmly believe that we can do better, and I hope that at this meeting we make a step to improve this process and to better serve the people that we represent, to protect the investments that they've made, protect the businesses, and to protect the resource.
Thanks, Brian. Go ahead, Ryan.
I couldn't agree with Brian's sentiments there more. I think when you start taking into account the effect of one particular area, you prioritize that over the fish, and I don't agree with that. I want to get to the point where our stock distribution is what drives, the amount of fish we can harvest from the water. I think there's a lot of things that need to happen for us to get there, and I know it's not going to happen overnight. And I think let's all remember that we need to come up with money for the fish so that we can truly trust our scientific data, so that we can get a truly independent survey done that isn't revenue motivated. But I'm in support of what Jeff proposed, because it gets us towards our stock distribution and what I believe should be our harvesting strategy. I'd be willing to take more, 10%. I'm willing to conserve as well, personally. My group isn't quite willing to go there right now, but I do see that as a. I'm getting a little lost here, but I would be willing to take more of a cut. But for me, I would need Canada to take more than 10% in that situation, because that gets us back towards what I believe the stock distribution is.
Thanks, Ryan. Let's go over here and then to Malcolm. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, so I'm just going to speak to a few of the comments made here. Earlier, I think it was Kathy in the corner said that last year's cuts drastically impacted Alaskans and impacted them the hardest. Canada took the 10.3% reduction, the same as the rest of the coast. So we were actually impacted the exact same as an average Alaskan. So I don't think that comment was particularly accurate. A little disheartened to hear that we're only looking at a 4.5% reduction here. I thought we had a more productive conversation this morning that would have led to something a little more than that. But I'm obviously against this. I mean, Canada's taking just under half of the entire reduction. So if you're talking about one area being impacted the most, it'd definitely be us. And from what I'm hearing, the areas that are getting reduced in Alaska are areas that weren't even catching the fish last year to begin with. So it just seems like if they can't catch their fish, the fish aren't there.
I think we had Malcolm for, you want to go to Forrest instead or okay, Forrest?
Yeah, well, actually, are you hearing me?
Yeah, it seems kind of quiet, but I think people can hear. So go ahead.
Okay. So anyway, I think your starting point matters. Like if you've got, and I'm not trying to be contentious here at all, and you're asking for national share, but if you had a 50% national share of coastwide TCY and you took a 10% reduction, or you had 18%, it's a little bit relative. If you follow what I'm saying, you know, if you're asking for a national share because you're a country, which is the only justification that we've heard so far, you're a country, then it kind of takes it out of context if you're saying you're taking an equal reduction because you're starting from a higher starting point, if you follow what I mean. So anyway, I think that was inherent in this calculation. You know, if you want to talk stair steps and you want 17% in higher abundance, but you're willing to come down and take a tighter cut when you know that everybody's suffering so bad, then maybe there's a discussion to be had there. Thank you.
Thanks, Forrest. Okay, Malcolm.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to be opposing this motion. I felt that the starting point of using last year's adopted numbers and then adjusting them with the survey basically and with some other minor adjustments is not the proper approach we should be taking. Last year's conference board minutes say the U.S. motion represents a compromise among U.S. stakeholders intended as a one-year bridge to a longer-term agreement on distribution. I recognize that the commissioners did departed a little bit from the conference board motion, but it was still the same general idea. So I don't like the starting point, and I don't like the way we distributed it. Basically, I think we should go to a biological distribution based on the FIS and maybe use a smoothing mechanism like a 3-year average. I still am a proponent of that methodology for distribution. Additionally, I'm not comfortable with the overall cut. I think that we see that the spawning biomass is at an all-time low. I think that's a serious red flag to me. And then given the fact that, as Dr. Hicks said, if we're looking for fishery performance in the future, we need to be more aggressive to ensure a better fishery performance. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Malcolm. Chris?
Just the point about national share. There's lots of straddling stocks where countries base it on a national share. So this is not something that is unique here. And also this national share, Canada has been backed up by the science that Canada could have up to 20% national share. So I don't think we should forget that. The other point I'd make about O32 distribution, we hear that a lot from the US, that Canada needs to follow O32 distribution, but you don't follow O32 distribution. We can go back over time and I can show lots of examples where we have not followed O32 distribution within the US, between Canada and the US. So for you saying that we should follow it is a little bit hypocritical.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Anybody else? And is there anybody online?
Yeah, there's Tom Marking has a couple of comments in the chat. I don't know how we're going to deal with those in this chat in general with the report, but they're there. They're there.
Okay. If you want to make a comment or have it, that probably need to put your hand up and have a say at it. We're not going to just take things out of the chat. So Tom, if you want to ask a question or make a comment, now's your chance. Okay. Hearing none, then.
No, it takes 7 or 10 seconds before my microphone, kicks on. I just some comments. I'm puzzled by the numbers. When I look at, the area 2 went up this year a bit, area 3 dropped, but 4A in particular went up 5% and 4% respectively, and yet you're telling to cut 6% for each of those areas. I'm baffled with 4. And yeah, Canada on the WP went down 7, 2A went up 10. I mean, the area 2 was, that's why I said, we can't try to put these things as hard numbers, and supposedly the time-space model was supposed to moderate this to some degree where we wouldn't have this bouncing around of the surveys, but it hasn't worked. Just like 4A last year went down like what, 25%, and this year it's up 5%. I mean, I don't believe that's actual. I just think that's an artifact of the surveys. I don't really believe that actually occurred. So, we can't get so hung up on these numbers by little percentages, and it's just, we have to look at a more 20,000 foot, view of this stuff. And it's a little frustrating to let people argue fractions of percentage when you just can't do that with these numbers. That's just my comment.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Garrett, go ahead.
Thank you. And I just wanted to thank Jeff for making the motion. It's a great motion, and there's a lot of moving, parts and pieces to every regional area. So it kind of took a lot, for people to give some and lose some. This process has a lot of moving parts. So thank you for what we came up with. And there were compromises among user groups, and just wanted to thank everyone at the table. Alaska Charter Association will be approving this motion. We'll be voting in favor of it. You kind of already spoke. Linda already covered a lot of the basis rationale that I had as well. But I can speak to the charter sector and the amount of strain that we've began to see in area 2C and 3A, even in these what may seem as small 1% and 3% changes are millions of dollars on a charter scale of lost revenue, and an already very tight season. And we're all feeling it. There's no one at this table that isn't feeling recent fishing measures. I just wanted to make it clear at how exponential a 1% change could be at the charter sector. Oh, thank you.
Thanks for that. And I think I missed Rebecca wanted to speak, and then we'll go to you.
Yeah, thank you. This is Rebecca Skinner with AWTA. I have members that fish in 3A, 3B, and 4A. And consistently over the years, when I talk to them ahead of the IPHC meetings, they say follow the science. The science I've seen to me indicates that we should be taking a more precautionary approach. I would reference all the comments I made earlier today. I would prefer to see a process where we have a coast-wide TCEY set by harvest strategy, something more like an ABC that's biologically or scientifically based. And then once you get to dividing up the areas, that's where all the socioeconomic and political considerations come in. And I guess I do feel like we skipped over the bigger conversation about coastwide and went straight into the areas, and then it becomes very complicated. I will again reference that I think there are a lot of unknowns and uncertainties. Again, I would like to see a bigger biomass, and I think that taking a more conservative approach today will do more to move us in that direction. But I do acknowledge, because of the unknowns and the uncertainties, reasonable people can disagree on that. And I'll also align myself with Malcolm Milne's comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca, go ahead.
I'd like to speak in favor of the motion, Jeff's motion, in particular 4A and 4B, for many of the reasons they already stated, the positive trends in 032 WPE and the FIST trend, as well as number per unit effort. I would also like to point out that in especially 4B, not only was there a lack of surveys, there was no surveys. So a couple of days ago, I argued against raising the TAC in an area with, using extrapolated data, but you could also look at it conversely, that if we don't have a survey out there, how low is acceptable? I'm certainly in favor of the 6% reduction just through personal experience fishing out in both 4A and 4B. So I think that should be taken into account. The lack of survey data shouldn't be used against an area to create a land grab, especially if that area is kind of underrepresented. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Am I missing anybody online or? Okay, all right. So are we ready for the vote? On Jeff's motion. I'll start with the US side. Is everybody clear on what you're voting on, or do we need any restatement? I think people know, right? Great. Okay, so we're going to do it by a show of hands. If you are online, thumbs up means yes, thumbs down means no, and a hand means you're abstaining. We'll start with the yeses. If you are in support of this motion, please raise your hand. US side first. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 24. I get 24. Okay, we have 24 in the room, and what's the online count?
They haven't put their thumbs up or down yet.
I think they have on the US side. So we have 29 in favor. Okay, and no's on this motion, Jeff's motion, we have 2. Anybody online? Okay, so 3. 30. Okay. Okay, so we have 30 yeses, 3 no's, and any abstentions on the US side? 1 online. Okay. Okay, Jim, you want to?
Okay, so for Canada, all those in favor in the room, raise your hand.
That's a 0 in the room.
All those online who approve, agree, put your thumbs up.
So it's 0.
0.
Okay.
All those who object, who disagree in the room, put your hands up.
Okay, we have 8 in the room.
Those who disagree online, put your thumbs down.
$12 online. So 20 opposed and abstentions for Canada.
Any abstentions?
Okay, 0 abstentions. Okay, so that motion passes. US side fills on Canada's side. Look to see if Canada has a motion.
Yep.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I'd like to motion that there be a 10% cut in the coastwide TCY, so moving from 36.97 to 33.27 million pounds. With and that cut is to be shared equally between the 2 contracting parties. So 10% reduction for Canada, 10% reduction for the US. So in Canada, that would mean we go from a 6.78 million pounds TCY in 2023 to 6.10 million pounds in 2B for 2024. If someone seconds, I'll speak to the motion.
Do you have a second? Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, first comment we make is that we realize this is a difficult decision for everybody. It's a difficult decision for us. It does require more hardship, and we recognize that. But we're in a position right now where if you look at and I know we look at our survey results, and we often look at what happened from one year to the next. Did it go down from last year? Look at the coastwide number and look at where we were between the years 2000 and 2005 in the FIS, and look at where we are today. And on top of that, so the biomass is much smaller. We've got a recruitment gap, as everyone's been pointed out, and everyone's painfully aware. We are right now relying on the 2012 year class, which we all know comparatively speaking, is not that strong. The recruitment coming up is very uncertain. So for these reasons, we feel that we need to get ahead of this and take some cuts now. And hopefully, as things play out over time, and hopefully we see some recruitment, but that's hope. It could go the other way on us. So we think it's prudent to take this cut now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Any other comments on this motion? Anybody online looking to comment? Or? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Chris. Mark Carell with CDFU. We would like, in principle, to support this motion. And I will say that in our private discussions, a lot of groups in Alaska really wanted a larger coastwide cut. But it's really hard for us to agree to a coastwide cut that is at this point equally shared between the two contracting parties, because Canada is sitting pretty at 18.3%, which of course makes it a lot easier to advocate for a 10% cut when you're starting at a higher point, as Forrest pointed out. And, the Alaska regions, particularly Region 3, 3A, and 3B, have been carrying the burden of conservation for years, taking larger cuts. So last year when we took a shared 10% cut, that was for the commercial fishery an 18% cut in 3A. And, 3A still supports a lot of small boat fishermen who cannot stomach a whole lot more cuts. And so, it was very challenging for us to come up with a 10% cut for all Alaska regions, with Canada also only taking a 10% cut. So we cannot support this motion with Canada only taking a 10% cut, but we'd reconsider it if Canada was willing to take something more like a 30% cut, which would get them, down to a 13.9% of the coastwide share, which would be about equivalent to the current FIS distribution. I think then Alaska areas would be very willing to take further cuts, because we are concerned about the conservation of the stock as well. But as it stands, I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Anybody else? We ready to vote? Okay. Call for a vote from the U.S. side on the motion for Canada for a coastwide 10% cut equal 10% from U.S., 10% from Canada. In favor, let's see, raise your hands in the room and thumbs up online. Okay, that's 0 on the yeses, no's. Oh, 1 yes.
There is a couple of thumbs up on.
I guess we're getting one online. Okay. No's. Okay. And how many online? So 30 total? Okay, so 30 no's, and then anybody abstaining on this vote? We have 1. Anybody online? Okay. 1 abstention. 1 yes. Okay, so Jim, you want to call the vote for Canada?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. It's just the motion. It's a 10% cut in the TCEY, so that would be a 10% cut in the 2023 TCEY.
That's correct, Jim. Yeah.
Just so that it's clear. All right. For Canada, all those in favor, raise your hands, and online, put your thumbs up.
We have 8 in the room in favor.
And we have
22 total. Okay, we have 22 in favor.
All those opposed? So if you're online, you put your thumb down, put your hands up if you're in the room. And any
Wait. Yeah, none in the room.
Yeah, none online that I can see. And then abstentions. Did I see one there? Shouldn't have. With the numbers.
Okay, so no abstentions and no votes.
Yeah.
Okay, anything more? So that passes on for Canada, fails for the US. Anything else on catch limits that people want to bring forward right now? Okay, we can move on.
Linda?
Yes, Kathy.
I would just note for the commissioner's interest, the IPHC stakeholder comments, info 1, I think it is. There were a lot of comments by the charter industry that they should maybe take a look at. When you have 9 out of 14 comments, pretty much all on the same theme, it's maybe an issue that should be looked at. I don't have any solutions, comments, or anything else, but I just wanted to acknowledge that the conference board looks at those and that there is a potential issue there to be for the commissioners to look at.
Okay, so you're just asking that the conference board recommend that the commissioners take a look at the comments, the problem that's identified in those comments, and suggest a path forward. Is that?
I'm just saying more that the CB noted that 9 out of the 14 comments were from the charter industry, raising the same issue, and maybe they should take a look at it.
Okay. Everybody good with that? Okay, got it. Okay, so I think is there anybody else who wants to speak on the distribution strategy? I feel like that was pretty well addressed in the motion. Is there anything else people want to say? I can share with Canada that the US has committed to and requested staff support for Alaska's delegation working together to identify a consistent harvest policy for Alaska. Probably will be our preferred for the fishery wide, but we're at least frustrated with not having a way that we consistently apply and have pre-agreed to for distribution within Alaska between areas. So we will be working on that over the next year and hope to move that forward within Alaska, within the US side by next year. So just noted. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think, just so I'm clear, when you're talking about a harvest policy, like if you look at the IPHC harvest policy, that's focusing on coast-wide. What it sounds like you're looking at is distribution.
People will be talking about harvest policy recommendations as well as distribution. We will be focusing on how we're distributing within Alaska, but I think people also want to help the commissioners get to a consistent harvest policy coastwide.
Okay, so you will be talking about coastwide and then distribution within Alaska.
Roger that.
Okay, thank you.
Brian?
So would it be helpful for the conference board, or at least the U.S. Delegates in the conference board, to make a motion to support the commission adopting, say, what you said, or what is the best route forward here to kind of ensure that this happens and to put pressure on the commission and the secretary to make sure that we have stakeholder involvement in a distribution strategy?
To make sure it's not lost in the mix, I think it would be helpful to have a motion from the U.S. Conference Board delegation requesting that initiative move forward. So if you're prepared to make that motion, that'd be great.
Sure, I'm kind of wing it a little bit here, but I would like to make a motion that.
In your mic, people can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Make a motion that commissioners initiate, say, a committee, a stakeholder-led committee focused on establishing a formal harvest policy and distribution strategy.
Okay, so are you talking about just within Alaska? Or are you talking about the entire convention area?
I think that would be specific to my intent is just Alaska.
Yeah, well, okay, then that be clear that you're talking about Alaska.
Yeah, I guess we could just add on the end there then in Alaska.
Could we put the motion up on the screen?
Yeah, so just to restate, then I'll look for a second. The motion would be commissioners initiate a committee focused on establishing a formal harvest policy and distribution strategy for Alaska. Does that capture it?
Yeah, a harvest policy and distribution strategy. And then maybe in there that it's stakeholder led.
Stakeholder led.
And I'll gladly second that.
Thank you. And so stakeholder led with support from the commission.
Yes. Thank you.
You want to speak to that a little more? Or?
Yeah, I think I've spoke to it a few times in the last couple of days, but I think that it really, without having a formalized distribution process and harvest policy, I think we're doing a bit of a disservice to the stakeholders that we represent. I don't like that this process can at times incentivize people to come here maybe with unrealistic expectations and maybe to invest into fisheries and into businesses also with those same unrealistic expectations that are based on fisheries practices that might not be sustainable. I think that we have to do our best here to protect the resource, but also to protect ourselves. And I think that a formalized strategy is our best way to do that.
Thank you, Brian. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, Chris's comments were not lost on me about, our own distribution doesn't always align with 032. This would help us get to a point where, we would feel confident in our reasoning when we come to you and say we think that your quota is perhaps too high. We would have some information to back that up. If it doesn't go that far, it still provides us with a better starting point, and these meetings could be more efficient. So.
Go ahead, Chris.
I'd like to understand exactly what this motion is about. So when you're talking about a harvest policy, when you say that, I think you're talking coastwide. And I think most people with a fisheries background would think you're talking about the entire stock. So are we talking about a harvest policy coastwide, yes or no?
Right.
I think maybe the intent would be to include, a harvest policy that's coastwide. If the commissioners need to refine this further, again, this is just to signal some intent from the conference board. But my intent is that this committee or whatever it might end up being would be focused on establishing at least for the United States a harvest distribution strategy. Kind of based on what Brian said down there. I think that essentially mirrors the intent of it.
Can I sort of respond?
Go ahead, Chris, and then
Okay.
Dan, and then Brian.
If that's the case, I'll be voting against this motion. If this motion was about the conference board recommending to the commission that MSAB work on a harvest policy strategy, as we saw with some of the recommendations from the SRB, and I could support that part of it. I think that's a stakeholder body. It's set up to do that. The framework is there to do that. If Alaska wants to get together, if the United States wants to get together and try and figure out how to distribute the catch within Alaska, within the United States, that's your purview. But as the motion stands right now, given my intent, my understanding of it, I'll be voting against it.
Thank you. Would it be fair do we offer amendments here? I'm not quite sure on the process, conference board process, but maybe that could be taken in an amendment and we could vote on it, because that makes some sense to me.
So if Chris offered as an amendment that this committee focus just on distribution within Alaska, you would accept that? Is that what you're asking for, an amendment to clarify that?
Yes, I think that he has some good points there, and I don't entirely disagree with him.
Okay, you want to offer an amendment, Chris?
I can't. I just want everyone to know I'm very uncomfortable making a recommendation about the United States. So as long as everyone's okay with that, I'll do it. But I'm uncomfortable with it, just so everyone knows. So if anybody has any objections, I'm going to say it. And if you object, perfectly understandable. That commissioners initiate a stakeholder committee supported when necessary by input from IPHC staff, secretariat, to develop a distribution strategy for Alaska or for United States. I need help there. For Alaska? Okay. For Alaska. Very uncomfortable.
Well done.
I think you may want to talk. So what are you distributing?
We're just.
Sorry, Jim?
You need to put in what you're distributing, what you're working to distribute.
That would just be harvest distribution, I think.
Can somebody else from Alaska make this for me? I'm sorry. I don't mean to be difficult, Linda.
No, I understand. And I think what we're talking about is a committee that looks at how to distribute the portion that Alaska has, because the US 2A is not being touched, and how we're going to share it consistently over time. So I think what you're suggesting is really consistent with what Brian has suggested. If you want to accept that as a friendly amendment.
I'm happy to make the amendment I think that might be better.
Oh, really? I didn't want to let Chris up. We all love Chris, right?
So I would move the amendment that Chris outlined. So the focus is really on harvest distribution within Alaska.
And the other pieces remain of stakeholder driven with commission support. Okay. Okay, let's just try this. Does anybody, did you still want to speak, Ben? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just having trouble. So this committee is specifically for when we do make TCU, or we make our decisions at this meeting. Is this committee supposed to help if we're talking about a coast-wide reduction? This committee is just to help streamline that process and how you guys are going to handle that reduction or increase in quotas?
Yes.
Sort of, yeah. So the goal of the committee would be to establish a formalized strategy for the United States, or maybe a policy, best case scenario, a policy, so that we would have some actual guidelines to go by, so we wouldn't be doing it ad hoc every year.
Go ahead, Forrest.
Okay. Yeah.
Else.
I'm trying to synthesize these two ideas here. I know the MSAB is really set up well. It's got key support structure, and I think that's, if I'm following now, we want a conference board sanctioned committee, so it can be a little broad. You don't have representation from every single area on the MSAB. You've got spot representation, and if you broaden it to a conference board group, then we can get secretariat support, officially, and then it would have. You're looking down this way. Am I saying something wrong? Okay. So anyway, I'm starting to catch on here that we want something official on the U.S. side that runs through the conference board. So we have those tools. We have that support from the secretariat. It's official, it's on some type of time schedule between now and then. So yeah, I do support the motion, outside of having to be confined to the MSAB, even though that's a really, like Chris brought up, that's a really, really good place to deal with it. And maybe that it finalizes through there, but we need more input, and we can only do it through this avenue.
I think that's right. And I think that there's been a lot of discussion here about how that's needed and to get away from this ad hoc process. So, Rebecca, did you want to add something?
Well, I have a question, I guess to Brian. With this committee, is it limited to conference board members? So Alaskan conference board members, you would have to be an Alaska conference board member to be on this new committee, or is the committee membership open to anybody who wants to seek to be on it?
I hadn't really thought about that. I think that it would probably be most effective if it was limited to conference board members, just so that people had that that experience and familiarity with this process and some of its shortcomings and where it could be improved. But that said, I don't know if it should be limited, but I think that maybe in selecting committee members that should be considered, that conference board members might be be able to contribute the most to this process.
I'm going to pose one question before I go to Chris. So my understanding is, as a stakeholder-driven process, we are self-selecting rather than asking the commission to appoint. Is that your intent?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Just for clarity in the note. Go ahead.
So I just want to make sure this is the motion. Is that the motion? Because one thing, it's a distribution strategy for Alaska IPHC regulatory areas. Like, I'm just looking at what's on the screen there. The USA makes a motion regarding that the initiative to commissioners initiate could we put it up there so we can, and we're talking about the Alaska IPHC regulatory areas, right? I think it needs to explicitly say that, because that's my understanding of the intent.
This is Jerry Christensen. Since nobody recognizes the hands when they're up, I'd like to make an observation.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, I guess it would seem to me that it would simplify it as the version that I see on the screen in front of me. If you simply put in front of distribution the word harvest, a stakeholder-led committee focused on a harvest distribution strategy for Alaska, which would clear up what bothered me from the beginning, which was that the original motion talked about a harvest policy and a distribution strategy. Distribution to me referred to where fish are. But if you're talking about the distribution, a strategy, a harvest distribution strategy for Alaska, then it seems to me it becomes unambiguous. That's all.
I think you've captured my intent there. I think.
Can the lights be lowered? Can't see anything from the back here.
I think the motion we're trying to get to is the U.S. requests that the commissioners initiate an Alaska stakeholder-led committee focused on a harvest distribution strategy for Alaska IPHC regulatory areas, or on identifying a harvest distribution strategy for Alaska IPHC regulatory area.
Yeah, that captures it.
So, okay, we people okay with that? Go ahead.
Thank you, Brian, for making the motion. I have a question, and this may be a bit redundant, but do you have any intent of putting some form of a timeline within that motion, between AM 100 and AM 101 that would help put place precedence on this?
Yeah, I would like to have a harvest distribution strategy by AM 101. I think that would be the best thing for the stakeholders that we represent here, and I think it would be the best thing for this entire process.
Thank you.
Okay, so the intent is that we have one commission secretariat support for this committee, and two, that we try to arrive at agreement in time for 101 annual meeting. Okay. And we're going to self-select people, and they're going to be from the Alaska Conference Board. Okay, go ahead, Forrest.
Yeah, I'm just checking. I feel like I'm not on the mic here,
You're
but I'm just checking to see if we're making assumptions about what the secretariat is willing or not willing to do with the committee, or is this something that's feasible? If we wanted to look and see if we set something up this way and have runs done to see how that would affect yield in the areas and stuff like that, is that something that we even have the purview to be suggesting?
I think we are requesting that, and if it's not feasible, we will be told it's not. Or if we want them to show up for 10 meetings, they may tell us they can provide support for 3. But I think we're requesting it.
Okay.
And that will be communicated.
Okay. Yeah, the intent is just to signal that the U.S. delegates on the conference board, this is something that we really want to see.
Okay, let's try this. Or am I missing anyone online? Okay, thank you. Yes, I think we have it nailed down. Is there any objection to this motion? Any objection online? If you object, put your hand up, I guess, or no, what are we telling him to do? Thumb down if you object. Okay, so no objection. Motion passes with no objection.
Hold on.
Yeah.
On the Canadian side, I just want to, were you just calling the US side, or are you calling?
I was calling generally, but I should let Jim call.
Yeah. Because I don't know how many people in Canada are actually going to abstain or they're going to object. So maybe we start with, so for Canada is in the room, any objections?
No objection in the room.
Any abstentions?
We have 1, 2, 3, at 8, I think.
And online. So if you're going to object, put your hand up online. If you're abstentions online.
So what was the instruction again, Jim?
So if you're abstaining to the US motion, put your hand up if you're online.
So there
were no objections. We have a bunch of abstentions, and then we'll go. We're working kind of ass backwards here, but we'll go to. You got the count of the abstentions?
I think we have the count.
Okay, and then any to clear, any people are in favor of this motion? So put just in the room, put your hand up, put your thumbs up online.
You don't have anybody, well, I guess you can see, but we have no one in the room in favor.
I think Russell's in favor. One in favor in Canada.
Okay, we got the count. All right, anything else we need to bring up under this number 5 agenda item, mortality limits? Okay, great. People need a break, or can we forge ahead into the regulatory proposals? Sorry, Ben. you've been overruled. Okay, let's try to keep it to 10 minutes so we can get through the rest of our agenda.
Okay.
Be back at 5 minutes before 3 o'clock.
Still I get to go out.
Okay, I think we're gonna get started if people can file back to their seats. So this. Okay, I think we're getting started. So proposals 1 and 2 just establish the procedure and sort of the tables that we took mortality limits and fishing periods in. I don't think we need to take them up. My mic's on. People can't hear me. It's on. I think it's just there's too much background noise. Okay, let me try that again. So my understanding is that proposals 1 and 2 are procedural. One establishes the tables for the mortality limits. The other is the fishing periods.
Can we put those up on the screen?
I was going to say I don't think we need to take them up, but if people want,
No, just to see what they are, right? Just to remind people what we're talking about.
Okay, go ahead and we'll put proposal 1.
Can we go to the appendix?
So this is what proposal 1 does. It sets this table and how we display the mortality limits once the commission has identified them, that they're displayed in tons and millions of pounds by area and then broken out by sector. So that's what proposal 1 does.
Isn't this the same every year?
It has
Or
not
there-
changed since last year.
Yeah, has not
There's an
changed
update,
since
okay.
last year. We had some clarifications last year so that we were displaying some of those sector splits. And this is just the same as what we did last year.
Okay.
Okay, so we just note we reviewed it. Unless anybody wants to make a motion, suggest any changes, I think we can move to proposal 2. Okay, can we put proposal 2 up? Proposal 2 is similar. It's a procedure for establishing the fishing periods.
Appendix, please.
So that it will look like this, where we say the opening dates, it will include the times for the fishery, including also those for, well, I guess for 2A, we've now delegated opening and closing those to the management agency there. So that's all proposal 2 does. Again, I don't think we need a motion on it. Just noted, we reviewed it. It's not changing anything. Okay. Jim, you good?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. I think, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just we did this the opening and closing time. I don't know if that's applicable here, but
we're going to include it.
Yeah, we will specify. Thank you. We'll specify the day and the time. We always did specify a time, but we'll make sure it specifies that our recommendation is to change that time. So maybe that should be highlighted, the 12, so that it highlights we want the commissioners to address that.
So we've added a minute to the length of the fishery, right?
No.
Yeah, because it was 11:59.
Go ahead.
So because this is a different change to what was originally proposed, we'll just make specific highlights in the report on the recommendations from the conference board. But this framework still applies in terms of the regulatory text. There will be just note that there was also recommendation for changing of the hour of the opening and closing.
Jerry, your 2400 clock is wrong.
Okay, so I think if everybody's good with that, we'll go to proposal 3. And proposal 3, we do need some action on. So I'll ask Basha to speak to that.
Thank you. So we'll get to the appendix. So this shows proposed regulatory language that includes changes that reflect the number of components that have been proposed here. And there are a few elements within this proposal. So in terms of a submission of missing logs, this proposal suggests that the logs for the U.S. vessels would have to be submitted to the Secretariat within 30 days of the season closing date. Previously, the IPHC Secretariat would send a prompt to harvesters to send their missing logs if they did not have an opportunity to see a IPHC representative at the offload site. So this gives us the opportunity to request that the vessels that have not seen IPHC representatives in the port to submit these logs within that time frame. The component 2 relates to consistent reporting requirements. You all have seen the IPHC logs. So there are very specific fields there. They request information by set and coordinates as a Latin log. So this removes some of the legacy provisions in the regulations. The component 3 revises the list of eligible logbooks. We discovered some of the legacy provisions and took this opportunity to revise this list to make it just more consistent with NOAA regulations for the NOAA logbooks, as well as we reordered this section in order to easier reference any logbook in the IPHC regulations in the future. Component 4 is related to writing in the logs, and this highlights the importance of writing in the logs that is legible for data entry. This is more for a base for the IPHC representatives that read these logbooks at the offload site to ask the vessel captains to make sure that the data they provide is easy and legible and available for data entry and inclusion in the IPHC data products. And then we have 2 components related to electronic logbooks. So this really paves the way for the IPHC to accept the electronic logbook that is currently considered by NOAA Fisheries, as well as introduce our own electronic logbook equivalent that will be available to fishermen. Here, I will also highlight that the intention is to make this program voluntary. These electronic logbooks will not be mandatory. They will be only available as an option to fishermen who are interested in them. So I just wanted to make sure that this is very, very clear. But the main component here is that this would be approved, but only if we fully conduct the full verification that these logbooks fulfill our criteria for data quality verification. So as you know, the IPHC representatives verify the data at the offload site. So we'll be making sure first, before this is fully moving forward, that all these requirements for data quality control are equally available to the IPHC representatives for to have these data of equal quality. And I also note that the conference board asked to be on the agenda in the discussion on the electronic logbooks and specifically the current electronic logbook variant that is going to be available soon. So we have a representative of the company called Deckhand that will be able to provide any additional comments on this logbook that is available to the fleet. Or will be, should the commission approve that proposal, and also the logbook fulfills all the IPHC requirements.
Just for clarification, this is just for the U.S. fleet?
That is correct, yes. This is for Alaska only.
Chris?
Sorry, just I don't know everybody else, but I'm having a hard time hearing. So I'd encourage all of us to lean into our microphones. Sorry, I just something to note.
Yeah, the volume seems to have been turned down on the mics. Okay, can you turn up the volume on the mics, please? People are having difficulty hearing us. Huh, seems like it's gotten quieter.
Check.
Okay, well, hopefully people could hear that rundown well enough to track what we're addressing here. There's 3 aspects to the monitoring and reporting. One is that you will be required to send in data from your logbooks if no port sampler comes to you. I think you can also provide it to the port sampler, or are we having it sent directly to the IPHC?
So I believe the presentation will address some of the data issue here as well, but there will be 2 options. So either there will be a direct connection between the tablets that the IPHC port representative will be able to receive the data directly from the captain from their tablet, and there will be also an option to fulfill that requirement of submitting the data within 30 days. Should that proposal be adopted, there will be an option to upload any data that have not been submitted to the IPHC port representative to submit that data directly to the IPHC from the tablet.
Okay, and then another modification to request that what you write in your logbooks be legible. That helps with data entry when they can read what we write. Guilty of that. And then the third part of this is to advance towards electronic logbooks for Alaska. And we have Lang here to speak to that proposal. So if everybody's clear on where we are, I'll give Lang a chance to talk about the e-logbook program.
There was one hand over on the other side.
Kirill.
Comment in the logbook. In the 30 days, if a fisherman doesn't submit it, are they going to get penalized by the enforcement? Or that in the past, usually the fishermen, when they're fishing, they come in, and when the IPHC Climate Board, she collects even the past 30 days. So we want a clarification on that because fishermen need to know.
Sorry, I raised this issue yesterday with the commissioners to check and was told that the commission does not have enforcement capability. So you will be reminded to get it in, but what they're asking is you get it in without waiting for a prompt or without waiting for that person to come on board to gather it. But you take responsibility to send it in if nobody's gathered it from you. They are shifting the responsibility more onto the vessel operator to submit that logbook information.
All right, sounds good. Because
Okay.
in the past, fishermen usually like the IPHC to come on board, and that way they can communicate to see how the fishery is going on and so forth. So, but if we eliminate that IPHC coming on board and communicating with fishermen, we kind of, how can I say this?
So we're not eliminating
Yes.
it. It's just if they have not come on board, it's asking fishermen to take the initiative to send it in.
So that's just making clarifications. So
No, I
fishermen already
appreciate
get penalized quite a bit for everything else. So not to burden them, at least at this point.
I understand. Okay, Lang, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and IPHC for letting me speak for a few minutes here. I'll try and keep it brief. Everybody has a long day here. So my name is Lang Solberg. I run the U.S. division of a company called Real Time Data. Our flagship product is called Deckhand, as you can see up on the screen there. I'm also a commercial fisherman, so and the company was co-founded by commercial fishermen. So we really are fisher/industry centric in our approach to the product and our ethos, if you will. So let me make sure I can run this okay. So Deckhand is an electronic logbook. We've been in the business for over a decade, starting down in Australia and New Zealand.
We then, since about 2019, started getting up on our 2 feet here in the States, and we have deckhand workflows within deckhand deployed on both coasts in the US. Deckhand is a captain's tool. It is not just a simple form that you fill out on a smartphone or a tablet. It is a workflow that works as you work on the water. The flow of the software matches the flow of longlining or any other gear type for which we've built a workflow. So fundamentally, one of the biggest efficiency gains that is very fundamental is the switch from handwriting latitudes and longitudes to having the GPS and the tablet do it for you. And I know it's very basic, but the amount of time in our activities last year that I'll explain in a minute or two that it saved fishers is significant. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But it's comprised of a hardware software combination, an iPad, a RAM mount, a weatherproof case, distributed through marine electronics distributors. Deckhand is like a car, if you will. The chassis looks the same in New Zealand as it does in down East Maine or Southeast Alaska. The trim, or the bells and whistles, is the workflow. The workflow that we have begun to work on for the under 60 fleet, IPHC fleet, is tailored to the paper logbook largely at a fundamental level that you all are used to already. Furthermore, under the hood, Deckhand can integrate with a lot of different endpoints, if you will, from sending yourself an email of the report to integrating directly with port staff via airdrop, which is our plan to go tablet to tablet, absent an internet connection, or an integration with IPHC directly or NIMFs. So quick just overview of activity last year. It was our debut in the Pacific Halibut fleet, but our activity through the NIFWIF program largely targeted the fleet with a reporting obligation to NIMFs through use of the DFL. So we provided a paper alternative to the DFL on about 30 boats. It was a successful rollout there. Some of you in this room used Deckhand last year, and to be honest, it probably wasn't a great fit for you because you had a reporting obligation to IPHC. And while you could have used Deckhand as an alternative, it was a little bit more of a lift for the IPHC fleet, and therefore, and for other reasons, and just walking in lockstep between NIMS and IPHC, we started discussions with Basha and the Secretariat to afford the IPHC folks with the IPHC reporting obligation with a solution. That's in collaboration with Alpha, NPFA, DSFU, FVOA, and the agencies. So we're really excited for year one, and even more excited to enter into 2024 here as well. So speaking of that, 2024, we have a few things going on. We're going to expand our deployment in the over 60 fleet, or the fleet that has a DFL obligation. So then also, as we've explained, we've entered into a partnership with IPHC to build a workflow for the fleet with the IPHC reporting obligation. We have an EFP also in progress on the federal side that addresses some requirements there that are pretty old. They require printing on board in the wheelhouse. And that proved to be difficult for a lot of folks, and we're doing our part to try and get those regulations up to speed with where the technology's at and with what harvesters and agencies are capable of doing. Printers are not a part of that, in our opinion. We're looking forward to a strengthened partnership with IPHC. And then I think the most important takeaway here in my little presentation is, again, we're a Fisher-founded company, and the regulatory reporting component of this is only one small slice of the pie in terms of what the software can do. So we enjoy conversations with the associations, folks representing fleets, and individual fishermen to uncover and discuss things that ways that you can utilize the data you already collect
to benefit your own fishing businesses and science and analytics and such. So the sky is really the limit, and I look forward to having more of those discussions with all of you. My call to action here, you've seen the table likely out in the hall. Please come and sign up for the newsletter. We'll keep you informed as progress unfolds with the IPHC log. And there are some testing slots available for IPHC that the Secretariat will manage, but we'll take interested folks on a list. And that's about it from my end for now. I wanted to keep this brief, so happy to entertain questions as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Lang. Any questions?
We have a question from Chuck.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and please accept the fact that I don't know that much about that particular that fishery, but in general, in Prop A3, I'm fully would be voting yes if it comes to a vote. But I have a couple of questions, and it's around the fact that there's a statement that requirement for USA vessels remains applicable to vessels that have an overall length of 26 feet or greater, but nothing smaller. And as such, I have questions. And I note it because Canada requires all vessels to be monitored. And I understand the magnitude of an individual 26-foot vessel or less is likely insignificant compared to larger vessels. But a couple of questions. What is the number of these vessels? Why are these vessels exempt from the regulation? And I gather since exempt, there's no requirement for even to worry about missing logs. Am I missing something, or is this something worthy of any discussion? Thank you.
Thanks for that question, Chuck. I know this was raised by the U.S. Commissioner or Chair Kurland yesterday or the day before, that fleet, I believe the number accounts for 0.07% of the harvest. I don't recall the number of vessels, but it was a very small percentage of the catch. They're mostly vessels, they're open skiffs, and maintaining a logbook in an open skiff for that amount of quota, given the challenges, was deemed by the U.S. to be an unnecessary burden. Any questions for Lang on his presentation? Go ahead.
Hi, Lang. We spoke a little bit about this, but at this point, this is a voluntary. This ebook it's voluntary, correct? It's correct. So, is there an amnesty period with NIMS from during this voluntary phase before becomes mandatory? And the reason I ask that is it just seems like the ease of data mining by NIMS and potential fines is much easier than if it was on paper. I'm just wondering, is there any sort of amnesty in this voluntary phase for that? Thanks for the question. I can't speak to anything on the NIMS side one way or the other on that, but I can say that first and foremost, we worked really hard to develop a product that works 100% offline. And so any data you collect is local to the device unless and until you send it to the same endpoints that you're submitting your paper logs to with the same data requirements as on paper. Those are one-way transmissions. And so any opportunity keep in mind that don't take my word for this, but to my understanding, I believe NIMS transposes existing paper logs into electronic format anyway. So the end result is largely the same. It's just a major efficiency gain on the harvester side to use available technology. So that's about the best I can answer that. And maybe Basha or Linda can speak to the same sort of question on the IPHC side. But yeah, I'll leave it at that for now.
So yes, that's the intention of the IPHC working with DECA, that we want to ensure that the data is secure and only available to privileged parties that the harvester is willing to share the data with. So we'll be planning to work on a software that has that ability to transfer the data directly tablet to tablet without the internet available between the harvester and IPHC representative of the commission per requirements of the IPHC regulations, as well as the option to upload the data from the logbook at the end of the season directly to the IPHC. This data is not intended to be shared with any other agencies. This is the data that would be IPHC only available.
I guess addition, it's not a direct answer to your question, but probably important for US stakeholders to be aware of, if you're not, that the IPHC up until this year was collecting the sablefish catch rates from the commercial fleet. When they would come on board, they would collect halibut as well as sablefish. They're not doing that anymore. And so for the last few years, it's been very difficult for the sablefish stock assessment team to get those catch rates from the commercial fishery. And all of us think it's important for them to have that data. So the sort of solution moving forward is to create a more efficient way for that data to be entered by fishermen and provided to both for sablefish data to the sablefish team and managers, and then halibut data to the IPHC. So I know the issue you raised is a little different than that, but just jog my memory of some of the challenges we've been facing in gathering this data. Sure.
So on that note, I will just add that any data that has been shared by the APHC included very explicit statement that the captain agreed to share that data. So we did have a lot of logbooks that provided sablefish information, but we only shared that data per explicit approval signature by the captain to agree to share that data.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, Kirill?
Question: do the fishing require us to use use only EM, the deckhand EM logbook, or can the fishermen use alternate apps or software approved by IPHC?
Thank you for this question. We would consider any application that fulfills our requirement. Currently, the only application that is on the table as a potential that is making sure that we do get the quality data control that we require, that's the only available option.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just curious, have you looked at expanding into BC at all for the electronic monitoring? We currently have AMR doing our electronic logbooks, and while they're pretty good, they're also limited to the Android device, and yours is an iPad, and I would frankly like an iPad.
Thanks for the question. Yeah, we're constantly looking at Canada. We have some partners, Canadian-based partners. That's really that discussion hasn't occurred necessarily between us and IPHC at this point, but we're happy to have that discussion and I appreciate the feedback. I'd love to continue that discussion with some of the stakeholders in Canada to better understand challenges and opportunities there. So currently no, but happy to chat.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Lang. Up, one more, Nils. Oh, Garrett, Elwood Online. Sorry. Go ahead, Garrett.
Just wanted to offer some commentary. Thanks for the presentation, Lang. I used the electronic logbook in the pilot program this past season and have nothing but good experiences. It's a huge time saver, and I think this will help with the efficiency of the fleet and improving our data collection moving forward. So, big supporter. Thank you, Lang.
Appreciate it, Garrett. Thanks.
Thanks, Garrett. Okay, go ahead, Robert.
Sorry, just make one more comment. I mean, I think some of you guys are a little bit hesitant to potentially switch over to an electronic logbook, but I've been using an electronic logbook for about 6 years now in Canada, and it's
vastly superior than writing something down. So if it's set up right, and this looks like it's a fairly good platform, you will grow to love it, I'm sure.
Thanks for that. I can vouch. Lang's also been great to work with. We're also been using the book. Okay, I think we're ready for a motion on this.
Linda,
Yes.
does it work with the vessel monitoring program, the logbook that he gave a presentation on?
Thanks for the question. Currently, there's no direct integration with EM, but the evolution of these technologies has, in my opinion, one end, and that is integration with some of the other technologies that are becoming more prevalent on board. So we're in discussions with EM providers every day about how best to serve the fleet, sort of from a one-stop shop approach. But currently, no.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody, sorry, am I missing anybody else online?
Linda,
Kathy, go ahead.
I'll make a motion that the conference board recommends, I always have to think about what language they want used. Let's see what proposal number A3 regarding logbooks and recording requirements to the commissioners.
So your motion is recommends adoption of proposal A3?
Yep.
Okay, is there a second? Tom Gemmell held the coalition second. Okay, Kathy, you want to speak to that briefly?
This just, I think, makes cleaner language moving forward. It's adopting new technology that's coming in, but it's not requiring it at this point in time. And I think it's just a good stepping stone moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to comment on that? Okay, let's try this. On the US side, is there any objection to this motion? Anybody no on this motion? Anybody still awake on the US? Any abstentions? One abstention. Okay. Were there any online? Okay. So that passes with one abstention on the US side. Jim, you want to call Canada's vote? I think you might be muted, Jim.
Okay, sorry about that. So on the Canadian side, any objections? Raise your hand in the room, put your thumbs down online. Any in agreement? Hands up, thumbs up. And then abstentions, raise your hand online and raise your hand in the room. So we have a number of hands online, which I can see, a couple of people that are for it. So I have 3, 4 in the online, and then 1, 2, 3, 4.
So we had 16 abstaining and 1 in favor.
No, there's 3 in favor.
Oh, 3 in favor?
Yeah, I've got.
Change the abstentions or not?
Oh no, there's 2 now. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we got Douglas and Chuck. Nope. Now we got down to 1. Okay. Anyways, it's a long day. Anyways, basically Canada abstains from this one.
Okay, 8 abstentions, 2 thumbs up, and no nos for Canada.
No, there was a number of abstentions online too. There was like 12, there's like 9 or 10.
Oh, 8 in the room, 8 online. So 16 total on abstaining. Okay. Somebody has that right. All right. So I think we're ready to move to the next proposal. What? Go ahead.
On the trial.
Okay, so so we are looking, the IPHC is looking for people to participate in a trial using these logbooks. They have 8 platforms to distribute to people who are willing to take them and try them. So if you are willing, please come probably to you, to Basha, at the end of the meeting, and you will be gifted with a iPad loaded up for this trial. Anything else?
So I will be collecting expressions of interest. So anybody interested can come to me or send me an email. But should there be more interest, then available tablets will be asking the conference board chair to designate the vessels that would be participating in that trial.
Okay. So if you're interested in being part of the IPHC e-logbook trial, please email Basha or let her know so we can get a list going. Okay, we're good. We can move on, right? Okay. Next proposal. Do you want to, you're looking for somebody else on this one, or?
So I asked her, so I can speak to it.
Sure. Great. So go ahead.
Thank you. So the next proposal is proposal B1. It's a NOAA proposal on charter management measures. This proposal provides a framework for setting charter management measures that would be reflective of the mortality and fishery limits that would be adopted by the Commission. So the decision on this proposal is a decision on the framework, and the actual management measures will be set according to the mortality and fishery limits decisions. So there could be a decision about today about the framework itself, or general comments about the direction this proposal is going. But overall, it's very much driven by the mortality limits decision as it is written currently.
Okay, anybody want to make a motion to accept this framework? Go ahead, Forrest.
Yeah, I'd like to make. Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the annual charter halibut management measures for 2024 as they've been forwarded by the North Pacific Fishery Management Council.
Second to that? Okay, Daniel. Want to speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I can speak to it. On an annual basis in October, the Charter Halibut Management Committee gets together and discusses what kind of harvest measures they would like to have analyzed from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, who ultimately does the analysis. And then back in December, they gather together again to make decisions on what kind of progression that they would like to put down, which has been spoken to. And so the motion, I asked for it to be posted online so you can see it. I don't know if we need to read through it. It's fairly lengthy, but basically both areas 2C and 3A have a progression of harvest measures that are targeted to meet any allocation that might come out of this meeting. And those are industry and through the Charter Halibut Management Committee populated harvest measure ideas.
Okay, thanks, Forrest. Any other comments on that? Anybody online wanting to comment? Nope. Okay. Any objection to this motion from the US side first? Any no votes? Any abstentions? Okay, carries on the US side unanimously, and turn it over to you, Jim. I don't know.
All right, Canadian side, all those in favor, raise your hands and raise your thumbs online. Don't see any thumbs online. Anyone up? Any against? Any abstentions? Raise your hand. So I see a mitt full of hand raises online. One, two, three.
Maybe 20 abstaining.
Probably. It's hard to count online when it's such a small little window to see.
Okay, that's our count from here is 12 online and 8 in the room
Okay.
abstaining. Okay, let's plow ahead. So we're on proposition B2. Let me speak to that one. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Can we have, please, proposal B2? Appendix. Proposal B2 is a minor clarification and modifications of 2 sections that reflect recent changes to the capturing plan that distributes the mortality and fishery limits in IPHC Regulatory Area 2A. The Pacific Fisheries Management Council made a decision to allow additional flexibility of the allocations between the recreational sectors within the IPHC Regulatory Area 2A. And with this change, this requires accommodation also in the IPHC fisheries regulation. So this is only a clarifying note that IPHC would not be objecting if that shift between the recreational sector is moving forward on the US side, and this would be allowed under IPHC regulations as well.
So I don't know that this takes any action, maybe just noted. Unless someone in the room, if someone wants to make a motion to this effect from 2A, okay. Then I think we just note, we reviewed it, we didn't take action, right? But noted. Okay. All right, let's move to the next.
If we could bring, please, the C1 proposal. And I believe we have representatives of the Makah tribe who are available to speak on behalf of this proposal.
Would invite anybody that would like to come speak to this, come up to the mic here if you'd like to speak to this proposal. I think they can. Go ahead. Come on up.
I'm the fisheries director for the Makah tribe. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Just as a reminder, we are not a part of the conference board. We recognize that the conference board is made up of industry folks, and the Makah tribe is a tribe that has a treaty right, so we're a sovereign nation, and so we felt that we didn't belong in this conference board process, but we certainly appreciate the opportunity to talk about the regulatory proposal that we put together. And I just want to remind everybody that I started out, I believe, in 1993 as a conference board member. It was right after we got the federal ruling on our treaty rights to halibut, and that's when the federal judge said that the Makah tribe has a treaty rights to 50% of the halibut resource that passes through or dwells within our area. And when he made that ruling, it certainly allowed the Makah tribe to participate in this process. And so that's when I started out as a conference board member. But when I joined the conference board, I was really careful about how I represented myself because I wanted to be somewhat of an equal to everybody here. And I say that because you guys had the same interests that we had in terms of looking out for our community's interests, our fishing community's interests, and I totally understood that. And I know as a representative of the Makah tribe in this conference board, I did my best to support these fishing communities, and at the same time, we were hoping to get that in return. And but throughout the years, we slowly but surely continued to educate this process on really what treaty rights are to the 13 halibut tribes of Washington State. But with that said, in our regulatory proposal, as we did in 2019, we requested a TCEY of 1.65 million. And we felt that that meant the obligation of the 13 halibut tribes in Washington State with regards to their treaty rights, and it also meant the needs of the 3 states, both Washington, Oregon, and California, with regards to their catch sharing plan. That comes out of the Pacific Fisheries Management Council process. We filed this proposal to allow the Secretariat to do a very detailed analysis of what we were asking. And through that analysis, as you heard in the reports over the last couple of days, a TCEY at 1.65 is not a conservation concern. Matter of fact, if you look at the years going back to 2018, it seems as if the trend is going up in Area 2A in terms of the halibut abundance. And I know that people ask, well, why do you feel like you need to play a better role in conservation? And like I said, the number that we put out is considered to be a conservative number, recognizing that the population in Area 2A's abundance is going up. But then if you even look back at the past in terms of the decisions that the Pacific Fisheries Management Council made relative to both Washington, Oregon, and California, and the problems that we had with regards to bycatch in the trawl fisheries. They developed a trawl working group in 2004, and they developed a rationalization program, which included bycatch limits on trawl vessels, where they also required them to be fully observed. And prior to that, they were harvesting anywhere from 500 to 600,000 pounds. And through this rationalization program, I believe in 2011, several years later, we were able to bring that bycatch down by 80%. So going from 400 to 500,000 pounds down to maybe just around 100,000 pounds. So we're doing everything we can, and we feel like we're doing everything that is right with regards to developing a management plan and standards that protect the health of this stock in Area 2A. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, any comments from conference board members on the proposal? And I believe our previous motion included the 1.65 for 2A. I don't know that we need to take additional action, but Chris, you want to make a comment? Oh, and Dave is after you speak. Okay.
Yes,
We'll
this
take-
is
Go ahead,
this is
Dave.
Dave Kronquist on behalf of Puget Sound Anglers and the Coastal Conservation Association groups for Washington, Oregon, and California. We're supportive of the macaw proposal. We supported it in 2019, and it's been really good for the whole coastal area. So they have our full support for the proposal.
Thanks for that. Okay, Chris.
Thank you. And thank you for the explanation. Certainly understand and want to respect the treaty rights. However, we have some concerns about the fact about using a fixed number. It doesn't fluctuate with abundance. Using an absolute number creates that problem. And I know you could say, well, it doesn't create a conservation concern. On that same logic, giving Area 2B, the science has shown a 20% share doesn't create a conservation issue. So we are concerned about the fact that it doesn't fluctuate with abundance. It doesn't mean that you bear the cost of conservation. For that reason, I'll be voting against the motion.
Okay, we don't have a motion on the floor. It's a proposal that's been spoken to. Does anybody on the US side have any comments? Anybody online?
Nothing. Oh, Carter Hughes.
Okay, Carter, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm probably just going to abstain on this. You know, I think their number's fine. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just not going to, you know, it's in the proposal I supported earlier for TCEY, so I'm going to stick with that. Now, if someone wants to make a motion, I'll probably just abstain.
Okay, we don't have a motion. I do want to comment that from MSAB runs, there was clarity that the level of harvest in 2A, even if it is disproportionate to abundance, does not have an effect on other areas. And I wanted to have that be reflected in our conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to make that same point that I'm from California, and if 2A is the tail of the dog, then we're the very tip of the tail. But we've seen actually increasing numbers in California now, at least for the last 7 or 8 years. They're starting to encounter fish farther south than we've ever seen them before. Fort Bragg is about 150 miles south of the Oregon border, so it's quite a ways south. And for the first time in my memory, they actually had were able to run charter trips out of Fort Bragg and target Pacific halibut. So last year, California reached their quota out of a 6.5-month season. They reached it in just a little over 3 months. So the stock is strong there. We haven't seen any decrease. In fact, just the opposite. We've seen an increase. And also, there's a fairly intricate catch share plan in 2A. And there are some thresholds that if the TCY falls too low, then it actually eliminates some fisheries. And the 1.65, I think, is a very conservative number. It's kind of shown that over the last 5 years that the fifth survey showed actually an increase last year. So I think it's a very number we're very comfortable with, and we'd like to continue with 1.65 million. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for those comments. Anybody else online that we're missing or?
So if I think that's, I don't know if Carter Hughes has that time. I don't know if he spoke earlier or not.
Carter's already spoken.
Okay.
Does anybody want to make a motion on this, or do we just want to note we took the report and that our previous action included the 1.65 for area 2A?
So that's what we've done in the previous years, and
Yeah, I'm
What is
seeing nods around the table. So I think that's what we're going to do, unless there's, okay, I think that's what we're going to do. Go ahead. Robert?
Yeah, I'm not opposing or anything like that. I just want to make the comment that while Washington State does have 13 treaty tribes, Canada also has First Nations, and we are currently negotiating reconciliation agreements with those First Nations. So while the U.S. government has treaty obligations to those 13 tribes, Canada will at some point have treaty obligations or reconciliation obligations to our First Nations as well.
Thanks for providing that foreshadowing. Appreciate it. Okay, well, let's move on. We have one more proposal. Flying along. You must speak to. Go ahead.
Can we please bring proposal C1, C2? So this proposal has been submitted on behalf of a stakeholder who is interested in increasing flexibility of onboard consumption of Pacific halibut in Alaska. As you might recall, we had this similar but more restrictive proposal last year that have been adopted by the Commission. And this is just extending this ability to consume even more Pacific halibut on board than currently allowed. And per some discussions, we have also NOAA enforcement available here who might provide some additional comments in the if the conference board is interested on how the previously adopted onboard consumption flexibility has been playing out in the fishery. Thank you.
Okay, I would love to hear from enforcement how you feel the increased flexibility has been playing out.
Thank you for the question. The current regulation, how it is written.
Yeah, it'd be great to hear what you think of how the current regulation is operating, and then your comment, any comment you might want to share on this suggested change.
Thanks. Yeah, I've reached out to most of our field offices about this and got direct feedback from our officers that were doing the boardings at sea. And I've heard nothing but positive results and positive interactions with the public. And also, actually surprising to me, but it's good to hear, no issues when trying to identify the pieces as they were when they did the boarding. So it's all positive there on the current regulation. As far as this proposal, we do have some concerns. It's very similar to one that we saw last year. You know, we feel it might not be practical. It would take more time and resources to enforce it. Using a combination of photos linked with labeled bags in a freezer, and then some sort of log would be burdensome. It would definitely slow down the process and add to some confusion. Additionally, this one would there would be a subset of vessels. It would be both for the unguided and guided. So I don't know if that would affect logbook entries or ADF and G and the way that they have their logbook set up right now. So we feel those are the concerns, and we've had such a positive response to the current regulation that we'd like to keep it.
Okay, thanks for that. So summarize, you're happy with how things are going. A lot of concerns with the proposed changes. There's some issues that haven't really been vetted, like having this apply to guided and unguided and what that might affect. Also, it would be costly. We don't really have the resources to try and do this and enforce it. Okay, with that, Forrest?
A question for enforcement. When this was discussed and eventually adopted for one fletch to be consumed, there was resistance against 2 or 3. Do you know why we settled on 1 and not 2? This proposer is, you know, obviously looking to increase consumption, and maybe that would be an avenue to pursue.
Thank you for the question. That was a while back. Yes. One of the reasons is when you add the second fletch, it makes it more difficult for us to identify the fish, especially if it's a smaller fish. If you have two on the white side and you decide to, take both of those, you can mirror them up. It would be much more difficult for us to identify if that was from a different fish. When you have the three and the one gone, it's really no question, and it's very easy for us to identify.
Thank you very much for your time here and giving us the feedback from the field offices as well. I wanted, we've seen this come up for more than the past 9 years, and there is some validity to the preservation, of fish on board on some of these operations. And I think the biggest hurdle that we have in what we're speaking about starts with yourself and the enforcement side. That's the biggest. That's going to be the biggest crutch on moving forward if we do want to. Do you see any form of this proposal as being possible for enforcement, such as the carcass retention, as something that may not hinder your onboard timing? And I agree with you. The second form of this is a bit cumbersome. But as far as identification from a law enforcement officer, you're able to have your length measured. You're able to do your counts as far as possession limits. I could see that as possibly being an avenue, but it comes down to how you feel.
Not going to say never, but in reality, it would be more burdensome and time consuming regardless, especially depending on how, if it's cut in just one, fletch, a shoulder side, a belly side on each side. So 4 total. If that ever changes, that's almost impossible for us to do, especially timely. And so all of that would have to be discussed. But it's just right now that the one you do how you want to do with it is just so simple. Anything else would cause more time.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Horace, go ahead.
And just to follow up, so the regulation states that only one halibut on board can be cut up in that fashion. Although the sport regulations, as I understand it, is if we keep the carcass, we can fillet fish, but we have to keep the carcass with us until offload. So those two things together, and then I was thinking about what you said about matching fletches up. That it becomes more difficult if you're missing more than one. If the regulation were changed to say 2 halibut on board could be filleted, does that solve that problem? And just to let you know, I think I'm about to make a motion just to take no action on this, but just curious.
I'm always up for conversation on this. My background is in the charter industry. That's where I grew up in, so I totally understand. And yeah, when we have for the unders or in an area where that is a requirement, we would have the ability, if we had a suspicion, to say, hey, please let me see your carcasses, please take them out. But again, that would be such a time consuming, thing for anybody. So if that became the norm, we'd be concerned, but always open to talk.
Kirill has his hand up, and then we'll look for a motion. Go ahead, Kirill.
Actually, I actually would support this proposal that gentleman, whoever wrote this. Reason being is, why would you? There's lots of people coming and going, Alaskans, locals, tribes, Eskimos, Indians, locals, hiking. They would go out on a skiff, catch a halibut and eat it and get penalized for it. I'm in support 100% for a person to go out and not being forced on eating a halibut or 2. Trawlers kill 6 million pounds of fish a year. And the enforcement goes out and penalizes a hiker for 1 fish. This is ridiculous. On the enforcement side, it's just ludicrous. On our commission side, we should actually support this for the hikers and people that come and want to go on a skiff and catch. It's not going charter fishing. It's going to explore and have a good time and enjoy Alaska as it is. On the enforcement side, you guys should have some leniency for this. And I would support this proposal. Whoever wrote this is intelligently great that he did this. And that we wanted to do this many years ago, but we never did. But I commend the person that did.
So just for clarity, I want to make sure people realize that we did make a change last year. We did allow a little more flexibility in this, and that was after a lot of years of trying to figure out a path forward. And what's been asked for now is take that quite a bit farther. So I think what I'm hearing from enforcement is they're comfortable with the change made. They're not comfortable with making another change at this point. And I appreciate them coming here and sharing that concern. Definitely want to be polite to the staff people we have on hand to help us here. Okay, anybody prepared to make a motion on this proposal? Forrest?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we take no action on proposal C2. I'll abbreviate, and if I got a second, I can speak to it.
I'll second with you.
Second.
Madam Chair, I appreciate the motive here to increase capacity to for onboard consumption. It's unfortunate that the author of the proposal wasn't available. I was not reached out to on this. I don't know if anybody else in the sports sector was, but I'd encourage the author to reach out to us if they want to take another look at this next year. I perhaps there, together with law enforcement, we can come up with a creative solution to increase the ability for onboard consumption.
Do we need a motion to take no action?
Oh, we don't?
We probably don't, but I think it's fine as a statement of clarity that we are officially not taking action. So it'll probably save us time. We won't vote on it. We're choosing to note that we had a presentation. We had some information provided by enforcement. We had a conversation with some differing opinions, and we're choosing to not take action. Okay. Appreciate that. All right. Thank you. I think that wraps up our regulatory proposals. Good job. And we are next on our incidental catch or bycatch agenda item. And I believe we had identified that we would discuss monitoring under this agenda item as well. So I'll just open the floor to any conversations around bycatch. And I believe Linda Kozak, you had something to discuss on the monitoring aspect. So
thank you. Am I coming through? Okay. Every year I think every year that I've been part of this for about 30 years, we've talked about bycatch and monitoring, and we've made some progress. We do have increased monitoring. We don't have as much as we would like to see, some of us, particularly in the Gulf of Alaska. And we would like to be able to quantify and identify exactly what's being taken as incidental bycatch in the groundfish fisheries. And I have a proposed statement that I would like to read and suggest that the conference board consider adopting it to send to the commission. And it's not maybe as strong as some would like. It might be stronger than some would like, but I think it identifies that there is a concern and that there is a need for some additional or increased monitoring. And if I could make a motion for this statement, and I will read it into the record, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead. So it's on the board now. And go ahead, Linda.
Conference board members acknowledge that the groundfish fisheries encounter and take halibut incidentally as bycatch. Halibut bycatch minimization remains a high priority of CB members, along with full and robust monitoring measures to quantify halibut removals and mortality. And if I could have a second, I would speak to it.
Okay, we have a second. Go ahead.
As I said, this may not be as strong as some people would like, but I think embedded within this statement is the part of the sentence, full and robust monitoring. And I think that implies that we do not currently have full and robust monitoring in the groundfish fisheries. And I speak particularly of the Gulf of Alaska. And I would like to send a message to the commissioners that we support this. And I know that some people would like to have the Halibut Commission take some kind of action requiring something. And I'm not certain that that's appropriate or even able to be done. But I think that a statement of concern is important for this body to send forward to the commission. And I think that I speak for quite a few of the people here in regard to our desire to minimize bycatch wherever possible and mortality associated with that bycatch, but also to make sure we're able to quantify the removals by full and robust monitoring. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be supporting this motion. I was just wondering if I could add maybe just a couple words at the very end. For the full robust monitoring measures to quantify halibut removals and mortality in the directed and non-directed fisheries. That would be my suggestion. I don't know if you want to take it up or not, but because both the directed and non-directed fisheries do encounter halibut, and we need to have a grasp on what we are as directed fisheries encountering as juvenile halibut bycatch. So
if I could respond, Madam Chair, I think that's a good point. However, the motion specifically speaks to groundfish fisheries.
I'm sorry, but like in Canada, when we talk about groundfish fisheries, that's halibut is included in there. So just that's good for
And I'm
clarification.
sorry for any confusion, but in our little world, the federal arena, groundfish is typically, halibut is not considered to be what we would include in the groundfish when we're speaking about groundfish.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So just a comment, and don't change anything, but I do think that when you say full and robust, I think you may have an idea what that means, and I think a lot of other people have different ideas. And so, to me, there needs probably maybe some different language, but it just sort of opens up to interpretation of what robust means, and we've encountered that type of issue before in Canada. So, but anyways, that's just a comment.
Can I respond? I
think
would
you're-
tend to agree with that comment, and it is intentionally vague to some degree because it is a sensitive subject, and I want to get the message across, but I'm not comfortable at this point trying to suggest action that the commission could take, and I don't know if that explains this, and it may seem a little vague, but full and robust to me, and there is basically a scientific version of what is statistically reliable information. And I'm not saying that. I'm saying full and robust, which means that it's more than what we have now. And I could go so far as to say 100% coverage on the trawl fleet in the Gulf of Alaska, but I wasn't prepared to put that in this motion.
Okay, thank you. And Chris?
Yeah, I guess I'm looking at the motion and I understand the intent of it, but I'm sort of trying to figure out what we're actually trying to say and what we're hoping to get out of this. And I'll just give some examples. Like when we talk about, from the implementation of management measures that minimize the bycatch of halibut remains a priority of conference board members. And then we say in Jim's point, along with full and robust monitoring measures to quantify halibut removals and mortality within a defined standard of accuracy. Like I guess what I'm trying to get a sense of what we're trying to do with this motion. Like if we set, we say, for instance, you say 100% monitoring, maybe that's not needed. I mean, I've got different views on that. But if you're saying you have to meet within a defined standard, but I don't know if you want to go there. Like I said, I'm trying to figure out what we're going to do with this motion, what we're going to accomplish from it. I mean, theory, it's nice, but I'm trying to understand what we're hoping to get out of it.
What I'm hoping to get out of it is that the conference board would send a clear and distinct message to the commissioners that we remain concerned and we believe that it's possible that the commissioners will come up with a statement to send to the governing bodies of each country in regard to this issue. But it's a statement that would go to the commissioners for them to be aware that the conference board remains concerned and would like to make sure that it's in their to-do box, so to speak, in regard to the issues that they're addressing.
Okay, thanks, Linda. Sorry, I don't mean to hijack the discussion here, but I guess I'm just thinking, and I don't know how far we want to go with this or how far the U.S. is comfortable going with this. But for example, there was discussion, I think, in performance review 1 or 2 that talked about developing the standards for monitoring, not saying how you have to monitor, but saying these are the developing standards that have to be met. Would that be useful to include that type of wording in here? Are we willing to go that far, or are you uncomfortable with that? I just think bounding it a little bit and giving commissioners very clear, like, this is what we'd like you to do. If we just want them to write a letter, then we should say that. But I'm just saying, we've been down this road a lot around this table, and I just think the more specific we could be, the better. And I'm just trying to see if I can find the wording from that performance review. So just give me a minute.
Madam Chair, I would like to hear from other members in regard to this, but I did, in fact, I'll reiterate, I did keep it a little vague intentionally because I want the commissioners to understand that this is an issue, but I'm not trying to direct traffic or tell them what we think that they should do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think what I'm taking from your motion and from your explanation of the motion is that you are messaging from the conference board to the commissioners that bycatch and adequate, robust accounting for bycatch remains a priority of the conference board, but not trying to dictate or specify beyond that.
I think that is a very good explanation. Thank you.
Okay, so Carter Hughes has his hand up.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Carter.
Yeah. Hi. I completely agree with the sentiment of this here. I just have a comment. It's about where I fish, which is Southeast 2C area, and most of a lot of the fishing is combination fishing, at least on the boat that I catch my fish on. And so they're already, filling out log books probably for both nymphs and the captain is, and the IPHC on any trip that I've ever been on. And then they have cameras. So, but that's just a comment. I understand that. Now, I don't know what other groundfish fisheries in Southeast really exist anymore. There's the rockfish has been cut back so much at Pequod too. The main other one in Southeast is sablefish. I just wanted to add to that comment.
Okay, thank you, Carter. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, it's just it's just the wording. Just coming from Canada's perspective, when you say groundfish, I was just wondering if you could maybe change the groundfish to like non-directed halibut fisheries. I don't know if that's
in your realm. It's just from my perspective, anyways, from Canada, it's when you talk about groundfish, it's fully integrated. So just a little clarification on what we're maybe trying to direct our concern at.
Well, and Madam Chair, I think the rest of that sentence does explain that. It says groundfish fisheries encounter and take halibut incidentally as bycatch. I think.
Yeah, I'm just, again, it's just from Canada. When you talk about groundfish, it's fully integrated. So when you talk groundfish, it's also the halibut sector, the lingcod sector, the rockfish sector, the trawl, and I'm again, that's why when I made my first comment, it was in regards to directed and non-directed. So I just, maybe if we're trying to limit the bycatch in the non-directed halibut fisheries, then maybe we should be saying that.
I don't know that we want to call them a non-directed halibut fishery. So I'm not sure what the right wording would be there. So anyway, Chris, did you have a suggestion on that?
I was just thinking, what is the terminology that is used in IPHC documents when we're referring to these fisheries? Is it not non-directed mortalities? Could it be conference member acknowledged that? Well, no,
So yes, that's an IPHC term, non-directed fisheries, non-directed.
well, it's non-directed mortalities. I take your point that you don't want to say they're halibut fisheries.
Yeah.
I understand that.
I have a little bit of a problem with that.
So.
Madam Chair, could it read conference board members acknowledge that I had it. College members acknowledge that fisheries encounter halibut incidentally as bycatch, and just like, yeah, just drop the groundfish part. Does that lose the essence?
I think that's, well, I turn to the maker of the motion. Would that work for you and satisfy this concern about using the term groundfish?
I think the intent would still be there.
I think so.
So that acknowledge that fisheries encounter and take halibut incidentally as bycatch.
So it's inclusive. Does that work for Canada? So that's a friendly amendment to make that change? Linda?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Is that better? Chris?
Okay.
Go ahead.
I would say the acknowledge the fisheries that encounter.
No, that fisheries.
Move the that.
Fisheries, just take out the dot. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, I'm just, like I said, again, I'm just want to read out the wording that's in the performance review document. It says, it's basically, it talks about the establishment of common standards and levels for monitoring, observers, and data collection could greatly enhance the management process and ensure greater equity or balance in fishery opportunities for all areas. Not saying we have to go that far, but could you say something that, you know, we're talking about along with the full and robust monitoring measures too. Could you say something, the establishment of common standards and levels for monitoring observers data collection that would greatly enhance the management process? Are you willing to go with wording like that? I'm just trying to, I'm just, again, I'm not sure what we're going to get out of this with the current wording, that's all.
Well, I thought it was very clear, so I apologize if it's not, but I believe the intent is very clear in regard to this motion, and I'm not certain that we need to play with it a whole lot.
Okay, you mentioned, sorry, I'm out of turn here, but you mentioned that you're hoping they write a letter. Do we want to make that part of the motion, or is that too explicit?
I think the intent is to, as I stated, that the commissioners would be aware that it continues to be of concern to the members of the conference board. And what they do with it is based on people testifying or speaking with them in regard to any action that they might take. I was not trying to be prescriptive at all in the motion with regard to an action that the commissioners might undertake.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments on this motion? Anybody online I'm missing? We good?
I think Carter Hughes still, I don't know if Carter had his been able to talk yet. His hand's still up.
I put it back up, and I'm just gonna say that I like the original wording. You start talking about any encounter thing that a fishery that encounters halibut. You have to, you have salmon fisheries, and the crab fisheries in Southeast occasionally encounter halibut. But I don't see that they're a big impact on it, and so I kind of, as I understand ground fish from the way it's referred to where I fish, which was in the original wording, that makes more sense to me to word it that way. Okay, that's it.
Okay, I think the commissioners will recognize where bycatch is more of an issue, and that in the US, it's ground fish fisheries that are much more of an issue than salmon or crab. I sort of trust their judgment on that and directing their attention to those fisheries that are an issue. And this resolved the concern that Canada had with the wording. So appreciate your comment. Any, should we try this on the US side? Any objection to this motion? Any abstentions on this motion? Sorry, I'm trusting you're checking online. Any abstentions to this motion? One abstention? Two abstentions? Okay. Three abstentions? And how about online? One online. Okay. Okay, and Jim, I'll turn it over to you to call for Canada.
Okay, for Canada, are there any objections to this? Just raise your hand up the room and then just put your thumb down on the screen online.
No
Okay.
objections in the room.
Don't see anything online. Okay, abstentions, raise your hand. We figured if there's no abstentions or objections, Dave, we wouldn't have to worry about raising our thumbs online. But I see some people have. Okay, there's no objections or abstentions, so I guess it's unanimous on the Canadian side.
Thanks for that. I know Alan and Ian did have some high-level slides on bycatch. If people want to take a look at those, people are feeling worn down. We don't need to. You want that?
I think it couldn't hurt. I mean, I'm not advocating one way or another, but I'd certainly be game to see him.
Okay. All right. I see a few head nods. Yeah, would invite either of you to come to the table, and I know we skipped that earlier, so take those slides right now. Thank you.
Yep, slides are up. So I just have a couple of slides, and this is a very broad overview. I don't have the expertise or specific information to speak to individual fishery sectors, but instead of having to go through all the national reports, just wanted to provide you with a couple slides that give you the very broad view of non-directed discard mortality as it pertains to Pacific halibut and the time series. Okay. So this is the longer time series. This wasn't in the earlier presentation, but this goes all the way back. This is the full reconstruction of non-directed discard mortality or bycatch estimates that we have available to us. As you can see, bycatch ranged considerably and is probably quite uncertain in the early part of this time series, particularly in the 60s and 70s when this was
heavily influenced by foreign fishing in U.S. waters with much different monitoring, much lower and less rigorous monitoring than we have since that time period. But just note that we have a couple peaks there that exceed 20 million pounds within a single year. This is just zooming in on the more recent time period from that second peak in 1992 onward. And here you can see the recent trend over the last several decades. You see the total has come down considerably since that level of around 20 million pounds. We're now down in the 3 to 5 million pound range. And as I highlighted in Monday's presentation, one of the big changes in the components of this bycatch has been the drop beginning in 2020 and continuing on in the Gulf of Alaska and IPHC Regulatory Area 3A. That's the red series, sort of in the middle of this plot. This over history, this has been a large contributor to bycatch mortality of Pacific halibut. But due to changes in those fisheries in the Gulf, that's been the halibut mortality attributed to those fisheries is substantially lower now. And the last slide I just wanted to show you is a table with the most recent 5 years of values. So you can see how the trend is going. And I included an extra decimal place here just so you can see the resolution a little bit better. One of the things you can see in the center of your screen in 3A, you can see that sharp decline from 2019 of over 1.6 million pounds in 2019 down to under 400,000 pounds estimated for 2023. You'll note a couple of other changes that have occurred. In particular, you can see 2B has increased generally from 2019 to 2020 with a relatively high value for 2B in 2023. And of course, on the far right, you see that the majority of the coastwide bycatch, more than 50%, still comes from IPHC Regulatory Area 4, C, D, and E. Again, this is all fisheries that are encountering halibut and incurring mortality, but are not able to retain halibut. So we're not including directed commercial halibut discards in these estimates. And that's all I had.
Thanks for that, Ian. Are there any questions on this? Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. I was curious if you could speak to the reduction in 3A and what measures were taken to get to that point.
So I think that's probably a question, the specifics is probably a better question for the US delegation, some of the NOAA fisheries representatives here. What I can say is that our understanding is that there's been a sharp decrease in the target fisheries for other species, primarily flatfish and cod on the shelf. And it's been the reduction in effort in those fisheries that's led to the reduction in halibut catch and therefore halibut mortality.
Angus, you have your hand up? Angus?
Oh, we can't hear you if you're on.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
We got you.
Yeah. How do you tease out whether you're decreasing your catch through different measures or whether you've killed them and they're just not there anymore, so you're catching less?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think to get at that, you'd need to look at encounter rates, perhaps pounds of halibut per pound of target species or per duration of trawling if it's trawling. I think you'd actually need to look at the specific rates. With regard to 3A, there have been some large changes in the amount of effort in those fisheries. So this isn't just a change in encounter rate in those areas. I'm fairly convinced of that. But again, I defer to some of my NOAA fisheries counterparts here for more specifics on the reasons why those fisheries have changed.
Dr. Stewart? Is it possible to get encounter rate data?
Yes, but it's not something that the Secretariat works with on a frequent basis. So it would probably not, it'd be best to go directly to the domestic agencies to get that rather than to try to work through the Secretariat.
Likewise, is there any explanation for the increase in 2B that you can provide, or maybe Anybody on Canada can provide of why the bycatch is going up there?
So that was a question that we had brought up internally as well. And that would have to come from the agency staff. But the comments we got back was that they are investigating.
You could ask somebody from the agency to come, from DFO to come here and
Do we have anybody in the room? Try and find somebody.
We can certainly ask, but we were not aware that this would be required, so they are not on standby.
teed up.
So
Okay.
we can check.
We'll take a look for that. Any other questions or any other comments? Well, first, see if we have any other questions. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's right. I was just curious if there was any variability in the 35% U26 across the areas. And
Yeah, there is. It varies substantially across areas and over time. I'm sorry, I didn't include a time series here. I just put that in for 2023 just to give you a sense of how that breakout is, because we do treat U26 separately. But there are definitely some big differences. In general, 4C, D, and E has a higher percentage of U26 than other areas. The farther east and south you go, the proportion of U26 tends to go down, but that can certainly vary year to year.
Any other questions for Dr. Stewart?
I have a question for Dr. Stewart. If
Go
that's
ahead.
right. Dr. Stewart, thank you for your time. In Area 2A, do you know as to why there was a exact harvest for 3 years? Is that because they hit a cap, or I know this isn't necessarily for yourself to answer, but just a curiosity question. Thank you.
No, I don't know offhand. I believe that at least one of those numbers is probably we just didn't have the most recent information. If it's not reported to us, we will roll over the value from the year before, and I'm sure that at least one of those is that value.
Certainly. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Chris?
I just tried texting somebody from DFO to see if they could get here, but if they don't appear in the next minute, I guess we can, but we'll see. No response so far.
Yeah, maybe we can have that information provided by the time the commission takes this up, so we know what's going on with the 0.079, and also, in 2A, is the commission just not getting up-to-date data, and then what that change might be attributed to in 2B. Okay. 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 So, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Linda. We wanted to make a motion today, basically stressing the importance of having a FIS survey in the Bering Sea in 2024. And I don't know, Madam Chair, if this is the right place to do that, or if you want us to put it under other business. It doesn't specifically deal with bycatch.
Okay, let's see if there's any motions on bycatch before and then, maybe we just take that up under other business. So does anybody have another motion they want to make on the bycatch agenda item? Incidental catch, bycatch. If not, nobody online seeking that I'm missing? Nope. Okay, well, if not, then let's move to other business. And I think then, Jeff, your motion would be in order.
All right, thank you. Linda, the motion would be the conference board acknowledges the importance of FIS data in the Bering Sea and recommends prioritizing the Bering Sea FIS survey in 2024 and beyond. One second, I can speak to it.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I've got just a couple of blurbs here from this is interim meeting 099, speaking specifically to the surveys and the survey design. And so from that, the commission agreed on an optimized design for the 2024 FIS as provided in Appendix 4 that balances the commission's primary and secondary objectives for the FIS. Specifically, 2024 FIS or design shall include options 1, 2, and 3 from table 2. In addition, option 4 shall be included in the RFT process, but is not yet endorsed. Once the bids are received and evaluated in February 2024, the commission will make a final decision on whether to proceed or not with option 4, based on bids and logistical constraints at the time, and potentially new option 9 for IPHC regulatory for CD&E. And so I just read that because there's no certainty that there's going to be a survey in area 4 CD&E in 2024, as outlined by the commissioners. And so just a few bullets of rationale. The Bering Sea represents the IPHC regulatory undergoing the most rapid change in the ecosystem and in the distribution of commercially important species. The IPHC Scientific Review Board recommended that the Secretariat prioritize sampling in this area to monitor for potential changes in the halibut distribution and biology. Historically, there was an important amount of halibut biomass on the shelf slope edge, an area not well surveyed by the NOAA Fisheries Trawl Survey, and therefore requiring direct sampling by the FIS. In addition, there's very little commercial effort on the edge break in 4D, so the IPHC doesn't get sufficient data from the commercial fleet. At this point, a 2024 Bering Sea FIS is an option and is not guaranteed to happen. Given the importance of the FIS data in the use of setting PSC limits in the ABM bycatch reduction effort, we want to stress the importance of having an annual FIS in the Bering Sea. While a NIMS trawl survey is helpful and covers a large area of the BSEI, it is important to have data from the edge and island stations to have more comprehensive coverage and data to work with. An accurate estimate of Area 4 and 4 CD&E is necessary if using stock distribution to distribute TCY. Area 4 is an area of impactful allocations between sectors, especially when the TCY is small. Sector splits and reduced bycatch limits become very difficult to achieve without appropriate data, and the ABM program must have the FIS data as one of its indices of abundance. And just lastly, Area 4 is a source area that feeds other regulatory areas as the halibut migrate from the west to the east. The Bering Sea is known to be a net emigrator of halibut, so understanding what is happening in the Bering Sea is important to all IPHC regulatory areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Can you make sure you send us that and rationale? And is this capture well enough what we have on the screen, your motion, the CB acknowledge importance of FIS in the Bering Sea in 2024? Do you want it to say prioritize?
I'll send this up to you, but if we could just use it word for word, if the
Sure.
conference board approves it in that fashion.
So I have a couple of comments on this.
Yeah, sure. Let's make sure we have the motion Jeff wants. So why don't you send it to us and then read it one more time?
Okay, I'll read
slowly,
it quick
'cause
and then I'll send it.
sometimes
So the
it's
motion
taking a
is-
while to get to us.
Marcia, are you ready for me?
Yes, but I will have to transfer it later. So I'm first writing it here and I'll.
Okay. So the conference board acknowledges the importance of FIS data in the Bering Sea and recommends prioritizing a Bering Sea FIS survey in 2024 and beyond. And I'll send that now.
Okay, great. Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
So thanks, Jeff. A couple of things. So, when we looked at we've gone back and forth on all this FIS stuff for I don't know, it seems like a long time. So there are other areas that are, you may not think that are just as important, but some of us may think are important to cover, right? Especially expansion of some of the Area 3s and from the other person in 4 and stuff. So I think this particular motion kind of limits, I wouldn't want to lose those ones, the importance of those. But and the other one you said at the end about every year, where we're going to be looking through the MSC process about okay, what is it feasible to do every second year or every third year? I think do we want to say it must be every year, or else or a frequency at which is deemed to be appropriate through the future MSC process? Just try not to sort of have our, us sort of countering stuff that's, potentially coming down the pike, but also not just sort of just focus it on the Bering Sea. And I understand that's kind of your area, and I understand that, but there are other areas that, need to be considered as well, as the Secretariat have actually been talking about this last few days. So I don't want to screw the motion up or anything. I just want to bring those up as comments.
Thank you. If I could respond to that just real quickly.
Please.
So I think at this point, it's a little bit extra critical that we do surveys in Area 4, and that's because of the new bycatch action that was just approved by the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. So when they set the bycatch allocation for the bottom trawl sector going forward, they look at two abundance indices and they weight them equally. And one of them is the Eastern Bering Sea Trawl Survey, and the other one is the Fishery Setline Survey. And so if you don't have one of those two, how do you set the index to adjust PSC limits annually? And I promise if we don't get this done in the Bering Sea, it's going to be problematic for us. There's a lawsuit going on, and if we're not surveying and they're to get the proper data, how can we set their allocations? I think it's more important to survey this area. Quite frankly, it's a large area. It's a net emigrator, so a lot of the fish that are raised up in the Bering Sea end up in the Gulf of Alaska. And I think being able to track those through a fish survey, I think, is important to all of us, including Canada, because those fish, I think, they swim all the way down there. So fish out of the Bering Sea are helping there as well. And I think understanding what's there and what's on the edge break, because those fish on the edge break are not well surveyed at all by the Eastern Bering Sea Trawl Survey, if they are at all. And there's very little commercial activity on the edge, so we're not getting that data there either. So, Jim, that's why the stressed importance on Area 4 CDE.
Yeah, no, I get it. I just would, I understand that. I'm not going to criticize that. I'm just, I would have taken a different approach, but that's not my motion. So,
thanks, Jim.
Go ahead.
Jeff, I was wondering if you'd accept friendly to add that a FIS is required in order to raise the TAC in an area. And I speak to that because of gone on in 4B.
Can you get a little bit closer there, Sean?
Oh, sorry. I was wondering if you'd accept as a friendly to add that a FIS is required in order to raise the TAC in an area. And I'm bringing that up because there was no FIS or trawl survey in 4B. And yet the TAC was increased. So I was just wondering if you'd accept that as a friendly.
Yeah, and the reason that we used all of Area 4 here was because that's how the North Pacific Council will set bycatch limits, and those, when they're looking at the abundance of halibut and the indices, they're looking at them for the Bering Sea side of Area 4B, 4A, and 4C, D, and E.
Does that cover your concern, or I mean, could also take it as a separate motion?
Yeah, so 4B was in there, and I guess at this point I'd prefer not to tie future allocations to. In understanding 4B, there's been no survey at all, at least in the Eastern Bering Sea. We've had the trawl survey, and that's been really helpful, and it's been the main source of data for some time anyway. So I think saying that we can't increase catch limits unless there's I mean, maybe we could do that, but it's just a little different message than I was trying to portray here with this motion.
Okay, anyone else on this motion?
So, I think it would be easier or more acceptable to a number of the Canadian delegation if we could just have a comment in the rationale in there that, yeah, we support the importance of the Bering Sea, 4CD and E FIS surveys, but that for Canada, that doesn't mean that these other areas are any less important in the overall scheme, and something on those words, just so that maybe that will make it a little bit, I'm not going to say easier, but it'll make it a little bit more, okay, yeah, we can support, showing this is important. Yes, and it's an issue for, your abundance-based things, but there's other things that are important too that we don't want to get lost.
Chris?
So I'm not changing the motion, just putting that in comments from Canada. And if there's anyone from Canada that has any other sort of thoughts on this, this now's the time.
Yeah, Chris has his hands up. So go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I understand the importance of this. I understand it's just the wording it, prioritizing it over what? What does that mean for the other areas? And I mean, I know we're all struggling. Like, how is the FIS going to operate? Not just and I recognize the importance for the abundance-based management you explained to us the other day, but it's just that wording. It's sort of archaic. Then where are we saying take resources from somewhere else? That's the only, and that's why I'm struggling with what to do with this motion. I understand, and I wonder if IPHC, we say so acknowledge I acknowledge, yes, the importance of it, but I'm just not know if I can get on side with prioritizing it, because that means we're doing something in some other area, and I don't understand the consequences of that.
Yes, and this doesn't specifically speak to doing less in other areas, but I guess maybe in some way it does. But we think it is a priority, and it needs to be a priority number one. We need to get this done. We didn't do it last year. We're lacking a lot of data, and I think in the Gulf areas down around 2B and 2C and 3A and 3B, I think those areas are well surveyed. There's lots of good surveys in those areas already. Where we're not seeing the surveys consistently has been in the Bering Sea, and when we're missing data like that as fast as the ocean is changing and fish are changing, and it's just really, really important that we understand, because I think the Bering Sea is the nursery that feeds the Gulf areas, right? And so understanding what's there, I think, is really important. I think the trawl survey does a good job of some of that, but again, you're seeing the small fish and not the larger fish, and we want to know what the exploitable biomass is. Well, it's really important.
Okay, I think we have someone online with a comment. Patty, you want to?
Thank you, Linda. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, I do believe that the Bering Sea area is, an area of legacy of information that's been gathered over a long period of time, and that should continue to be gathered. However, I do not think it should be, done at the expense of all other areas. And one of the other things is that, we have world-renowned scientists with the International Pacific Halibut Commission who have brought to us, these data of information PowerPoints that we look at. That this is our recommendation on where all these studies should be done, and it was rather extensive across Gulf-wide, and across the regions. The other thing is that, the commission has run out of reserve money, and so they're trying to scale back what this research has to be done to match the source of funding that they have. If you can come up with fundings from some other agency that can do the work that you're requesting, then yay, let's do it. But I'm putting my trust in the scientists. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Rob.
Jeff, just curious, when you say 2024 and beyond, like what is it yearly, or are you looking at like, because like the IPHC is potentially going to like a biennial, triennial survey of the areas. What are you looking for yearly, or can we like put maybe like what's like scientifically needed, or I'm just like beyond it just doesn't say what we're kind of looking for.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And when we say prioritize, I guess we're not saying to let it take the place of something else, but it needs to receive priority. And we understand that the IPHC has some reserve funds that could be used to fund this. And my understanding is to do the southeastern edge of the 4CDE area is about $205,000, if I remember correctly. It's not a large sum of money, and the IPHC has the money within there. They were not looking at doing the Bering Sea this year. Actually, the slides they put out yesterday showed the Bering Sea being surveyed in 26 for half of it and 2027 for the other half. So that's when they were looking at doing studies in the Bering Sea, and that's way too long. That's way too far away. As I had commented earlier, that's just the area is just really, really important for a lot of reasons. And the scientists here believe that as well. I think this is really important information that we need to get. The lack of funding is not a reason to do that. And we've been looking for funding. We've had people go to Washington, D.C. looking for additional funding. This is really important to us, to the point we're prioritizing, and we can massage the language a little bit if we want to go down that road. I don't have a problem with that. But when we say prioritize it, let's make this happen. And not necessarily at the expense of other areas. The IPHC can do this. It's $205,000 or something. So
yeah, and that's
So I would just add to what Jeff is saying, that confidence that this area will be regularly surveyed is essential to the abundance-based bycatch management of halibut in the Bering Sea. And the US anyway, is very committed to making sure that survey happens and that it is a dependable metric for indicating abundance of halibut in the Bering Sea that can then be confidently used in the ABM action. Nels, go ahead.
So there's a couple, Michael Fowler, but has got his hand up, but can you live with taking the and beyond out?
My suggestion would be if Canada can't live with this, that we just preface and the US recommends, because I think Jeff is right. We need to be prioritizing this in 2024 and beyond. Because it really is fundamental to our bycatch management. And I would just remind our Canadian friends that the biggest bycatch challenge we face is in that area. And if we can't win at reducing bycatch here and tying it to abundance, we got a big challenge ahead of us with any other bycatch management. Go ahead.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I'd like to really support it because I commend you guys on where you've gone with the abundance base and for me it's just the hang up on the and beyond, like what are we looking for? Like I do agree that we definitely could prioritize 2024 and get that done, but then moving forward, what are we looking for moving forward? That's again, that's my only comment.
So there's Mike Fowler and then Russell Cameron.
My statement is, I'm looking at the options table, and the Bering Sea, that is an additional $205,000. And I agree that doing the sampling in this area is hugely important. But where are we going to come up with $205,000? Come on, tell me, give me some idea, and I can fully support the idea of prioritizing, at least for this year, if you think it's been too many years. But we have to figure out where to come up with $205,000 is first.
I couldn't understand all of that. Jeff, maybe you could, but
No, I'm sorry that I didn't pick up those comments. I have a feeling there was some good stuff in there that that we just didn't hear, Madam Chair. But maybe to satisfy our Canadian friends, we're thinking you could potentially put a period after Bering Sea and drop the rest of it, so that it would read: the CB acknowledges the importance of the FIS data in the Bering Sea and recommends prioritizing the FIS data survey in the Bering Sea.
go ahead.
My statement that I made.
Yeah, maybe you
About
could try and
where we're going to
restate
get
that.
$205,000 comes first. Other than that, I have no problem with
Okay.
Bering Sea 24 or beyond, but we have to have that money.
I think what he's saying is that it costs $250,000 to do that survey, and it should be prioritized 2024 and beyond, if I'm hearing it all, but I'm not sure I'm getting it. And I think we had one more person online that wanted to speak before we go to someone in the room.
We got Russell Cameron.
Okay, Russell, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I support the motion. I would prefer the and beyond off it, which I see it is. But I think it's really important it's done in 2024 and beyond, but we can talk about that next year. Thanks.
Thanks, Russell. I think there was someone else online.
Carter.
Carter, go ahead, and then we'll go to Ben.
Yeah, I think what he said was that where's the $250,000 going to come from, which is understandable. I know, thanks to you and some others, we're actually looking for sources of that through our own government and that's one of the places it's being looked at. I know SPC sent a letter in support of that, and that's one of the places it's being looked at. That's my comment.
Okay, so now we can go to Ben. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I just want to acknowledge all the hard work Jeff and his team over there have been doing for, getting all this bycatch kind of minimized. And I'm going to support this motion no matter what the wording ends up being. But if people are having trouble with it, I still think 2024 should be in there. And maybe instead of and beyond, we could do something along the lines of and recommends prioritizing FIS survey in 2024 and regularly in the years to come.
Is that a friendly amendment?
That is a great friendly.
Okay, so recommends prioritizing FIS survey in the Bering Sea.
Recommend after Bering Sea and recommends prioritizing FIS survey in 2024 and regularly in the years to come, which doesn't necessarily mean it needs to happen every year in all of the Bering Sea, but just it's a priority for us to have regular data coming out of that region.
That's really helpful. Thank you so much.
Okay. Anybody else? Go ahead now.
So
I just wanted to say that I support the motion. I've supported it in every wording. I think that this final one, or at least the most recent one, looks great. I think that prioritizing the FIS survey in the Bering Sea for CD and E in particular is really important in the name of conservation and getting this ABM bycatch management measure in place and supported. I think that without that survey, there's no legs, or it loses one of the two legs that it has to stand on. And in the face of conservation, I don't remember all the numbers that you presented with us yesterday, Jeff, but they were pretty astounding with what the halibut population that will help us keep living in the ocean spawning. With that, I intend to support this.
Okay, do we wear that one down?
Just about.
Go ahead, Jim. Then Creel has his hand up, but do you have a comment, Jim?
No, I'm just, it's not nothing to do with changing the motion the way it's written stuff. I just think that maybe in the comments around this, that, the conference board, one of the challenges we're getting, getting additional funding, and going to, even getting organizations to, contact, the government for this is that there's no plan beyond this. Okay, they have this thing, but there's no real plan for how these things get funded in the future, and that's a real challenge for us when we work through our system. So it's not something we can deal with here. It's just kind of brought it up. Maybe it's not even in the comments, but it's just kind of really need to have a more secure, how the things get funded longer term. Asking for money temporarily, okay, but you can't keep going there. So we got to refigure out how we do these things, and that's
So
kind of more of a comment.
Sorry, just to be clear, we have asked for money for 2024. The U.S. delegation has also asked for consistent appropriation increase and funding from the U.S. Consistently, permanently ongoing. And hopefully Canada is doing the same, because we all recognize that there is not adequate funding right now to conduct the surveys that we need.
Okay.
So we're asking for that increase. And I know that the U.S. is shouldering 80% of the cost of the commission right now. So would certainly hope that Canada is doing the same. So I want to go to Creel and then Brian, and I know we're running short on time. So let's see if we can wrap it up here soon.
I agree with Jeff. We need more fish in the Bering Sea due to not only halibut, sablefish. We're losing a lot of fish and crab and other sources. Bering Sea is one of the richest, biggest fisheries in the world that supplies the whole world in the fishing industry. Taking out a little bit of percentage out of each district, we don't need much. A small puny percentage that won't even affect the other areas for funding, and it will fund the Bering Sea for years to come, because we are lacking the fish in the Bering Sea drastically, and not a lot. We need more research and fish in that area and I support Jeff's proposition for that.
Thanks, Creel. Okay, Brian? Last comment, hopefully, and we can vote.
Thank you. And thank you, Jeff, for making the motion. Just want to say a few things on this. Well, I do think it's important to support NIMS and implementation of the final rule there on Amendment 123. I'm not quite sure this is the appropriate avenue to support it, but again, I'm not sure on that. That said, I think that this is an important motion on its own, just because I don't think that it's appropriate for us to leave any area or the stakeholders that fish there and depend on it high and dry. I think that it's our duty to find a way to survey there. And also, I think that it's important to note that the Bering Sea is important in the U.S. for many, many reasons. We have lots of fisheries there, and this is a lot of important data comes from the FIS out there that NIMS uses as well. And if we stop surveying there for too long, there's a likelihood that information will lose its value, and it might lose its value quickly. So I think that I'll be supporting this. It's important that we keep this survey going.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if we can vote on this. Is there any objection to Jeff's motion? Anybody wish to abstain from this motion? Anybody online? Okay, thank you. That's for the US side. And Jim, you want to call for
Sure.
Canada?
So for Canada, anyone who wants to object to this motion, raise your put your thumbs down online, raise your hands in the room. Don't see anything online. Anyone who supports, put your hand up, raise your thumb up online. Few thumbs going up. Don't know what's in the room.
Yeah. All hands are up in the room.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Any abstentions? So raise your hand if you're going to do abstentions online. I see we got one person who's objecting to it now. Chuck, is that then it's gone. Okay, that might just been a mistake. Okay. So didn't see any hands down, didn't see any abstentions.
All right, so anonymous on that or no objection from either country. Okay, I think we have one more order of business, which is to elect just the vice chair for each country. So Brian Ritchie's the current vice chair. He's done a stellar job. And I would suggest a motion to re-elect him unless somebody else wants to volunteer themselves.
I'd move to re-elect Brian Ritchie as vice chair for the U.S. Second.
Moved and seconded. We're not going to give Brian a chance to defend himself. So if you'd like to speak to your motion, have at it. And if you don't need to speak to your motion, then I'll just see if everybody is, let's just say, raise your hand if you support Brian Ritchie for vice chair. And online, let's raise thumbs. I think we're still speaking. Okay, that's unanimous on the US side. And I think Canada doesn't probably want to vote on that one, but you have a nomination for your vice chair that someone wants to make.
We want to stand pat the way we are?
Oh, come on, Jim. I was just about to put your name forward.
I already am the chair. This is the vice chair.
Oh, the vice chair. Oh, okay.
You want to make them be both?
He's got this.
If someone wants to be a vice chair, that's fine. But if we want to just stand pat like last year, we're okay with that as well.
I think we should just stand pat. For the Canadian side, if anybody objects, speak now, forever hold your peace.
Okay, is there anything else to come before us? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Done. Okay, thank you. Well, good job all.
Hey, Linda, if you're still there, when do we meet in the morning if we do?
The conference board isn't meeting in the morning. You mean?
Yeah, we
when
are.
is-
Yeah, no, we're